Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-added human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part, what if Voldemort ruined the world just to save Harry Potter. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When prophecy demanded Harry Potter's death, Voldemort chose another path, shattering the world itself to keep one boy alive. Now Harry must face the truth. The Dark Lord didn't conquer out of hatred but love. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Even as Draco was transported away from the ring, Damien still looked dumbfounded, gazing at the spot where Kit's shield had expanded with disbelief and shock written all over his features. He was still wearing that expression when Rosier's stunner hit him from behind, sending him stumbling before sprawling to the ground. But in the next second, Rosier joined the youngest Potter on the floor as well, as Kit stood with his wand outstretched before him, his eyes a dangerous dark blue. The silence that reigned in the great hall was oppressive and tense. Draco was still smirking, lightly, as he landed before the headmaster, though his head was bowed. Dark and hushed whispers began to travel round the hall, from student to student, but mostly there was quite a number who were in awe of Kit, as the first and last time they had witnessed such a spectacular display of the full-body shield. The spell had been performed by none other than the Dark Prince Harry Potter. And amidst all the silence, Kit stood seemingly unaffected, before he slowly lowered his wand, his heart still beating at an abnormally fast rate, and internally fighting to keep up the already shattering glamour on his eyes. Kit took the opportunity to cast a new one over his eyes as he stooped to haul Damien up and perform the counter curse on his fellow Gryffindor, before attending to Rosier. It was only then when the brighter few of the Hogwarts population, who still realized that this was only a dueling match, began to clap. It started out slow, a few echoes traveling round the great hall, echoing loudly, before the staff began to clap as well, and the handclap transformed into a thunderous applause, especially when the entire Gryffindor house stood up to cheer for their fellow house members. No one was clapping at the Slytherin table. Damien was now standing, still looking disorientated. He managed to smile briefly at his friends, especially all the Gryffindors' antics as they waved and whooped loudly, but the brief happiness seemed to disappear quite suddenly under a shadow, and a slash appeared between his brows as he tried to remember what had happened. Kit turned around and looked at Damien. Surely, and inevitably, the youngest Potter began to remember, cobbling up the broken pieces of memories, the confusion and tension of the last moments before he blacked out. But slowly and surely, even as Damien tried to erase the image from his brain, thinking he'd been mistaken, he could still see the vivid picture of Kit standing beside him, a brilliant blue shield expanding in the middle of the great hall, glowing with such painful similarity to the one he had witnessed what felt like years before. That night, the Gryffindors threw an impromptu party in their common room to celebrate Damien and Kit's triumph over the Slytherins. Kit, especially, was pulled into a whole crowd of new admirers, and much to Damien's annoyance, none of them aside from Hermione and Ginny found Kit's shield very similar to Kit's. Yes, they had admitted, Harry's shield did look something like Kit's, but why couldn't someone with equal power and skill produce the same shield as well? It wasn't that Damien didn't want to believe it. It was just that his brother was exceptional. Different. And the thought that someone else like Kit could combat his elder brother's skill seemed indigestible to the youngest Potter. Damien got quite a lot of praise and sympathetic consoles as well, saying that he would have managed to beat Rosier by himself if not for the sudden appearance of Kit's stunning blue shield. Most of them assumed Damien was being unusually quiet because he had been defeated by Rosier's stunner, though Gryffindor had still won in the end. But Damien, for the first time in his life, couldn't care less if his house had lost. All he could ponder on was Kit's shield, and how similar it was to Harry's. He needed an answer. As if his thoughts had summoned him, Kit suddenly appeared, lounging carelessly on the sofa beside him, his azure eyes piercing. "So Potter, in the end I was still required for services to save your behind," the elder said, smirking. Despite everything, a small part of Damien was still able to get annoyed. "Go away," snapped Damien irritably. "You're attracting the crowd. It's disturbing my peace." "What, have the Potters bought the Gryffindor common room sofa as well?" It's not yours, Kit taunted, that insufferable smirk still in place. Damien didn't feel like dealing with the elder Gryffindor. He was feeling tired, and confused, and he wasn't sure how he was supposed to act in front of Kit anymore. They used to trade insults, irritate each other no end. But so much had passed in the last 24 hours, and within that time period, Damien had lost whatever trust he may have had for Kit's words. Something had happened in the room of requirement, he was sure of it, yet he couldn't remember. That was the thing that sent chills up his spine. He began to wish that he had heeded his elder brother's advice to never take off the Lehu Justine the one day he had decided to do so. This had happened. Why couldn't fate just let him rest for a while? Suddenly, Damien realized that Kit was scrutinizing him, an unreadable expression on his face. Damien immediately stiffened, though he wasn't sure why, and immediately stood up to leave. All he knew was that it wasn't safe to be in close proximities to Kit. Just to give himself an excuse, he went over to the table to grab a drink. He was just holding a cup of colored liquid with strange bubbles in it when a voice suddenly said by his ear, "You don't want to drink that." On recognizing the voice, Damien whirled around, feeling infuriated. "Will you just leave me alone already?" Kit raised an eyebrow. "That cup contains alcohol. It's fire whiskey, actually." The elder Gryffindor then reached for another cup with exactly the same liquid in it. Damien narrowed his eyes, but before he could say anything, Kit beat him to it. "You're underage," he merely told Damien, smirking. Damien felt irritation rise up in him and immediately threw back his head and began to down the fire whiskey as fast as he could down his throat, just to prove a point. Kit's eyes widened slightly at Damien's actions, and actually managed to wrestle the cup away from the youngest Potter, but not before it was already 3/4 empty. As a result of his actions, Damien's throat immediately seared with such ferocity he stumbled backwards and hit the table, his hands clutching the edge for support. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" snapped Kit, putting the cup as far as possible from Damien's reach. "That was the most childish thing I've ever had the misfortune to witness. If you think you've managed to prove a point." Despite everything, Damien still managed to roll his eyes, though he did it blearily. "Go away," he muttered, waving his arms around drunkenly. Kit bit his lip in annoyance. Damien always managed to irritate him, no matter what the youngest Potter's condition. He glanced around automatically for Ron and Hermione, but they couldn't be seen. Gah! What was he supposed to watch it? Hissed Kit, automatically using his wandless magic to save the entire row of cups from toppling over the edge, thanks to Damien the drunkard's clumsy actions. He frowned at the youngest Potter, who was now turning tomato red rapidly, and Kit was beginning to fear that Damien was going to faint. "Why in Merlin's name did you have to do this?" muttered Kit, cursing Damien as he roughly tugged the younger wizard's hand over and slung it around his own shoulder. Damien seemed to protest weakly at this, but his words were strung together and incoherent. "Move," instructed Kit snappishly. But Damien, being a Potter, stubbornly refused to. Kit rolled his eyes in exasperation, before tugging the Gryffindor even more viciously, and half-dragged the youngest Potter away from the crowd, who barely even noticed a thing. Potter meanwhile remained extremely uncooperative and decided to flail his limbs about like a drowning diver. When they finally reached the middle of the boys' dormitory's staircase, Damien's flailing arm managed to catch Kit's unawares, and it smacked him directly in his right eye. Kit swore and let go of Damien at once, but immediately regretted doing so when Damien began to lean far too backwards and begin to fall. "For the love of Merlin!" Kit nearly shouted in exasperation as he caught hold of Damien's wrists in time and pulled the Gryffindor to safety. "Will you stop doing this?" Damien, in reply, shot a lousy kick off to Kit's right, which ended up with him nearly falling back down the stairs again. "What the hell, Potter, you do realize I am actually trying to help?" Kit snarled as Damien continued to struggle in Kit's grasps. Damien's eyes suddenly shot open, and he glared at Kit with such intensity that Kit felt as though a block of ice had slid down his back. "Leave me alone," Damien said in a low voice, his eyes as though daring Kit to come nearer. Kit, in response, merely tightened his hold on Damien's hands, preventing the Gryffindor from doing something else foolish. "You're drunk, Potter, thanks to your own foolhardy actions. Now I'm trying to help," Kit tried explaining, his eyes meeting Damien's troubled hazel ones evenly. "No, you don't help," slurred Damien, before coughing violently all over again. You'd better not throw up all over the carpet, warned Kit, a second before Damien did exactly that. Fabulous. Kit gritted his teeth as splatters of vomit fell on his shoes and robes, but still he held on grimly to Damien's falling and swaying figure, not sure why he didn't just let the Gryffindor topple backwards and fall. Damien had nothing to do with him. The youngest Potter retched, then looked up again, tear tracks running down his cheeks after vomiting the alcohol. Kit felt like swearing all over again. He didn't even want to look at the state of his robes. Using one hand to keep a tight hold on Damien, he performed another wandless cleaning charm, which immediately restored his robes and the carpet to its original cleanliness. Turning his eyes back to Damien, who was panting slightly, he rolled his eyes again and continued the tiring process of dragging the Gryffindor up again. When they finally arrived at the boys' dormitories, however, Damien's strength seemingly started to return. The younger wizard started to thrash about all over again, and resulted in Kit getting kicked thrice at the same spot in his stomach. Despite his initial uncertainty as to why Damien had protested so vehemently at Kit helping him, the elder Gryffindor felt irritation claw all the way up to his heart as he looked at Damien's struggling figure. At the fourth blow, Kit's patience finally snapped. He let go of Damien and allowed the youngest Potter to stumble backwards and fall, hitting his head on the dashboard in the process. Kit felt as though he couldn't care less. If Potter wanted to make everything so bloody difficult, Potter might as well help himself. Then a thought occurred to him. But what if Potter vomited all over somebody else's bed? That wouldn't be too good. Kit wondered what happened to his initial statement of him not caring less. Sighing, Kit produced his wand and turned around only to find Damien immediately reaching for his and pointing it at Kit, shakily, as well. What now? Snapped Kit angrily, patience long past breaking point. I swear Potter, you're just trying to make all this more difficult for me. Leave me alone, said Damien again, his eyes fixed on Kit, before snapping shut, then open all over again. His entire being was swaying, unstable, but his wand was still pointed at Kit determinedly. Glad to see our hatred for each other is mutual, said Kit coldly. For your information, Potter, I was going to cast a spell to make you feel better. Damien snorted. Oh yeah, like in the room of requirement. Kit's eyes snapped towards Damien's hardened gaze, something cold sliding down his back all over again, feeling as though something had squeezed his heart. No, he replied quietly. I never meant for it to be that way. Kit lowered his wand and left without another word. Can you try to recall the approximate time in which James left Potter Manor? Professor Dumbledore asked, his midnight blue eyes boring holes in Lily even through the two-way mirror. Lily shook her head, her eyes desperately searching Dumbledore for a sign of hope, that her husband might still return unharmed. It was after supper. He seemed unusually cheerful then, since Sirius was caught. James left Potter Manor voluntarily. He wasn't caught by Death Eaters, he went to meet Voldemort himself. You have no recollection of the time, then? Asked Dumbledore gravely. No, that I can't be certain, Lily said softly. But by the time I read his letter, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Do you think James had long since left the manor by then? Lily hesitated, before nodding slightly. It was very quiet then, he might have already left by the back door, without my knowing. Lily paused slightly at this, taking in shallow breaths as she met Dumbledore's eyes. He said he would be fine. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone about his departure, unless he didn't return by the next morning. That's why you only chose to inform me tonight, Dumbledore concluded, his eyes losing their twinkle, his expression remaining impassive. Lily looked her mentor in the eyes. I had utmost faith in James, Professor, she replied. Even now, I believe he will return, but I need you to help me find him. He's rash and hot-headed, goodness knows that's why he went out to meet Voldemort in the first place. Normally, I trust James's abilities to the fullest, but when it comes to his family or close friends, his judgment becomes clouded. I don't know what he will do. Are you sure it was James who set the agreement for him to meet Voldemort, or was it the other way round? Dumbledore asked finally. I can't be certain, the red-haired witch replied, her tone troubled and worried, but if Voldemort had really sent the letter, James hid it from me all the time. He must have been afraid I'd have tried to stop him. Dumbledore sighed. If it was Voldemort who made contact first, there is one thing I can be certain: James has already been snatched away by the Death Eaters, but he is still alive. Possibly together with Sirius Black. Within minutes, the entire order had been alerted and shifted back to full-duty mode. They had suffered a severe blow, losing 5 members to the Death Eater raid in Grevilletown previously, which was almost one entire team of Order members. But the rest that remained still showed no sign of giving up hope. The last attack had only served to fire their spirits to bring down the Dark Lord, except for one Mundungus Fletcher. The man had been complaining no end since the very minute he had been summoned to attend the full Order meeting led by none other than Remus Lupin, one of James's best friends. He complained about the weather, his goods, his customers, the Order meetings, the Death Eaters, the bad timing, his future prospects at business, and generally his entire life. Remus didn't know what else he could do with the man except to implore him to remain quiet as the meeting progressed. After a short debriefing, in which the Order members came to the right conclusion that James's meeting place ought to be somewhere near Grevilletown, since that was the last place he had seen Sirius before the latter had been captured, the Order decided to portkey there to search for clues as to where the leader of Team 2 had gone. They managed to portkey to the site after a few arrangements with Kingsley, who did his job by pulling some strings subtly and carefully in the Ministry. All in all, the man must have done a great job, for within 15 minutes, there were 4 portkeys laid on the table in Grimald Place, one for each Order team. Remember, if the area has anti-apparition wards, don't try to force enter, Remus reminded the members, to avoid them from repeating the same error as Sirius once did. Sirius had spent 5 days in St. Mungo's at that time. Just portkey straight back here and wait for the others. Agreed. The rest of the members nodded. But despite everything, Remus couldn't help but feel anxiety rise in him as he looked around and saw only younger, inexperienced faces. The only few members he knew could defend themselves reasonably well were Tonks, Devon, Frank and Alice, and himself. The others like Snape and Moody had been unable to attend the meeting. Snape was still away at some Death Eater meeting, while Moody had sent a Patronus saying that he suspected Death Eaters of surrounding his house, and therefore was unable to risk it out now. On the count of 3, Remus said at last. 1, 2, 3. The old quill he and his team was holding flashed a brilliant blue. Remus felt as though his hand was glued towards it, before the portkey jerked forwards, and transported the entire Team 3 members towards their destination. There were no anti-apparition wards set up around the area. Remus did a quick head count as soon as all the Order members had arrived, and ordered for Team 1 and 2 to move off into the right of the forest, whereas Team 3 and 4 proceeded onwards. To their right was a vertical drop cliff, where they could see the outline of Greville Village, so there was no point in checking there. Their team did not take long to reach the site where James had last met Voldemort a few days previously. There was a strange stench in the air that stank of rotten meat, and Remus only needed to take a whiff of it before recognizing the scent of blood. Upon approaching closer, they saw it at last, the dead body of Rosier Sr. splayed across the grass, terror in his eyes, his mouth still wide open, as though pleading. His flesh was already beginning to decay, albeit only a little, but Remus, with his werewolf nature, smelt the lingering presence of death all too keenly. As the rest of his team members moved forwards to search the body for more clues, Remus' eyes were drawn to a single object, a small locket with a green stone set into it. The green stone seemed to emit a pale, unearthly glow as Remus approached it, and once he touched the locket, he immediately felt a familiar rush through him. It was James's magic. Stupid stag, he thought to himself with a flash of annoyance and anxiety. What have you done now? It was a horrible feeling, being drunk. He honestly didn't know why so many people appreciated alcohol, of all things. Firstly, his brain was in total chaos. And secondly, his body was out of control. He couldn't even raise a hand properly. He'd have to concentrate, real hard. And even then his arm would come swinging upwards in an alarming manner, without its usual grace. Not that he had been particularly graceful in the first place. The worst thing ever would be the point when he woke up. The second light filtered in through his eyelids. Damien gave a croak, which was meant to be a groan actually, and flopped over to his side, feeling completely nauseous. His brain felt like coiled lead tendrils, his entire body weighed 3,000 pounds. His mouth felt dry, so did his eyeballs, and his throat was so parched he realized he could barely make a sound. At first, he'd panicked. Of course, as usual, he couldn't remember why or how he got here, or felt this sick at all. He was just beginning to get suspicious of yesterday night's bright blue mint ice cream he had decided to try at dinner before the duel when it all came flooding back to him. Like frames of pictures barreling into his head without pause. His head pounded, it hurt no end, but Damien forced himself to get up. It was just his luck that the first person he bumped into on the way down the staircase happened to be Kit Mason. "What are you doing here?" snapped Damien aggressively once he recognized the Gryffindor transfer student. The background still seemed blurry to him, he could only see Kit's features to an extent, but it was enough. He should really have expected his response. Kit raised an eyebrow at his disheveled state. "Good morning to you too, Potter." Damien mumbled something incoherent before lumbering down the steps clumsily, making a lot of noise in the progress. His footfalls felt heavy in a sense, they were. Kit mentioned something about unnecessary noise pollution in the background, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Everything was so horribly fuzzy and his head was hurting so much he thought he might pass out. Perhaps getting out of bed wasn't such a good idea after all. It was all he could do to stumble straight to the bathroom and empty the contents of his stomach. At least he felt better receiving a full blast of the ice-cold water. As soon as he had freshened up reasonably well, he wondered what time was it, and more importantly where was Ron. He had quite a few important questions to ask them. It turned out that it was precisely breakfast time when Damien woke. Being late risers as usual, Damien bumped into a sleepy Ron in the middle of the staircase on his return to the boys' dormitories. And of some reason, Ron looked as though a miracle had happened when he saw the youngest Potter on his feet, which for some reason caused irritation the younger boy. "You can walk now." It was the first thing Ron said, accompanied by a dubious tone. "Yes, I only managed it after spending 14 years of doing just that," Damien said snappishly. Ron didn't seem to mind the youngest Potter's irritable mood. "I meant you're better than yesterday night," he explained. "Hell, you couldn't even say something before coughing and splattering everywhere." Damien winced slightly. "Splattering what, exactly?" "Vomit, what do you think?" returned Ron, making a face as well. "Then you started mumbling incoherent things like not being able to live anymore." "At least that's what I heard." "Well, you try getting drunk next time and see how you feel about it," Damien shot back. "And in my defense, it really felt like dying." "Where were you last night during the party?" Ron merely yawned and stretched in reply, before mumbling something like, "Dumbledore's office." "Well, that was unexpected." "Dumbledore's office," Damien repeated, disbelieving. "What on earth were you doing up there?" "Kit's shield," Ron said, his eyes meeting Damien's wide hazel ones. It looked very similar to Harry's as most of the school population noticed. Hermione decided that we ought to ask his opinion on the matter. "And," Damien said, following Ron's story closely. Ron lowered his voice at this. "Dumbledore asked a lot about Kit," he began. "He asked if Kit seemed to like it Hogwarts, did he tend to socialize with other housemates, how he was settling in and so forth. I was curious by then, so I asked the headmaster why didn't he take his questions straight to Kit instead. Then Dumbledore merely said it was unnecessary. He then assured us that many other wizards with equal skill and power could produce bubble-colored shields as well. And of course it's true after all, we have colored shields as well, thanks to Harry's training." He paused here for a bit, looking at Damien's hazel eyes, which were downcast, avoiding his gaze. "It's just a coincidence that Kit's shield is also blue," Ron tried suggesting, though he still sounded a tad doubtful himself. Damien, on the other hand, shook his head slightly. "No, it isn't just a coincidence," he said. "There's something weird about Kit. He's different, and he's got something big to hide." A pause then, "I don't trust him anymore." Ron stilled a little at this, but he never said anything to contradict Damien's statement. As the Gryffindors descended the staircase together towards the Great Hall for breakfast, there seemed to be a great commotion going on, and the source of noise proved to originate from their destination. Quickening their paces, Damien, Ron and Hermione arrived at the huge double doors and pushed them open only to see students were chattering loudly amongst themselves, and owls ministerial, by the ribbon crest they wore around them, squawk loudly, dropping pieces of bright gold pamphlets over the Great Hall, scattering them onto each house table. "What in the name of Merlin is going on here?" Ron said, striding forwards, before a barn owl dropped 3 pamphlets right onto his head, along with a shower of peanuts from the Gryffindor table. "Hey, watch it!" Damien snatched one of the pamphlets out of Ron's face before it fell, and read the headlines in glittering gold: Ministry's Success. A detailed read left Damien with a feeling of horror at the pit of his stomach, and glancing at Hermione, who had finished reading it first, she felt the same way about the article. The Grostek picture at the bottom of the pamphlet did not help one bit. The Ministry Aurors have managed to apprehend the longtime supporter of you-know-who. I highly doubt that. Ron was the first to speak in disgust. The Ministry Aurors are completely incompetent. Well, unless they mean the Order members. It's Rosier's father, said Hermione in a faint voice. Didn't they think of it before they sent these stupid and unnecessary things to our school? How could they have gotten in anyway? Perhaps the Ministry forced Dumbledore to allow these pamphlets onto the grounds, Ron suggested. Last I heard, Fudge was close to being sacked, what with the public being rather anti-Ministry all the while. I suppose this is his method of promoting the Ministry's fame. He trailed off at the sight of the picture at the bottom of the pamphlet, and his gaze strayed back to the words "murdered on the spot," as sentenced. There's something more to this, Hermione said quietly. The picture looks like the corpse has been a few days old. It doesn't look like Rosier was murdered on the spot. And what's more, sending these pictures and pamphlets to Hogwarts, it doesn't really reek of the Ministry. So you're saying this reeks of Death Eaters, Ron said, in a forced calm voice. The picture certainly does, Damien muttered, before turning away from the Gryffindor table. He had officially lost his appetite. It turned out, one of the ministerial owls wasn't an owl after all. No sooner than when it had flew into the Great Hall when Kit immediately tensed up, sensing that small familiar spark of his father's magic. His senses told him where and what it was, but he daren't turn around to look at the eagle owl soaring towards him. It dropped a pamphlet into his hands, specifically for him only, before giving his finger a harsh nip and soaring away. Harry's only thought as he wiped his bleeding finger disgustedly was that Voldemort's Black Raven did not enjoy being an owl. The plan was already complete. Being the creator of the Hogwarts shield spell himself, Harry knew exactly how to manipulate it to fit his plans. He couldn't modify what that had already been done. The shield wouldn't be completely torn down until he eliminated the 4 secret keepers, but it wouldn't be completely necessary. He could still choose to undo the other knots. He needed to use one of the keepers, under the influence of the Imperious Curse. He could use their magic to undo the spell, to delete all the registered names of all the students and staff from the blood list. The blood shield would then work against them. Once their blood was unregistered, the blood wards would immediately expel all of them out of Hogwarts. Most of them would be killed. The rest, like the purebloods or those who supported his father's cause, plus the 4 secret keepers, would live. He couldn't with any of his magic eliminate the secret keepers' names from the blood list. They were the ones that started the spell after all. And by then, Hogwarts would be too easy to conquer after all. Dumbledore wouldn't seal himself up in Hogwarts when all his students had been killed. He would come out from that wizarding school, gather his order for the last war. And Harry was ready to defeat him for that. Everything was in place, perfect. It was just the matter that Harry didn't have the heart to do it. Much as he wanted to, Harry did not dare to send a reply back to his father via the sulky Black Raven disguised as an owl. He was pretty certain that Dumbledore would inspect each and every bird before allowing them to fly back to the Ministry. Apparently, the Ministry had the full public support for delivering these pamphlets to Hogwarts. Apparently. But false support, or were they doing it out of fear? It provided the needed pressure on Dumbledore to force the headmaster to allow these pamphlets on his grounds, though he promised it would be the last of it. It didn't matter if it was anyway. Voldemort had achieved his objective. After working through the intricate spell webs and passwords for an eternity, Harry was finally able to reveal the message. The now seemingly empty piece of paper recognized his magic, and at his wave, the bold letters in cursive font began to unveil. It took barely a second for Harry to finish the letter, and after doing so, he felt incredibly annoyed. It wrote, "Hurry back." Nothing else. Of all things. What a complete waste of ideas and schemes, Harry thought bitterly. And in the end, his father couldn't even bother to write something longer than a line. And by this, Harry also knew that if he failed to return within 3 days of receiving the message, his father would come personally looking for him as in their agreement. Harry didn't know how much he liked the idea of that. Harry eyed the parchment for a while, checking it further for instructions or anything else besides those 2 words, but there was indeed nothing. Voldemort had left him an extra brief and clear message, without any indication or attachments. Possibly for security reasons. Sometimes, Harry wished he never wasted so much energy and concentration trying to decipher the complicated web of spells just to read the blasted message. At the sound of the ringing bell, signaling the start of their first class, Harry promptly threw the parchment into the flames. For a moment, the fire flickered, before it suddenly burst into emerald flames, and Harry found himself looking face to face at his father. He stared at the image in surprise, stunned into silence, before his father spoke. "It's not very courteous to burn someone else's letter," Voldemort said sardonically with a raised eyebrow. "Well, it's a lucky thing I did," retorted Harry once he got over the unexpected surprise. "And you're cutting it a bit risky. What would you do if I tossed the parchment into the flames in a common room full of kids?" "Promptly kill them all," said Voldemort in a simple, matter-of-fact manner, before adding, at Harry's annoyed look, "I know you too well, Harry. You would never have risked that letter in public. The same way I had known you'd throw the letter into the flames." Harry barely refrained from rolling his eyes. "Yes, probably because your letter was proving so incredibly informative and helpful. I'm sure at least the spells I wove around the parchment taught you patience," Voldemort said with a slight smirk. "And for your information, I meant it, Harry. Return back to Riddle Manor as soon as possible. You've spent far too long around that muggle-loving wizard's school." "It's only been little more than 2 weeks," Harry protested. Voldemort cocked his head to one side. "Are you starting to enjoy your time there now, little child?" His ruby eyes narrowed. "Yes, I'm having the time of my life here," said Harry sarcastically, knowing all too well that Voldemort was prodding him to see if he had tried to discover the truth of what happened during the period he was imperioused by Dumbledore. "It's such a thrill acting as a complete bumbling idiot in front of the real ones every single day." "Have fun then," Voldemort replied, unwavered. "You asked for it. What of the plan?" It was stunning how Harry's relaxed posture could possibly grow rigid in such a short expanse of time. One minute he was as Voldemort called, pouting, the next he was completely serious, his emerald green eyes in a fixed stare at his, jaw clenched. "It's ready," he replied, rather stiffly in Voldemort's opinion. "Then what is the problem?" said Voldemort, his ruby-red eyes scanning Harry critically. This time, Harry did not look away. "I'm not," he replied, softly. Voldemort did nothing contradict his son's statement. "I know," he replied in an even voice. "That's why you're not going to do it." Harry's confused green eyes met his. "I am." Silence was once again met by his words. Voldemort waited patiently for the inevitable outburst, which was bound to come sooner or later. "What do you mean you are?" Harry demanded, emphasizing the "you" so much Voldemort felt a tad annoyed. The Dark Lord felt as though Harry was hinting at his competency to complete the plan. "And what is your statement supposed to mean?" he returned, eyes still narrowed on his son under a glamour. "As you have clearly as good as admitted I am more capable of performing the task than you. You still show great weaknesses, Harry, and you need more time to overcome them." "This is not about my weaknesses," said Harry suddenly, his tone suddenly fiercer, and his intense blue gaze began to show signs of emerald. "It's about hundreds of innocent lives on stake. I know by now you do not share my views, Father, but no offense meant, you gave me authority to this mission. Surely I have right to withdraw my plan." "Let's talk about your plan first." Voldemort brushed the comment aside, though he never did forget it. "How many lives exactly will be eliminated in the best course of action to conquer Hogwarts?" "All of the students will die," said Harry, his gaze cold and hardened, not looking at his father. "Only 4 will survive, excluding me, among the entire Hogwarts population." "The 4 secret keepers," Voldemort said evenly, his ruby-red eyes trained on his son for a reaction. None came. "I haven't an idea who they are as of yet. I can only guess Dumbledore is one of them, but there is no solid proof," Harry continued. "It could be just a ruse. And there's McGonagall." Voldemort remained silent. Since Harry was nowhere near to discovering who were the secret keepers as of yet, his current plan proved to be the best. It was neat, carried power and the weight of a message Dumbledore was not likely to ever forget. But Harry seemed to be repulsed by the idea of his own plan. He seemed to be trying to wreck his way around it, to find a less damaging one. "Your plan is a good one," Harry, Voldemort said simply, ruby-red eyes still studying his son. Harry's glamored azure eyes never met his, nor did he give any indication that he had heard his father at all. If any, his back stiffened, and after a minute's silence, he mumbled something about having classes and stalked off, trusting Voldemort to erase all traces that he had been there by himself. Not keen to cut their conversation with such an ending, Voldemort spoke, before Harry had left, one last thing. I have Sirius Black and James Potter as my prisoners in Azkaban. Shall I keep them until your return? Harry turned back, his face angled slightly in his father's direction, before he nodded once. Then, thank you, father. With a wave of his hand, Harry banished the silencing charm he had cast around the room, before walking away. On the other side of the door, Kit surfaced, and he had a cool impassive front once more as he hurried down the corridor towards the charms classroom. Kit walked down the corridor alone, his footsteps leading him towards the library. It was dinner in a few minutes, but he did not feel in the least hungry. It did not help that the atmosphere was a bit tense at the Gryffindor table, at least for him, at any rate, as he noticed that the youngest Potter's gaze always landed on him suspiciously when Damien thought he wasn't looking. He'd noticed straight away, of course, the Gryffindor wasn't the least bit subtle, and he had been trained by Voldemort himself to be alert at all times. However, tonight he had more pressing matters on hand. He did not have the chance to sneak off to the library yesterday after the duel, but today hopefully no one would notice his absence. There was to be a duel between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff soon, anyway. As soon as he stepped into the library, Madame Pance's head snapped up to meet his eyes, her face suggesting suspicion. Kit took the opportunity to approach the counter, his manner trying to be nonchalant. Good evening, madam, he began, breaking the silence that stretched between with a small polite smile. I was wondering if there are any copies of recent Daily Prophets in the school. Beginning from mid-last year. The librarian's frown increased with full intensity as she scrutinized him. May I ask, why do you need them? She said a bit snappily. And don't you tell me it's a project, it's all they say. No, of course not, Kit replied. Smoothly. It's just I'm a transfer student from overseas, and this is my first year here. A lot of things seem to have happened over the past year, and they say there's a fearsome Dark Lord roaming around. The students talk about it a lot, but I have no idea what is going on all the time. So I decided to find out for myself. It was partly true, like the best of lies, but Kit was not happy with it. It sounded as though he were a bit needy, trying to fit into society. Madame Pants, however, merely shrugged and turned her back on the counter. As a matter of fact, we do have a very systematic copy of the Daily Prophet. Wait here, she said, and promptly disappeared into a door behind her. Surprisingly, it took her a total of less than 5 seconds to produce the copies of the Daily Prophet. She leviated the 2 precarious stacks of Daily Prophets before her and landed them none too gently onto the counter between them. As this is the Daily Prophet, she began, gesturing to the huge piles. Those are all the Daily Prophets from the September 1st to December 1st last year. Kit stilled a bit at the last sentence, but he accepted it with a smile and a word of thanks. Then he promptly leviated the pile to a darker corner of the library, away from Madame Pance's eyes, and began the spell. It was not complicated, but the specific charm that summoned all the articles with the keywords, Harry Potter, was not specific enough, for Kit soon found himself completely surrounded and nearly buried by flying Daily Prophets. Instantly he was thankful he had cast a silencing and notice me not charm around that particular corner. He didn't want Madame Pants to be aware of what he was doing, though perhaps she already had. He directed the wand movement again, and the pages immediately began to flutter around, responding to his wishes. It turned out that the keyword, Bellatrix Lestrange, produced considerably less results, and this time, Harry found the article without much effort at all. He felt his breath leave him as his eyes fell upon the picture splashed across the front page, the words in bold red print emblazoned across the article, Dark Prince leaves with Death Eaters. He could see himself clearly, emerald eyes taunting, his mouth a triumphant smirk, hand in Bellatrix's, who was laughing, as the battle rampaged around behind them both in the background. It wasn't possible. It just wasn't, because his father himself had promised him that Bellatrix had died by the hands of the Order early last year. It must have been the truth. His father, surely, wouldn't have lied. And it was just as that single thought, When his scar flared with such intensity he dropped the prophet, his fingers flying to the lightning bolt mark on his forehead. His fingers came away stained with red. Damien had felt ill at ease throughout the entire day ever since his meeting with Kit in the room of requirement yesterday night. It didn't help that he did not have the comforting weight of the lehugistine around his neck, as he had forgotten to put it back on what with his accidentally getting drunk during the impromptu party the Gryffindors had thrown. "You're not eating much," commented Ron lightly, eyeing the youngest Potter before him, who was playing with the stew on his plate, not actually eating anything. Damien shook his head. "I don't feel like it," he replied. Ron paused a while, before saying, "It's about Kit, isn't it?" Damien didn't even bother to deny it. "You know it is," he said, his voice dropping low just in case the Gryffindor transfer student was about. Ron sighed. "I know he's a bit weird sometimes, and the shield was a lot like Harry's, but Dumbledore himself admitted that anyone else with the same skill could have done it. Kit's not exactly friendly at times, I give you that, but I still don't see why you have a problem with him." The younger wizard merely shook his head, looking for some reason a tad conflicted. "He's just different. We've known him for almost 2 weeks, we live in the same dormitory and eat together, yet it feels as though we don't know him at all. His personality changes, all the time. He doesn't talk much. Sometimes he's easy to annoy, sometimes he's just cool and unaffected, I don't know. He makes me extremely on edge, I guess." He refrained from mentioning the room of requirement part, which was actually the main reason where all these ill feelings stemmed from. Just then, there was a cry from the Slytherin table, drawing his attention away from his present worries. It was Rosier Jr., and his face was contorted in pain. His sleeve also seemed to be stained dark red, with no seemingly obvious injury at all, and with a chill down his spine, Damien noticed that it was Rosier's left sleeve stained with what he suspected was blood. Even before the younger Slytherin quickly rose to leave the hall, Damien left his seat quickly, his heart pounding for no apparent reason. Perhaps it was paranoia, one of the after effects of being mind-wiped, or perhaps it was just an instinct. He ran back to the Gryffindor Tower without a glance back or an explanation, just to find the lehugistine. Upon arriving at the Gryffindor's boy dormitory, Damien immediately leapt up the staircase and rushed to his bed, his hands scrabbling for the bottom of his trunk before he actually got his breath back. His fingers found the cool black stone almost immediately, and Damien actually felt suddenly relieved, the tension drained from his body. As he realized this, though, it did nothing to calm his nerves. Why was he being this paranoid and edgy? What was wrong with him? Was he becoming this way because he was too dependent on the lehugistine? Or was it because whatever happened to him at the room of requirement? He had a strong feeling that he had been mind-wiped, but of course he had no way to prove it. But what in the world could have happened? Why would Kit mind-wipe him? Surely there had to be a plausible reason. Perhaps he had stumbled upon one of Kit's dark secrets in the room. Was that why the transfer student decided to obliviate his memory of that meeting? At the thought of this, a chill stole over him once more, and feeling extremely uneasy, Damien quickly looped the lehugistine once more around his neck. A memory charm, such as the Obliviate, is actually a charm to blur out a specific memory in the mind from being sensed, thus the illusion that one does not remember said memory. So technically, the memory is not removed but blanked out by a charm. And unbeknownst to Damien, not only could the lehugistine protect the wearer from charms, hexes and spells, it could undo any detected charm cast upon the wearer. And that was why, promptly after Damien put on the pendant, his head began to pound in earnest, as the confused memories of yesterday night came flooding back to him with ferocious intensity. With a muffled groan of agony, Damien sank onto the floor beside his four-poster bed, hands clenched into fists, into darkness. Professor Dumbledore's office, previous night after the duel. Professor Dumbledore sat across the younger Slytherin, his midnight blue eyes dark, its twinkle lost beneath the shadows. For a moment, they merely appraised each other, Draco trying his best to avoid any eye contact and act as though he weren't trying to do so, while simultaneously praying that his occlumency barriers still held strong. Although he did not have much confidence on that matter. "Do you have a veiled explanation about your actions tonight?" Dumbledore said at last, with a sigh, as he leaned back in his chair, eyes never leaving the student before him. Draco thought for a moment before replying carefully, "I do, but it is not one you would deem valid." "Pray tell," Draco, Dumbledore said easily, though his manner was far from carefree. The younger wizard shrugged, appearing nonchalant. I would have thought it was obvious, he replied. Mason was going to win. I couldn't let him. I was desperate, so I cast the most vicious curse I could think of at that moment, without much thought on the consequences. I apologize for my actions, and would accept any form of punishment. The truth, Draco, said Dumbledore, his voice suddenly holding more power than he did before, his face growing serious. Please, was it really that obvious? Draco inwardly cringed. He had rehearsed this line over and over in his head even as he was transported away from the ring where he dueled with Kit. Surely he had sounded convincing, just not enough. He remained silent, his eyes dropping to the table between them, not caring to answer. Dumbledore saw through his act, his facade. There was no more point in continuing to lie, and there was no way he was going to tell the professor the truth. It was too private, and it did not involve Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster seemingly realized this, as he continued to speak in a weary tone. What you have done tonight, Draco, though it was not as dark as the unforgivable curse, you do realize that the torturing spell you aimed at Kit is almost enough for the Ministry to press charges for your wand to be snapped, even here at Hogwarts. But I thought Hogwarts was all about learning, he countered, still refusing to meet Dumbledore's eyes. Why is it we are only allowed to learn weaker, light spells? What is wrong about learning a few dark spells? That was a question Harry had voiced one too many times in front of Draco, and to be honest, Draco had always wanted to bring the question to the headmaster's face himself. The school syllabus was completely abysmal, and the thought that they actually had hoped to defeat Voldemort's army with a few flimsy hexes was undeniably cringeworthy. Dumbledore seemed to stiffen a bit at this question, though outwardly his countenance did not waver. That seems a familiar question to me, Draco, he told the younger boy. A former student of mine asked me the same once. He studied Draco for a reaction and quickly found one, a slight tightening of his fingers around his dragon heartstring wand, though barely noticeable. I'm not surprised, the Slytherin replied. That student of yours might have been the one who brought it to me at Hogwarts. Oh no, I don't think so, Dumbledore said lightly, seeing as Harry claims him as his father. I would think the age difference would be too great for you both to meet as students. Nevertheless, let's come back to you. What really triggered such a response from you? This time, Draco forgot not to look Dumbledore straight in the eyes. I'm not sure myself, he replied evenly. So I highly doubt you will find an answer. There was a pause of silence, before Draco straightened with an air of dismissal. Is there anything else you wish to say to me, Professor? I assure you I will not repeat such a stunt at Hogwarts again, so can you just hand me out my detention just so I can leave? In truth, Draco was getting unnerved being in such close proximities with Dumbledore for such a long period of time. His father Lucius had long since warned him against Dumbledore in his mind arts when Draco was young. And he was keeping quite a lot from Dumbledore, who was talented in the art of prying into other people's business in his opinion. It was tiring. To keep up a constant shield around his mind while playing Dumbledore's game, he was afraid that despite his best methods, he had let something slip. Of course, Draco, Dumbledore replied with a slight smile, the unnerving twinkle in his eyes appearing once more. You will be serving detention with Professor Snape from tomorrow onwards, he will inform you of the details during your classes later. Despite everything, Dumbledore did not seem very concerned with Draco's punishment. But as for an answer, Draco, I think I have already found one. Draco ignored the statement, striding over towards the door, before his hand froze on the doorknob. Or perhaps, he had let something slip by. He hated Dumbledore, with every fiber of his being. He turned around once more, with a mask of nonchalance, but his eyes betrayed steel. By the way, Professor, he said lightly, just so to remind you, Harry Potter, or the Chosen One or whatever you'd like to call him, is dead. He's not going to save the wizarding world anymore, contrary to what you believe, so it would be prudent to accept reality by now. I noticed that you still use present tense when talking about him, hence the delusion that he is still around to save the world again. Good night, Professor. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw Dumbledore's azure eyes widen in something akin to surprise, then Draco closed the door between them. He allowed himself a small smirk as he walked down the corridor, back to the Slytherin common room. Caught you. Draco had been staying abroad with his mother following the week in which Harry died by Voldemort's hands, and when he had shown himself as a traitor to the Dark Lord as he chose his best friend over his sworn allegiance as a Death Eater. He had not been given the Dark Mark yet, but if nothing had gone so absolutely awry last year, he would have been one of the Inner Circle members now. However, when news spread that Hogwarts was actually reopening this year, somehow his parents had been in contact with each other again, and Draco was sent back to Malfoy Manor alone, a week before September 1st. His father had been extremely on edge throughout the week, and he thought he could understand why Lucius was practically considered as betraying the Dark Lord for not handing Draco over as a traitor. But one way or another, somehow, Draco's life was spared and no Death Eaters came around to murder him. For a while Draco did not dwell much upon it, but as he trained by himself in the grounds of Malfoy Manor, trying to remember the last scraps of dueling techniques his best friend had once taught him, he couldn't help but puzzle over the pieces why his father was always absent. He noticed that Lucius never returned for almost 4 days straight, leaving him to be attended to by the house elves. And he couldn't help but think, Lucius never stayed out the night except for previous occasions, when he had been in a Death Eater raid, or when Harry was at Riddle Manor. The two always had much to discuss, Lucius being one of the few Harry liked to reveal his plans to first before he brought it to his father. Seeing as there was no Death Eater raid he heard going around, except for the one in Grevilletown in which Lucius actually had been around, Draco felt pretty suspicious of what the Dark Lord was planning, and why was his death not ordered yet. Not that he was eager to die so soon. He guessed the Dark Lord and Lucius was busy training a substitute for Harry, but it didn't make sense, as Harry was virtually irreplaceable. None could combat his skill nor power, except the Dark Lord himself. Or perhaps Dumbledore too. And so his second guess led to they were actually training a student spy to plant in Hogwarts instead. Lucius had mentioned previously that the Dark Lord had been toying with such an idea before, as Dumbledore would be less suspicious of a student, would be obliged to protect said student even if the spy turned his back on the light side. Despite himself, when he returned to Hogwarts alone, Crabbe and Goyle were understandably no longer his cronies but enemies. Draco found himself searching keenly for the spy Voldemort planted among all the Death Eater's sons, and he quickly narrowed his guess to Rosier Jr., for so far, he knew that the boy was only capable junior Death Eater among the rest. At first, he had thought that was the end of it, but then potions class came, when he was paired with a transfer student, Kid Mason, typically from Gryffindor the way Draco's luck was going. For the entire lesson he had been alarmed and mentally tortured by the Gryffindor, but after he had calmed down enough to reflect on the memory, he couldn't help but reflect on the ease in which Kit mentioned his father's name. Lucius taught you well, he had said. As though Kit had known his father well. And wasn't Kit supposed to be a transfer student from abroad? How could he possibly have known who his father was? He continued to ignore the fact, though it gnawed him again when Kit's outstanding performance in defense class drew much attention and applause to the previously somewhat pseudo-incompetent brat. When he agreed to being Rosier's dueling partner, he'd never imagined himself dueling Kit of all people, but when the opportunity presented himself, he couldn't resist. Perhaps, he admitted, his time spent growing up with Harry had made him more inquisitive about puzzles and troubles than he ought to be. So he decided to test the boy, just to see if he was Voldemort's spy in deep undercover. How in the world did the Dark Lord's spy manage to get into Gryffindor was beyond him. He purposely dropped his wand, acting as though it were an accident, just to gauge Kit's reaction. Death Eaters normally jump to embrace glory, whether they rightfully earned it or not. But Kit was different. He merely paused, then signaled for Draco to pick up his wand once more. He decided to try and test the Gryffindor's limits one last time. It was reckless and impulsive, even more so for a Slytherin, but he was tired of abiding by limits and expectations. He fired a dark curse at the boy when the boy was unaware, and waited, almost hungry, for the transfer student's reaction. What he was expecting, it definitely wasn't that. He was shocked to say the least, to see the brilliant blue shield expand once more, and witness his spell fizzling out pathetically as it came into contact with such raw power. He only managed to morph his expression into one of knowing and taunting, as though he knew all about Kit to make the supposed transfer student uneasy, before he was transported out of the ring by Dumbledore. Back to present, Kit was leaning over him, his eyes dark and unmistakably dangerous. He felt his breath catch, unexplainable fear stealing over him as he realized he could not move, that his will was no longer his own. His brain felt numb, yet something deep inside him was fighting and panicking. It was a weird yet horrifying sensation. He did not quite know what to make of it. I have questions for you, Kit spoke suddenly, his eyes gazing right into his, sending chills up his spine. A year ago, how was Harry Potter captured by the Order? He realized by now, too late, he was completely powerless against the elder boy. A part of him was still alert and fighting the spell, but his energy was already beginning to fade. Much against his will, the words were tumbling out, he couldn't stop himself. He told Kit everything, beginning from when his dad caught the Dark Prince, to when Harry was brought to Hogwarts. He practically told Kit how Harry was initially indifferent to all of them, and how he still saved their lives from the Daywalkers during the attack. When was the Imperious Curse placed on Harry Potter? Kit asked once more, his tone demanding, power suffocating. He struggled weakly, actually managed to thrash about before spitting the words, he was never placed under the Imperious Curse. He saw Kit, expression harden, emotions chasing across the elder Gryffindor's face, before once more sliding neatly behind a mask of indifference. He continued talking, he told Kit that he freed Harry, and watched him take Bellatrix's hand and apparate away, while the Order was powerless to do anything about it. The spell ended abruptly as the last sentence left his mouth. Kit's eyes snapped to him, burning with alarming ferocity. And he was struggling once more, thrashing wildly, uncaring. All he knew was that he had to break out of the spell that stripped him of his will, his power. The spell lifted completely, releasing him from its clutches. For a moment he lay there panting, heart beating wildly, before his eyes met Kit's. They were in absolute dark, black. Damien started backwards, at the same time Kit blinked, and his eyes were replaced by a stunning shade of green. Emerald green, he could have recognized them anywhere. He jerked back in shock, his mind completely numb as though he were still under the spell, unable to process what was happening. Somewhere in the background, Hermione was hammering wildly on the door. In the next second, there was a rush of blinding light, a spell engulfing him. He managed a strangled cry, fear, pain and above all, disbelief mingling in his voice, even as the light blinded him and he fell into unconsciousness. He was struggling against the spell, yet there was no spell, it had already been lifted. No, he murmured, Daryllus, his hand still fisted around the pendant around his neck, yet he was in the room of requirement. The Justine could not protect him. Damien, Damie, wake up. There was an urgent voice calling him, yet he couldn't respond. He felt like he was not in control, there was something missing. Slap. Ah. Damien shot upright, breathing heavily, scooting backwards at the same time, his eyes wide with panic. He was met by the scene of his two best friends standing over him, looking extremely concerned. Ron looked at his own hand guiltily. Did I slap that hard? The bushy-haired girl ignored Ron completely, opting instead to kneel down before the youngest Potter, who was still shaking after relieving that memory. What happened, Damie? Are you all right? Hermione began, her brow knitting in concern. We came here to get you to leave, but when we found you, you were lying there twitching on the floor. We thought you'd been poisoned. No, no, Damien shook his head. Hermione, I. Then part of what Hermione said registered in his befuddled brain. What do you mean get me to leave? He questioned. This time, it was Ron who answered. The Death Eaters have come to attack, he said grimly. They are closing in on us as we speak. The barriers ought to hold up, but Dumbledore wants all the students gathered in the Great Hall. Damien struggled to get up. His mind was reeling with so many things happening almost at once. He was once again struck in a dilemma. The blue shield, expanding in the middle of the Great Hall. Those words, when was the Imperious Curse placed on Harry Potter? Black, then the brilliant shade of emerald green. No, no, Damien repeated, shaking his head, his fists clenched. He never realized his was burying his head in his hands, rocking backwards and forwards, as though trying to rid himself of reality that had suddenly crashed down upon him. This could not be happening again. Harry was dead. It might be just like what I predicted. He heard Hermione's worried voice in the background. Damien is a secret keeper, so his magic is tied with the wards. If the wards are weakened, his magic might be too, but that is only supposed to happen if an individual carries a great amount of magic and raw power. But the Death Eaters haven't started attacking us yet, have they? I don't know, Ron. The wards include half of the Forbidden Forest as well. For all we know, they could already have But I'm fine. Does that mean I have less magic or something? That's not the issue, we need to hurry. The Marauder's map, Damien exclaimed suddenly, before whirling on Ron, his eyes suddenly wide, infecting the red-headed Weasley before him with his panic. Does Kid know the password? Did you ever let slip it to him? Ron started, no, I never, before he paused, remembering. I may have, when we were checking the parchments in Filch's office to see whether if they were hay. What are you? Damie, where are you going? Come back. Hermione cried, actually running after him, but Damien paid his friends no heed. Go back to the Great Hall, I'll meet you there. With that last echoing call, the youngest Potter vanished round the corner. When Ron and Hermione reached the Great Hall, 2 students from Gryffindor were reported missing, namely Damien Potter and Kit Mason. Harry was swearing mentally over and over again even as red clouded his vision. Blood was seeping free and fast through his fingers, and there was nothing he could do, no spell he attempted that could stanch the flow. What was going on? His scar never hurt with such ferocity before, even when he was within close proximities of his father. What was making it work up like this? It was only when Dumbledore's voice over the sonorous charm sounded all around Hogwarts did he know what was happening. Attention all school staff and students, please report to the Great Hall immediately. Hogwarts was under attack. He had just spoken to his father only this morning, so there was no reason for Voldemort to suddenly come storming to Hogwarts, except if his father could sense his thoughts. Perhaps Voldemort had cast a charm on him, a modified version of the specific summoning charm, and if his thoughts ever strayed too far to finding out the truth, if his thought processes connected a few keywords, his scar would inflict pain on him, and Voldemort would know. As if to confirm his thoughts, pain immediately burst from Harry's scar with renewed vigor, causing him to gasp in pain. When Madame Pants came rushing out of the door behind the counter, eyes wide, he quickly cast a befuddlement jinx on her and a disillusionment charm on himself in rapid succession. It was only when the confused woman looked around one last time and left her precious library, locking the door behind her, did Harry allow the charm to fade. Quickly, Harry forced himself into action, ignoring the pain for the moment, as his fingers trailed across the now heavily bloodstained prophet. He might never get a chance like this ever again, not after he returned to his father. Immediately, almost as if on cue, pain stabbed him like thousands of vicious knives, such ferocious agony that Harry cried out, buckled over by the intense burning of his scar. Blood was pouring out incessantly, his face was half covered with blood. Already he could feel his grip on the world of consciousness slowly fading. Why was Voldemort so protective, so afraid that Harry would dig in deeper into the story, to discover the truth? There was but one answer, but Harry did not want to entertain it, nor could he, as pain consumed him every time his thoughts drifted. Because he lied. Harry felt his elbow hit the floor, his entire vision was dark and hazy. He could barely think nor see, all that existed was pain. In his semi-conscious form, he never heard the library door click open softly, nor did he see a figure enter quickly, heard the sharp intake of breath. But as the pain slowly subsided, Harry managed to push himself upright. His scar was still bleeding, raw and painful, but he managed to push it into the corner of his mind. He had to get out to his father. Reading the Daily Prophet was no longer an option. The pain would just attack him until he was rendered helpless once more, and this time he might not regain consciousness. It was only after he had cast a cleaning charm on himself to wipe all traces of blood, be it on himself or on the floor, did he allow himself to leave. It was then when he sensed a presence close to him, hiding. Harry pretended not to notice, before suddenly turning round the corner, sharp. He caught the intruder at once. It was none other than Damien Potter. He had a knuckle stuffed in his mouth. What was wrong with the boy? What are you doing here? Kit snapped, as Damien merely gaped at him idiotically, as though in shock at being discovered. Trying not to betray his fear. How long had Potter been watching him? Harry struggled for his last vestiges of acting skills to portray Kit once more. You look ridiculous, by the way. Is that were you actually crying? They were tears of laughter, Damien snapped back, though his voice seemed oddly detached. Broken. You looked ridiculous sleeping on the floor. I'd be glad to trade insults with you all day, Potter, Harry said sarcastically as he made to walk past the younger wizard, but really, I need to get going. See you in the Great Hall. He was about to turn round the corner when suddenly Damien's arms shot out, as though heroically, his determined face inches from his own, barring Harry's way forwards. "I'm afraid I can't let you pass," he said. Harry didn't know what to make of the boy. Already he was growing worried. Was his father attacking Hogwarts yet? He needed to get out, fast, but Damien annoying Potter somehow always managed to get in the way. He pretended to frown, as though seriously thinking it over, before turning round and walking through another corner around the bookshelf. "Then I just might have to find another way," he said, his strides quick. He reached the door in triumph, just before Damien's hand shot out, catching his wrist. "In the name of Merlin, just what do you think you're trying to do?" Harry snapped in exasperation, his unease, fatigue and frustration boiling over. Damien did not flinch. "Just who are you really, Kit Mason?" he asked softly. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, before Harry pulled his hand out of Damien's grip harshly. At the same time Damien pulled him round again, equally forcefully, and practically shoved something in his face. "Remember this," Damien said lightly, holding up the Lehugistine for Harry to see. Harry gazed at it blankly. "Really nice necklace, Potter," he said emotionlessly, but his heart was beating fast. It was the Lehugistine stone, the one that was supposed to be at Riddle Manor, since he saw it there 7 years ago, and it had his magic written all over it. His scar was beginning to flare up again. Quickly, Harry turned away, but Damien started speaking again. "My brother gave it to me," he said, the younger wizard's words tumbling out in a rushed jumble, as though fearful Harry would never hear them once he left. "You must have heard of him, he's Harry Potter. And do you know, you are actually very similar to him. You have his same blue shield, green eyes. Are you color blind as well as deluded now, Potter?" Harry snapped, but he never moved away from where he stood, Damien's hand still curled on his shoulder, forcing him to study the Lehugistine almost cross-eyed. The more Damien spoke, he realized, the more his scar flared, which meant, in some twisted way, he was learning the truth that had plagued him for so long. "No," said Damien simply, "I just remembered." Beneath his grip, Damien felt Harry go still. And the next moment, a powerful blast was sending him flying backwards, until he crashed violently into the bookshelf behind him. The Lehugistine protected him a little from his physical impact with the bookshelf, but it did not protect him from Kit's blow, just like when Harry managed to knock him unconscious while he was wearing the stone before his brother surrendered himself to Voldemort last year. Damien felt as though his brain was practically flatlining. It confirmed it all, didn't it? Only Harry could blast him or harm him in any way while he wore the Lehugistine, as Harry tied his own blood into the protective charms. Only Harry. And only he knew the truth. Staggering out painfully from beneath the bookshelf, Damien half ran, half limped after his brother, his wand left discarded among the rubble of books and broken pieces of wood. Harry raced along the empty corridors, even as his scar continued to burn, although with significantly less ferocity than it had when he had been in the library. He didn't know why he had pushed away Damien roughly, when he was the one who wanted to learn the truth. A part was desperation, and most of all was fear, almost animalistic, while that his father, the only one whom he had trusted blindly, had based everything on lies. He knew Voldemort lied, all the time even, but there had always been an unspoken line to it. Harry trusted his father in serious matters. He'd thought Voldemort had kept the story simple, leaving out all the details, yet nothing about what the Dark Lord said fit at all. And Bellatrix Merlin, Damien had told him that Voldemort himself had killed Bella, when she failed to bring Harry back to him. He didn't know the truth. Everyone had seemingly different versions of all of it, and he did not know which version to believe anymore. He tore his way towards the hospital wing. He knew from the maps that it was the only room on the first floor with a window facing outside the Quidditch pitch, and a distance away the Forbidden Forest, where his father ought to be, if Voldemort stuck to the plans. Madame Pomfrey was not around, nor were any patients. Presumably all of them were in the Great Hall. Not caring what damage he did, he blasted away the glass from the windows, cast a cushioning charm and jumped straight out. To Damien, who was trying his best to keep up behind, Kit had just jumped out of the window and continued running as though it were nothing. Damien thought of using the cushioning charm, but he couldn't find his wand. So he promptly jumped out of the window as well, fully aware of how stupid and Gryffindor-ish his actions were, and praying his wandless transfiguration would miraculously work. It did work, though not as successfully as he would have liked, as he crashed into a thin sheet of feathers in pillowcases on the ground floor. Harry turned back as he heard an agonized cry behind him, indicating that somehow that idiotic Gryffindor was still following him. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, he turned round and stopped short at the sight. Damien was staggering after him, his leg an awkward angle, and his shirt stained red. The way he held himself, Harry guessed that he had a fractured kneecap and possibly a broken rib if not worse. "Just what did you do?" Harry exclaimed, if anything, in extreme annoyance. "Don't tell me you jumped out of the window as well." Damien grinned in a very pleased way, as though he were proud of himself. "I did, but the pillows cushioned my fall." "Your breath is getting short, stop talking," Harry said with a cold tone. When Damien showed no sign of obliging, Harry hissed in frustration, "You have at least a fractured rib, Potter, so do yourself a favor and go back." Damien frowned slightly, though it was clear it cost him an effort. His face was taut with pain, and he was getting increasingly pale. It's not my fault, you know," he wheezed, "you blasted me." "You have the stone," Harry began, though with a sense of dread as a part of him knew where this was going. "Which you gave to me," Damien finished, actually smiling benignly. "Believe me now, huh?" Then Damien started to cough, and much to Harry's horror, the youngest Potter started to cough out blood. Damien seemed to glance down at himself, as though suddenly aware of the extent of his injuries, and his eyes widened slightly. As Harry took a step forwards, Damien sank with a groan onto the ground, at the same time a familiar voice hissed from beyond the trees. "Hello again, Harry." Harry glanced back sharply, his eyes darting between the shadows of the trees where the forbidden forest lay, but there was no sign of anyone around, only the cold autumn wind blowing sharply. But he had no doubt regarding the voice he had heard. There was only one other person who could speak in Parseltongue besides him. Deciding to ignore the voice for the moment, Harry made to move forwards towards Damien Potter, who was gasping weakly on the ground, front covered in blood, yet the voice hissed again, somehow nearer and more forceful, "Harry." His scar was flaming up with pain again. He stopped a meter away from the youngest Potter, who was struggling to breathe, splattering blood on the ground before them. "Why did you come?" Harry hissed back, though he did not turn around. "Where are you now?" "We are returning now," the voice replied, still speaking in snake language. Harry's eyes once again snapped to the forbidden forest, but Voldemort was not there, neither were any of his Death Eaters. "If it disturbs your conscience this much, heal the boy then leave," he heard his father's voice in his head again. For a moment Harry stepped forwards as though to do just that, before his eyes suddenly hardened with steel. He took a decisive step forwards, he felt a slight flicker of pain in his scar, a small twinge. His heart pounded furiously as he approached the younger boy. The youngest Potter's eyes were still open, though Harry suspected, unseeingly. "May we never meet again," Harry said softly, before he raised his wand. A jet of red light thundered out of his wand, hitting Damien straight on his uninjured arm. The youngest Potter gasped, as though disbelieving, then fell back, his eyes still wide, wearing an expression that, for the life of him, Harry could never forget. Harry's scar flared up once more in bitter agony, before it numbed into a dull throb. "It's what the Potters deserve," Harry hissed in response to Voldemort's unasked question, then he stalked round the youngest Potter's body and strode towards the magical barrier. He stretched out his arm before him, his fingers touching the barrier, before focusing on drawing his magic, the raw power he had unintentionally gained ever since he was but a child. It came to him easily, his eyes turning into a dark, harsh black as he allowed the magic to flow from his outstretched hands, cold wind still buffeting him, yet it was not caused by the weather. For a moment, nothing happened, then a great blast of energy left his fingers and connected with the blood shield. The shield turned a fiery red, flaring up before him as though it were a wall of fire, but Harry pushed onwards, his eyes still a dark, merciless black. Slowly it began to crack, and Harry pushed home his advantage. He drove all the power he had into the seam in the magical barrier, then barreled forwards. There was a blinding flash of light which illuminated the evening sky, then Harry was gone. Beyond the wards, Harry stumbled outside the shield, all magic drained from his body. His knees sank to the ground much against his will, he felt nauseous. It felt almost worse than when his scar had been hurting him in the library. He felt a familiar presence come to a halt before him, he knew it was his father. "Harry?" Voldemort questioned, long fingers lifting his chin. His eyes met ruby red ones, and he felt his scar give another painful throb. The world was collapsing rapidly around him with a haze of color. With the last breath he could muster, he asked, "Why did you come?" Voldemort ignored his question completely. "The barrier is stripping you of all magic," he murmured, studying his son's face intently. "I asked if you were certain, Harry, yet it happened anyway." "My records proved it wouldn't happen," said Harry through clenched teeth, though staying awake felt like a difficult feat even for him. "Father, why did you come?" He didn't think that Voldemort gave him an answer, but even if he had, Harry was not awake to hear it. He slumped forwards onto the forest floor, his world blackening out completely. The last thing he saw was the Hogwarts doors bursting open, and Dumbledore rushing out of the castle, accompanied by Snape and Professor Winter. Dumbledore had been trying to locate the two missing students from Gryffindor using his magic, until he suddenly felt a lasting spasm of pain in his heart. Glancing across the room, he noticed that Minerva's face was too pale and taut, as though hiding pain. "The barriers," he told her, "someone is weakening the barriers." He closed his eyes, using his magic to strengthen the blood wards surrounding Hogwarts once more, but the force attacking it was vicious and unrelenting. Raw power, purely dark magic, was pushing forwards with full strength, and the more Dumbledore casted his spells on the barrier, the weaker he became. He had tied much of the barrier's magic to his own, after all, instead of Damien and Ron's, as they were only students. It was his responsibility to protect them. Then there was the sound of a loud crashing noise coming from upstairs. Professor Winter immediately offered to check, and he returned within a few seconds, to tell Dumbledore that Potter and Mason were heading towards the edge of the barriers. He'd immediately hastened towards the great doors, rushing out into the open, closely followed by Professor Winter and Severus by his side, but Dumbledore could see it was already too late. The barriers had resealed themselves once more, though it was considerably weaker than before, it still held its purpose. And Damien, the youngest Potter, was lying on the ground, bruised and bloody, unmoving. Dumbledore cast one last look at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, half expecting to see Mason's unconscious form lying on the other side of the blood wards, but there was no sign of him anywhere. Nor were there any signs of the Death Eaters. He quickly approached the injured boy. He recognized the petrifying jinx that was cast on Potter and immediately lifted it with a flick of his wand. Almost immediately, Damien's eyelids fluttered, and he was struggling to sit up, his breath coming in alarming short rasps. "Damien, what happened to you? Who did this?" the headmaster questioned urgently, trying to grasp the last piece of the puzzle. "To solve the mystery. Don't let him go," Damien half shouted, though most of his words were only mouthed, his voice failed to obey him. "He must not go." "Who are you talking about, Damien?" Dumbledore asked, fighting the cold chill that threatened to steal over him. "What happened?" Damien's gaze sought the edge of the barriers determinedly, as he struggled to sit up, the desperation on his face painful to watch. Then all the eagerness and hope drained out of his face, leaving him bloody and broken, a sense of bitter frustration welling up in him, so much that it hurt him badly. "He's gone," he said numbly, almost like a sob. "He's left again." It sounded somewhat like a petulant pout, if not for the pain gnawing at his heart, which Dumbledore did not seem to understand, for he gazed emotionlessly at Damien, his blue eyes searching. "It's too late now," Dumbledore said at last, voice grave. "Come now, Damien, we must get you to the hospital wing first." "It's not fair," Damien murmured faintly, but the rest of his words were incoherent. Dumbledore watched, deep in thought, as Damien was sent to the hospital ward, his best friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger accompanying him, looking worried. And he hadn't even told the boy, his father was still held captive by Voldemort. Dumbledore turned to Severus, who was watching him intently, wondering about his next move. "Scout the area," Dumbledore told him and Professor Winter. "If Kit Mason has indeed broken out of the barriers as I suspect, he ought to be lying on the other side of the blood wards, unless someone else has taken him away." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Why are you so certain?" he asked, before leaving with Professor Winter, who was already ahead of them both. Dumbledore's tone was grave. "If Mason has indeed broken through the barriers, he has done it at a very heavy cost. I fear, Severus, that he might not have made it." "How is he?" Hermione asked softly as Madame Pomfrey cast a last healing spell over the patient's body, while Ron finished with the bandage on Damien's left elbow, which also happened to be fractured. His injuries are all physical, so he ought to be fine by tomorrow. He has not lost any bones, so Skele-Gro won't be necessary, thank goodness, Madame Pomfrey said reassuringly, though there was a slight frown on her face as she continued to add a seemingly tiny and harmless detail, which would bring endless annoyance and frustration to Damien in the next few days. His skull was hit pretty hard, though he had a mild concussion, which I have already fixed, but the brain's a delicate thing. Possibly over the few days he might develop a few delusions, post-traumatic disorder or simple paranoia, maybe nothing at all, but it's still a possibility. Hermione nodded, looking slightly relieved, but not at all reassured by the latter. Those only last a week at the most, Hermione, don't worry. Ron seemed to read her thoughts and spoke up. Though judging by the look on his face, Ron did not seem very certain either. The Gryffindor bushy-haired girl merely sighed. I hope he gets better soon. Professor Dumbledore has got a lot of questions for him. I wonder what happened. Ron stood up, yawning. By the state of his injuries, he'll probably sleep through the night like a log. He'll be stiff and sore but awake tomorrow morning, though. We'll come down here then. Madame Pomfrey nodded in approval. Off you go then, she told them, bustling the visitors out of the hospital wing. Goodness knows it's almost an hour past curfew, and you don't want to get caught roaming in corridors past bedtime. Do you know if the students are still in the Great Hall, Madame Pomfrey? Hermione asked before they left. She nodded distractedly in response. Yes, you're spending the night there, she replied. Ron and Hermione thanked her and left, walking down the corridor together, deep in thought. Presently, Hermione asked, what did Damien mean about the Marauders map, Ron? Wasn't it confiscated by Filch? The redhead looked just about as confused as she was, not to mention extremely sleepy and tired. I seriously don't know, he said, before suddenly stopping short. Kit, where's Kit? Damien went off to find him, Hermione murmured, forgotten anxiety suddenly growing. We found Damie only, and Madame Pomfrey suspects the Damie fractured his kneecap when jumping out of the hospital wing window. We heard the noise, remember? But why would Damie do such a thing? Ron asked, frustrated. No one ever tells us a single thing. Just one whisper from Professor Winter and all the staff are rushing out of the hall, then we find Damie injured and alone in the field. It doesn't make sense. Just then, their conversation was suspended for the moment as they had both reached the Great Hall. The entire hall was submerged in darkness, with nothing but the faint moonlight filtering in through the floor-to-ceiling windows and the magnificent stars overhead as a source to brighten the room. Cautiously, so as not to step on another fellow student, Hermione and Ron made their way over to the two empty sleeping bags in Gryffindor and snuggled in. They had just managed to squeeze their eyes shut, pretending to be asleep when they heard the click of heels on marble, unmistakable for anyone else's except for Professor McGonagall. The noises of footsteps paused somewhere to their immediate left, among the mass of sleeping students, and Hermione heard their Transfiguration professor converse with someone else in a quiet voice. The Death Eaters have already retreated. There is no longer any sign of them. Through the crack of her eyelids, Hermione saw Dumbledore's figure nod slightly. Good, good. The castle shall return to our normal activities tomorrow morning. But, Professor McGonagall seemed to protest, but Dumbledore's voice was suddenly firm and brooked no room for argument. There is no cause to alarm the students, Minerva, he said, sharply. At this, the pair fell silent, and their echoing footsteps resumed. Hermione counted to 10 slowly before slowly opening her eyes. Ron was already fast asleep by then, his breathing deep and rhythmic, so there was no discussing this development of things with him. If the Death Eaters had indeed retreated, she thought, there should be more cause to worry, for their retreating only meant one thing, that was they had already got what they wanted. And Kit Mason was the only student missing from Hogwarts. After the long, tiring hours of the night in which Hermione found herself unable to sleep, she was extremely relieved to see the faint rays of sunlight beginning to filter in through the windows of the Great Hall. She watched as the sun slowly rose above the horizon, its rays beautiful and golden, until it was too bright, then she turned away. Around her, students were also beginning to stir. The bright light made it almost impossible for them to resume their dreams. She turned around and glanced at Ron's still sleeping figure, and sighed. Well, he would just continue to sleep. Ginny was among the few early risers as well. She approached Hermione with her quilt wrapped tightly around herself to protect her from the morning chill. Good morning, she greeted her friend with a smile. I take it you didn't sleep much. No, admitted Hermione tiredly. Couldn't sleep. How's Damie? Ginny asked, spotting on Hermione's thoughts almost at once. I heard that he was injured yesterday, but it was nothing serious. Nothing serious, Hermione said, incredulously. He broke a rib, fractured another, got a head concussion, an elbow and kneecap fracture. Ginny's eyes widened. What? I don't know much else besides that, and Kit still remains missing, Hermione said worriedly. Dumbledore's going to ask him questions later. Do you reckon he's up yet? We could go and see him together, Ginny suggested, already springing to her feet at that thought. He'll probably only wake after Ron has, Hermione smiled. An hour later found Ron, Hermione and Ginny walking down the familiar corridor to the hospital wing. Each of them had some snack or other smuggled from the breakfast table for Damie. Ron's sleeve was beginning to get suspiciously greasy, what with the heap of bacon wrapped beneath. To their surprise, when they were just about to enter the hospital wing, Professor Dumbledore came walking out, accompanied by Snape, who looked for some reason annoyed. But Dumbledore said nothing, he merely smiled at them and continued on down the corridor, Snape looking his usual sour self. Feeling slightly suspicious, Ron pushed open the doors into the ward, taking care to be quiet. Damien was sitting propped up against the pillows, looking pale but otherwise fine. When he saw his friends, his expression brightened considerably, and with a sudden eagerness, he quickly urged them all to sit down. Cast a silencing charm, he told Ron, his hazel-eyed gaze wide. The three visitors exchanged glances. Damien's demeanor did nothing to calm his friends. Mentally, Ron was already groaning loudly. He supposed that was quite a concussion Damien had had, but he really didn't like the idea of entertaining a delusional Damien for one entire week, much as it might be amusing. Sometimes. However, Ron had previously read up books on how to deal with patients suffering from delusional problems or post-traumatic disorders, and the book advice that was given was for others to just humor the patient until he or she snapped out of it. So, with a long-suffering sigh, Ron did as he was told and sent a meaningful look at both Ginny and Hermione, which they did not miss. The youngest Potter seemed to be facing conflicted emotions. He inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes for a moment, before blurting out all of a sudden, I have not told anyone else about this, not even Dumbledore, because just now Snape was around and well, that's not important. But this is going to be a bit hard to believe. He opened his eyes to meet three pairs of expectant gazes, encouraging him to continue, though Damien instantly felt somewhat discouraged. His friends' expressions had hidden winces in every edge of their faces, and Ron's gaze was far too knowing. Nevertheless, Damien felt the need to push on, he couldn't keep it bottled up anymore. He felt desperate, he needed someone to talk to confide in. So, he took a deep breath and said in a rush, Harry has went back to Voldemort. In Ron's mind, he immediately began an analysis. Damie's brain has supplemented him with a previous image, during the last time Death Eaters stormed in on Hogwarts, due to the trauma Damien had experienced. A totally logical explanation, which was even explained by the manual itself. And upon arriving at that conclusion, Ron relaxed a little and felt instantly pleased with himself, he knew how to handle this. Oh, I see, Ron said in a calm manner, contrary to Hermione and Ginny's somewhat surprised expressions. He also couldn't resist giving them a reassuring look, I've got everything under control. What else happened, Damie? Damien's gaze was instantly upon him. No you don't, he snapped, sounding extremely irritated. Damn it Ron, contrary to what you believe, I am not delusional. The road of denial. Another fact from the manual. Humor the patient, the manual had said. Yes, of course you're not, Ron placated in a calm tone, which only served to frustrate Damien further. Tell me, why do you think Harry is back with Voldemort? Because I saw him leave, Damien said through gritted teeth, trying to bury the annoyance burning in him. I felt it, the Dark Lord's presence. I know it doesn't make sense either but. Yes, we understand, Damie, Ron continued in a professional manner. Do continue. That was all Damien could take. With a sudden flare of his magic, his thin patience snapped. Fine. Don't believe me. Forget all this, I'll just tell you all next week when you're finally convinced that I am not delusional. For now, you're just acting doctor and patient with me anyway, not as a friend, so nothing I say is to be taken into accountability. He was sick of it. With Madame Pomfrey checking and prodding at him once in a while, Snape darkly hinting at a psychological test, Dumbledore's piercing gaze and questions, while he was denied the chance of any answers, and now his friend's distrust in his sanity too. What was wrong with the world? There was nothing wrong with him. Ron seemed taken aback at this sudden outburst. That was not in the manual, he thought. Hermione took the chance to cut in. It's not just that, Damie, to be fair, you took quite a knocking to your head, and well, you don't seem quite yourself. Madame Pomfrey also admitted that there's a high chance of you being a little delusional for the next week or so, but it ought to fade quickly, she added. Damien sighed, looking suddenly very disappointed, that it squeezed her heart. Never mind what I said then, sorry, he said, though his mouth was still a definite downward curve. Ron scratched his head a little guiltily at Ginny's look, and started, sorry Damie, it was just there was a possibility that you were delusional and I was eager to test out what I learnt on an actual patient, and for a moment there you actually fit the sorry. Damien felt frustration boil over, at the same time the humor in Ron's meek admittance hit him. In the end he decided to let the topic slide from further discussion. He didn't want to upset his friends further despite his initial craving to share this new development of things. But to be honest with himself, Damien was beginning to get unsure of what was reality and what was not, after Madame Pomfrey had told him hallucinations and delusions would seem perfectly plausible to a distressed patient. And the events of yesterday were somewhat hazy. So what did you guys come up here for? Damien asked instead, changing the topic. Azkaban, same time. James and Sirius had been deprived of both food and drink for one entire day, and their previous meal was nothing but a measly hunk of tough bread and a bowl of suspiciously foul-tasting water. Nevertheless, James forced the whole share of food down. He knew he needed strength, and the more he ate, the more he could focus on breaking out, instead of letting the Dementors eat him away bit by bit. However, in the cell next to him, Sirius seemed a completely different matter. He did not touch the food presented to him, he rarely responded to James's remarks. For the first few days, James had kept up an incessant chatter on random topics, taking care to include many insults, both pointed and direct at Sirius just to gauge a response from his best friend, but nothing he said or did seemed to have any effect. After a while his mouth became dry, so he fell silent morosely, but then Sirius had suddenly spoke up, telling him to continue talking. He said he just felt like listening. He said that James's voice could, at least, serve as a distraction. At first James felt like protesting. He wasn't a radio and he was running out of water, not to mention it was no fun having conversations with oneself. But then there was something in Sirius' bitter tone that caused James's breath to freeze in his throat. He feared that his friend was really drifting away, despite his best efforts. So he kept on talking and talking, telling tales of fairy tales he heard of as a child, his family tree stories, things he heard about Muggles' awesome technology, their Hogwarts days, the Marauders. He left out Peter, even Harry, and his whole life in general. But today proved no different. Sirius seemed just as dejected and helpless as usual, and when pestered for plans to escape, Sirius either remained silent or smiled mirthlessly, exposing 2 flashes of white teeth in the darkness, which was completely creepy but not enough to deprive James of his determination to escape. I've just noticed something, Padfoot, James rasped, trying to keep his hoarse voice light. Whenever I struggle, these chains burn up. If I struggle hard enough, possibly, I might get the door bars to melt at the cost of quite a few excruciating burns. It was the best plan James could think of given the circumstances, so naturally he felt the need of a bit of encouragement. Nevertheless, Sirius was nothing if not pessimistic. You're killing yourself, Sirius murmured, shaking his head slowly, the clinking sound of the chains echoing eerily around the empty cells around them. Unbeknownst to him, James' emotions were currently mirroring Damien's own at that very moment. Stop being such a bloody pessimist, he snapped angrily. I came here to save you, Sirius. Maybe I failed to get you out of here, but I'm still trying, and I can't save you from your own mind. Leave me, then, Sirius hissed, his voice merely a shade above whisper. Escape while you can leave me. Excuse me, James thundered, his hoarse voice suddenly amplifying tenfold. You know what, I didn't come to this bloody place just so I can be your radio to put you out of your misery. Guess what, Sirius, you lost your wayward brother, I lost my son too. I am also miserable in this hell hole. But I don't see you at least responding to me to put me out of my miserable thoughts. You're an Auror, so am I, and we've been trained in such situations, so stop being such selfish idiot and start planning. Sirius remained silent, and James was inches away from howling, threatening and cursing his best friend all over again, when Sirius seemingly took a determined breath. All right, he said slowly, instantly sounding more like himself than he ever had for the last few weeks. What magic can we perform here without any wands? None, just Padfoot and Prong's transformation, James replied, feeling better now that they were actually discussing strategies. Any chance of you learning your son's awesome wandless transfiguration? James sighed. I could. When I had sharp focus, was in perfect health condition and had my full magic at my disposal. Furthermore, the cell bars are resistant to any form of magic. Just a teensy-weensy bit of transfiguration. On yourself, Sirius persisted. James groaned. I'm not a metamorphagus. Why, who should I impersonate as? A Death Eater so that they might free me when they next come down for a visit. No, Sirius said, and this time with a shiver of excitement. James could feel the same tiny bit of euphoria coming from his best friend too, as though they were about to pull a major prank back during their Hogwarts days, just that this was far more serious. 100,000-fold. Could you by any chance make your antlers small and sharp enough to fit the keyholes, Prongs? James stilled, before moving closer to the keyhole and examining it with the little light they had in the cell. The keyhole was huge, almost 1 inch in radius, as they had never been changed ever since Azkaban had been built ages ago. Slowly, James turned around, a manic smile on his face, feeling pretty certain that Sirius was close to mirroring his expression. Merlin, Padfoot, you're a genius. 15 minutes later found a frustrated stag repeatedly jiggling its suspiciously pointy antlers into the keyhole, but its efforts were futile. You don't just push in and twist your antlers about, you need to find the right compartments to press, Sirius told him. There was a loud clanking noise and a breathless James reappeared on the floor, panting. Let's see how good you are at it, said James, miffed. It takes great Prongs control. And it's not working, my antlers aren't small enough. Try making them really sharp and pointy, suggested Sirius. I can transform into my dog form so that you can see my fangs and get inspiration, if you like. You don't have fangs, scoffed James, before suddenly turning on Sirius. Aha, why don't you attempt to break out with your fangs as well? After all, as you put it, they are sharp and pointy enough. And you're the one who has more experience with picking locks. Are you telling me to sacrifice my tearing teeth? Said Sirius incredulously. On the bright side, they might not break, said James lightly. And if they do, we'll just grow them back using Skelegrow later. Sirius made a sound between a moan and a sigh. Azkaban has seriously addled our brains. Hogwarts, night. The day passed in haze for Damien. Every time he closed his eyes, in his deluded state, he would somehow imagine the figure of Kid as Harry, running towards the barrier, the red shield glowing, before he disappeared altogether right before his eyes. And to think, when Harry had been with him, when they had opened Harry's many boxes of presents together, he had sworn to himself, he would never let his elder brother slip away again, not then, not ever. He had broken that oath, one too many times, try as he might. How much he wished he was strong and powerful like Harry, he simply wasn't. He couldn't break Harry free of Voldemort's clutches. But at the very least, Harry was alive, wasn't he? He had a blue shield, he had emerald eyes. He could blast Damien even though he was wearing the Lehugistine. Surely these facts were enough, were solid proof that his elder brother lived. He wasn't quite sure why he did not tell Dumbledore the true facts. All he said was that Kid was trying to escape the barriers and he tried to stop the boy. As for being questioned why did he suspect Kid of being the spy in their midst, he replied that he'd always been suspicious of the Pseudo Gryffindor, and that was the truth anyway. He didn't add anything about him finding out Kid was Harry. He'd been swirling in a haze of reality and dreams when he'd just woke up, and truthfully a part of him had initially feared that it had all been a dream of wishful thinking. Suddenly, the hospital wing door opened once more. Damien squinted against the light. Ron, he called out hesitantly. They'd promised to drop by that night after dinner, but judging by the time, they ought to have just started dinner. No, said a completely different voice. Draco Malfoy. Damien was more than surprised. Draco Malfoy, he echoed. What are you doing here? The Slytherin swept the drapes away with one hand carelessly, still allowing a little light to filter in through the crack beneath the hospital wing door. You have something I want, he said, approaching Damien. This, if any, seemed to only alarm Damien further. He shifted away from the tall Slytherin uneasily, hating his current condition. Malfoy wouldn't do anything, would he? He wasn't on the Dark Lord's side, right? Draco sighed, before reaching into his robes and holding out a wand. Damien's own wand. Oh, Damien said, blinking. Thanks, I guess. He tried to take the wand from Draco, but the Slytherin did not let him take it. Answer my question first, he said lightly. Who is Kit Mason? Damien stopped, his breath caught, froze in his throat, torn between telling and the latter. He had never told anyone yet, not since his friends seemed to think he was delusional. He'd been putting that off for tomorrow. He wasn't sure if he could trust the Slytherin. He'd never actually known Draco in person, and from what he heard of Harry, Draco had been one of the best among the junior Death Eaters. He was even somewhat promised the Dark Mark by his 17th birthday, which ought to have passed now, had it. Tell me, Potter, demanded Draco. Damien's own wand pointed threateningly at his face. What did you do last night? Why did Mason escape? I thought you wanted to have nothing to do with the war anymore, Damien said, his throat dry. How much did Draco know? Stop putting off the question. Draco hissed threateningly. Tell me, is Kit Mason Harry Potter? Damien fell still, his breath coming in short, ragged. You know, too. Draco remained impassive for a moment, before dropping Damien's wand, which the younger wizard immediately caught, warily. I guessed as much, he told Damien, but how? The question was directed seemingly at no one, but for Damien, it seemed like Draco's question was a confirmation to his belief, however ineloquent it might be. I never told anyone else this, Damien began hesitantly, but before the duel that night, Kit tricked me into training with him, in the room of requirement. He flinched slightly at the memory, and he could feel Draco's gaze snap back to him. He stunned me, and when I finally woke up, I was drugged with Veritaserum, and I couldn't move. Then Kit began asking questions, he paused. About Harry's past life. And he asked me, I remember not understanding it at that time, when was Harry Potter placed under the Imperious Curse after he was caught last year? He stopped, but Draco urged him to go on. I told him, of course he'd never been placed under the curse. Then when I mentioned Bellatrix Lestrange, his eyes went black, I guess, and when he blinked, they were back to normal. Green. Damien swallowed at the last bit. Draco's grip on the bedpost was so harsh his knuckles were white. I didn't think it was possible, he breathed, and there was a manic, excited gleam in his dark gray eyes even as he looked at Damien. Don't you see? The Dark Lord gave Harry another chance. What we were fighting for, who we saw lowered into coffin, it wasn't him. It was a fake. And he wiped clean Harry's memories, told him he was placed under the Imperious Curse. Damien felt his heartbeat increase at the revelation, his heartbeat racing as he connected previous seemingly unrelated incidents. And on that night, he added breathlessly, when all of you were fighting at Hogsmeade, Harry turned 17. And he managed to fight the memory charm, temporarily. That was why he managed to send the letter. Damien's voice was nearly choking up with emotions, joy, shock, and above all, relief, that someone finally believed him, that Harry was indeed still alive. It was a snowy white owl, wasn't it? He asked, almost in a whisper. He delivered the letters with Hedwig. I told her to fly at him once the clock struck 17, and when I received the letter, I was just so upset I just didn't. Damien fell abruptly silent. Notice, at that time. Notice what? Draco pressed, his eyes intense. Harry said he didn't know what was going to happen. He said nothing was all as it seems, and he hoped I wouldn't be the secret keeper when the time came. Harry sent a letter to Dumbledore, Draco deadpanned, sounding disgusted. Of course that old wizard didn't make the spell, it was Harry's project. I knew it. Then he stopped, turning back to Damien, but where is Harry now? He asked. He broke out of the barrier last night, Damien replied, ignoring the searing feeling at the back of his throat. That's why I ran after him. I'd only just found out and he could blast me, even though I was wearing the Lehugistine. Only Harry can attack me while I wear the stone. He blasted his way out of the barrier. Echoed Draco, sounding horrified. Yeah, what's the problem? The barriers are still holding, Damien said, uncomprehending. The last time I heard, Harry was still working on the barriers, and if anyone ever had the power to blast through the blood wards, he or she can only do so at a very heavy cost, Draco said. The barriers will strip him of most of, if not all, his magic. Any other average wizard would have died instantly while losing such a great amount of power. The effects are like the Marcaline curse, only much, much worse than that. Harry wouldn't have done something so stupid, it's his own invention, he ought to know, Damien persisted, ignoring the icy feeling in his gut. Of course, Draco said, unless that was his intention. It had been almost 2 days since the day Harry broke free of the barriers. Draco never attempted another visit after that night, so Damien did not have a chance of discussing Harry with anyone else. The Slytherin had warned him against telling any of his friends about what they had found out, just in case the news reached Dumbledore's ears. But surely it would be better with Professor Dumbledore could help us, countered Damien, disagreeing. And I don't see any harm of telling my friends about this. Providing they believe you, Draco said scathingly. Granger is bound to announce everything to that old wizard. And do you remember what happened the last time Dumbledore took this matter into his own hands? Draco's eyes flared. He just managed to turn Harry against all of you, and threaten him with Azkaban in the process. Tell me, Potter, are you sure informing Dumbledore of all people is a wise decision? He had to admit that Draco did have a point, but that didn't stop Damien from feeling bad for keeping this to himself instead of informing Dumbledore. It was even worse when it came to hiding things behind his friends' backs. Harry was their best friend too, and they had every right to know. But they didn't believe you when you tried to tell them, did they? A nasty voice spoke at the back of his head. They thought you were delusional. He promptly and eloquently told that voice to shut up. He hadn't managed to convince Ron, Hermione and Ginny because he'd never managed to get to the main point, the crucial reveal that Kit was actually Harry, his brother. If he brought up the facts, surely they would believe him. Damien felt pretty certain about it. But Draco definitely would not be pleased. It was his first day of being discharged from the hospital wing, and surprisingly enough he did not feel much like returning to class. Normally being trapped alone in the hospital wing made him miserable and claustrophobic, but this time it gave him a quiet environment to think and reflect, trying to gather hints Harry maybe had once left for him to find, just in case he was once again mind-wiped like he feared would happen. Kit's absence, meanwhile, had been explained by Dumbledore to the students, saying that under special circumstances, Kit was allowed to return to his family who were moving abroad once more. According to Ron, though, a few were initially skeptical of his sudden disappearance, but sooner or later majority of the students had promptly dismissed the matter, since there was nothing else to dwell upon. Damien walked slowly down the corridor, feeling both apprehensive and a sense of dread at the prospect of meeting his friends. He really did not want to lie to them, and he had promised only to answer their questions after he was allowed to return to class and they were convinced he was no longer delusional. Damien had initially thought it would be easier for him to break the news now that he had had a few days to plan what he wanted to say carefully, but those plannings, if any, just made everything worse. The more he put it off, the more he lost the courage to tell them the truth. Draco Malfoy's warning was not helping things either. Potter, a voice round the corner spoke up. Speak of the devil. Hello Malfoy, Damien returned, still remaining slightly wary as he regarded the elder boy. I have a plan to find out whether Harry's plan was intentional or not, Draco said, even as his wand drew patterns in the air idly. Damien recognized the wand movement to identify the spell as a silencing charm. But I require an owl. An intelligent one. School owls are easily susceptible. The owl isn't going to be harmed or damaged in any way, is she? Damien questioned, warily. Draco rolled his eyes. Much as your reaction would be amusing, I'm not interested in slaughtering an owl, Potter, he drawled. All right then, I guess, Damien muttered. But I thought you had your own eagle owl. It was killed, Draco said flatly. Damien couldn't think of anything appropriate to say. Ah, he said, eloquently. I'll require your Snowy to deliver something for me by end of this evening, after I get Dumbledore's permission, he told Damien, so I'll meet you at the Ollery during dinner tonight. The youngest Potter paused. During dinner. Yes, Draco said testily. Fine. Deal, Damien bit out, turning to walk down the corridor. Since he wasn't going to have any dinner, he might as well make up for it by eating more breakfast. By the way, Potter, Draco called out behind him, my decision still stands. If Granger or Weasley gets involved in this, I am not, anymore. Why can't you just work and cooperate nicely with them? They're my best friends. Damien retorted as he whirled around, angrily. And if this is something to do with your stupid blood status again, I swear all. No, Draco cut him off coldly, it's just their capabilities that are worrying. Good day to you too, Potter. He turned and strode away, leaving Damien scowling behind his back. Riddle Manor. A grand total of 48 minutes had passed since Harry had returned from Hogwarts, and Lucius was getting increasingly frantic as the Dark Prince showed no sign of regaining consciousness. Even he, a potions prodigy, was baffled as to why every single remedy of his failed to work on the boy, and the Dark Lord's patience was beginning to wear thin. Every single day he dreaded to make the report on Harry's seemingly deteriorating health, but today was different, as he'd just uncovered a revelation. Swallowing, and mentally bracing himself for a round of torture by Voldemort's wand, Lucius knocked on the door of the chamber hesitantly. There was a slight pause, as Lucius started to pray that Voldemort was in, then the door swung open. The chamber was the same in which Voldemort and Harry had dueled before the latter had left for his mission at Hogwarts. Not that the fact helped improve Lucius' condition one bit. He came forwards and knelt to the ground as he keyed at the hem of the Dark Lord's robes, before backing away, as in procedure. My lord, I have come to report on the prince's health condition, Lucius began in a low voice, noting that there were impenetrable silencing charms cast at every single nook and corner around the room. There is as of yet no improvement, but this morning I uncovered an unexpected revelation. Explain, Voldemort ordered tersely, his ruby-red eyes never once leaving Lucius. I have found out the cause of the prince's unconsciousness, Lucius said, trying to force himself to stay calm, and I fear that the prince is suffering from the after-effects of a stronger version of the Marcaline curse. Voldemort's eyes flashed. I assure you that he did not. But my lord, Lucius continued desperately, his body is showing all the relevant symptoms. He fails to respond to any form of medication nor healing magic, and his condition is getting worse. I cast a spell to check on his power levels, and discovered them to be barely above 0, he whispered the last part. He braced himself for the crustaceous, but after a short pause he looked up, to meet Voldemort's dangerous gaze. You will save him, Lucius, the Dark Lord hissed, his wand aloft suddenly, or you will find that the traitor you shield will come to suffer at my hands, from the same fate. With a shiver, Lucius knew without a doubt that the Dark Lord was referring to his own son, Draco. I will do everything in my ability, even beyond, whispered Lucius, his voice husky. Voldemort's gaze was as if daring him to lie, to cross the line determining his own fate, but I cannot be certain if that is enough. The Dark Prince had extraordinary powers, and that is the sole reason he still survives. Any other average wizard who had suffered from such a curse would not have survived. It was no curse, Lucius, Voldemort spoke, his eyes averting from the crouching Death Eater at his feet. It was the magic of the Blood Wards itself. Harry broke out of it and paid the price. Lucius shook his head. I don't understand, my lord. I have asked him certain questions regarding the matter before, my lord, and Harry the Dark Prince assured me that he would come to no harm if he were to pass through the wards. He even offered to let me view his reports and documents on the formation of the Blood Wards. I am aware of that, the Dark Lord snapped. I must ask you the favor of refraining from stating the obvious in my presence, Lucius. The eldest Malfoy swallowed. I have done some research on the area, my lord, he continued, and in the few cases in which wizards are stripped of all magic yet manage to survive are due to extraordinary circumstances. 1. The patient must have had higher power levels than the normal wizarding community. 2. There must be a magic donor, Lucius paused, who carries extraordinary power and whose magic is compatible to the patient's as well. Else, both the donor nor the patient will survive the transfusion. Lucius didn't dare to bring up the case of James Potter, though it was considered a recent proof of his research. And if the victim is left to recover their power levels on their own? Voldemort questioned, his tone betraying nothing. He didn't know what to answer. Surely, the Dark Lord himself knew the outcome. In most normal cases, Lucius said carefully, they die. Voldemort turned away, his eyes glinting. Send for James Potter immediately. It's time he repaid his debt. Lucius bowed low, but he couldn't help but whisper his doubts, even though he was standing before the Dark Lord himself. "What if it does not work, my lord?" he asked. James Potter is weak from his imprisonment. Is it worth it to take the risk? If James Potter's power levels were too low, most likely both he and his son would be killed painfully during the transfusion. The Dark Lord's eyes hardened. "If Harry does not recover," he hissed softly, "then he is no longer of any use to me." James was in the middle of sticking his prongs into the keyhole for the umpteenth time when they heard a loud, echoing creak echoing from somewhere above them. At Sirius' warning hiss, James immediately changed back into his original form. When a bright shaft of light was shone into the cells, revealing the form of Lucius Malfoy without even his Death Eater mask, James managed to glance up from his position on the floor of the cell at the man, directing much of his hatred through his gaze. Malfoy merely laughed at the display. "Are we having a glaring contest as well as war, Potter?" How childish. There was a flash of light, and James's cell door clicked open with another rusty creak. James shielded his eyes from the bright light as Lucius jerked his wand. Immediately, James was forced to his feet, to follow Lucius out of the cell. "Where are you taking him?" demanded Sirius from the next cell, his voice dangerous. Lucius glanced loftily behind him. "The Dark Lord requires a favor from Potter. I'm afraid you'll have to wait patiently for your turn, Black." The next moment, the only door leading into the prison cell slammed shut, and Sirius was once again left to stare alone into the darkness, hoping against hope that his best friend might somehow make it through the ordeal alive. The silver serpent chain binding around James seemed to tighten with every step he took, as Lucius forced his movement now and then with a flick of his wand. Despite the circumstances, James couldn't help but feel extremely humiliated the way he was tied up and in the complete mercy of his old archenemy Lucius Malfoy. If it hadn't for his own stupid plan, which led to Sirius' capture, he wouldn't be stuck in this horrible mess. He didn't even dare imagine the state of things he had left behind since his capture. The Order would undoubtedly be in complete disarray and distraught, not to mention Lily. He felt his heart clench tightly at the thought of her, waiting in Potter Manor in increasing panic and fading hope, praying for her husband's return. And this time, Damien wouldn't be there to comfort her either. Suddenly, Lucius stopped in his tracks. They had arrived at the main entrance into Azkaban. There was a series of clicks before the wooden door opened, to reveal a surprisingly beautiful scenery of an endless glittering sea before them. James, however, could manage no more than a few more peeks before he slammed his eyelids shut. Direct exposure of strong sunlight after what felt like eternity trapped in complete darkness was painful, even though he had craved for it for such a long time. There was a vice-like grip on his elbow, and without warning, he felt himself being compressed at all sides, with everything spinning wildly. He fought for a breath, but however hard he struggled, he couldn't breathe. "Potter," hissed a soft voice, all too familiar to his ears. Forgetting the blinding pain, James gulped a huge breath of air and opened his eyes. He was on his knees, before the hem of a dark-robed Voldemort. With a pure, animalistic snarl of rage, James leapt to his feet, but the chains immediately constricted his entire body, crushing his ribs. At the same time they began to burn. A gasp of pain escaped him before he could help it, and James found himself stumbling backwards until his tied feet tripped over themselves and he ended up where he began. "You have something I want, Potter, and it would be of your best interests to cooperate," Voldemort spoke, ignoring the obvious agony his prisoner was in. "I would die before I willingly cooperate with you." James spat, his eyes burning with undisguised rage and hatred. "Quite on the contrary, I swear I'll make you pay for every single thing you took away from me." "I wouldn't be so sure, Potter," Voldemort laughed, his voice cold. "Firstly, you wouldn't have a choice in the matter, and even if you did, I'm still certain that you would comply to my wishes." "You don't make sense," James said, struggling against the bonds. "You're deluded to think that we ever have something in common." Voldemort did not reply. He stepped forwards and pressed his wand tip into James's forehead, causing the eldest Potter to buck in agony. The next second, James went limp, his unconscious form sprawled on the ground like a broken puppet. The Dark Lord came to a halt before the eldest Potter, directing his wand carefully at his temple. Imperio. Harry had been trapped in a vortex of shadows, darkness and agony ever since he passed out right outside the barriers of Hogwarts. In the illusion his mind created, there was a dark circle surrounding him, and its function seemed to be much like the Batra bracelet. Every time he tried to exit the confined space, excruciating pain would shoot through him, forcing him to retreat back into the circle. He had never experienced the saying, "put a toe out of line," quite so literally. The biggest problem was, of course, his magic or the lack thereof. He could no longer sense the comforting immense power residing deep within him, nor could he conjure up the simplest of shields to let himself pass. For all he felt, he was completely drained and tired, not a single spark of magic left in him. Sometimes, if he concentrated really hard, he would be able to sense flashes of the real world outside, but it took a huge amount of effort, and only then could he hear a few distant noises, sometimes the clinking of glass, mostly others complete, dead silence. At that precise moment, Harry thought he could hear distant footsteps, and most importantly a strong, familiar aura heading his way. He felt sense of desperation, trying to break free of the circle, out of the world of illusion he knew his mind built in his unconsciousness, but he was still too helpless and weak against the circle. In the background, he heard someone speak. He thought it might be his father's, but the words were unintelligible. This continued for several seconds before he suddenly felt a stinging pain on his palm. Blood oozed out from the wound, and Harry couldn't help but wonder whether this was indeed happening in the real world or if this was just another trick his mind was playing on him. But just as he began to doubt himself, he felt a force slam into him, a trickle of power seeping through the wound in his palm. Hungrily, he accepted the power, and slowly he felt his magic begin to return to him, drip by drip. However, his magic was quickly used up by his body to replenish his health and help him regain his senses a little, leaving him powerless to resist the circle, preventing him from regaining full consciousness again. "He needs more magic, my lord." This time, Harry heard the words clearly and he knew the familiar voice. "Lucius Potter's magic is not strong enough." There was no response, and Harry in his subconsciousness continued to drain up the magic channeled into him. He couldn't help but feel impatient, the trickle of power was getting steadily weaker. He felt himself unintentionally drawing more and more from the source, until quite suddenly there was absolutely nothing left for him to feed on, there was no longer any supply of magic. Excruciating pain, stronger than he imagined it to be, coursed through him, sending his virtual self to his knees. At the very same time he could sense a cry of alarm in the world of consciousness. There was a call, words exchanged, then, "Leave me, Lucius," the familiar voice hissed, a deadly edge to the tone. Then he felt himself sinking and sinking into pools of darkness once more, this time dragging the one who supplied him with magic along as well. Pain was everywhere, hurting every fiber of his being. He was once again rendered helpless. He'd never been this weak, this powerless ever since he was only 7, when he had been fighting the Death Eaters for the lives of the 2 children. There was a sharp jolt of electricity, another shot of pain, as the drying source of magic was torn away from him, viciously. He was sent back, reeling from the aftershock, feeling the pain driving him once more to the ground, until he could no longer bear it. Magic of identical cores, willingly given, for the others to be restored. Then a stronger force, so much more powerful than the one before, slammed into him, engulfing his entire being in magic. The transfer of power was too great, he could sense raw power coursing through his very being, yet it hurt, it was overwhelming. He felt his energy returning, the circle around him vanishing, then silence. Absolute silence. Harry's breathing eventually evened out, falling back into rhythm. The source of magic feeding his drained core left him, but he did not notice. For once in many years, his sleep was deep and dreamless. Lucius was pacing outside, unable to calm himself down. To say he was worried was a great understatement. He was frantic, distraught, as though he were going insane. He could not hear anything going inside, the silencing charm on Harry's door prevented him from guessing what was happening. And the worst place for a panicking wizard to be is in an unknown situation. He hated not knowing, he feared for the condition of the Dark Prince, the consequences if Harry failed to make it through and, in a deeper, buried part of him, his only son, Draco. He had neglected the boy much during his son's last stay at Malfoy Manor, as he was mostly busy in Riddle Manor instead, but part of him feared what would happen if he got too attached to the boy, who was close to being named on the wanted list of the Dark Lords. Perhaps it was cowardly of him, but Lucius was afraid that if he spent too much time thinking of his son, whenever the Dark Lord decided to invade his mind using Legilimens, Voldemort would see Draco in his memories. And there was a thin enough line as it was that was keeping Voldemort from hunting down the traitor and killing him in the most gruesome manner possible. Quite suddenly, the door clicked open. Lucius started up, his heart beating, expecting the worst, but then the Dark Lord walked out, his demeanor cold, but reasonably calm, not quite so out of control than when he had been in the room previously. "My lord," he questioned tentatively, "is everything all right?" "Take care of the rest," Voldemort told him, as he walked past the Death Eater. "And do not let anyone disturb me for the next 3 days, or my patience with you is gone." His words barely registered as Lucius bowed low, then once the Dark Lord was out of sight, he leapt up the stairs and led himself into Harry's room. The first thing that hit him was that there was blood everywhere. On the sheets, on the floor, everywhere except for Harry's palm. James Potter was still sprawled across the floor, unconscious, maybe even dead, he couldn't tell, but that was not his primary concern. Almost apprehensive, Lucius took a shaky step forwards, noting the rhythmic rise and fall of Harry's chest, before relief crashed down him like a tidal wave. Harry was still extremely pale from the entire ordeal. He looked like a corpse, but a healthy one at that. Lucius supposed it was not a good sign, but for now, it was more than enough. A few hours previously. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Damien whispered as he finally found the Elder Slytherin, who was lurking in the shadows. "And what did you say to Dumbledore for him to allow Hedwig to deliver the letter anyway?" "I wouldn't tell you to trust me, but I know what I'm doing," Draco hissed back. "Follow me." Feeling more than hesitant, Damien tailed after Draco as they headed towards an empty classroom, wishing that he was back in the Great Hall enjoying dinner with his friends. He had been in a sour mood all day, as Draco had refused to let Ron and Hermione in the secret, and he was fed up with bottling up the truth and pretending that all he said that day had been just an effect of the concussion to his head. He could have chosen to go on his way and tell his friends the secret all the same, but much as he hated to admit it, he needed Draco's help more than theirs. Draco was the only one who seemed to have a plan. Not that he was keen to share it. "Can you at least tell me what are we doing?" Damien asked, his voice still lowered to an annoyed whisper. "You said we were going to the Ollery." "Change of plan, that place is in public, we might be easily overheard or seen," Draco replied. In. He held the door of the classroom open, and after inhaling deeply to help purge his rising irritation, Damien entered without another word. Draco entered after him and closed the door behind them with a click. "Did you lock it?" Damien accused, a tad warily. "Yes," Draco answered, deciding to be completely truthful. "Though if you're still paranoid about my intentions, I can tell you something that can make you feel better at least for a short while." "Leugistine." Damien scowled before the words actually hit him. "What do you mean for a short while?" "Because I'll be needing you to take it off." The youngest Potter glared at that answer. "No," he said flatly. "Never again. The last time I did, I got stunned and tied up and I ended up losing my memory." "Then we won't be able to find out a thing," Draco snapped. "Stop being so paranoid, Potter. Are you actually going to try to learn and defend yourself, instead of depending on that magic stone the entire time?" "Sometimes, I think you'd have grown stronger and better without it," but of course Harry wouldn't listen. So Draco knew everything about the Leugistine then. But that didn't comfort Damien one bit. "What's the plan?" Damien asked. "I'm not agreeing to it or anything, but I'm willing to hear it out. If it's good, then maybe I will." Draco paused for a moment before speaking. "Seeing as you're one of the secret keepers of Hogwarts," he began, but Damien immediately cut him off. "How in Merlin's name did you know that?" Draco gritted his teeth in annoyance. Working with Potter was indeed in a great pain. "Stop interrupting me, Potter. Harry might have told me once, all right. So can you just stop the suspicious act already?" "Sorry," the youngest Potter mumbled, dropping his gaze to the floor. "You can continue." Damien really knew how to pick his moments, Draco thought darkly. "I will," he said aloud, forcing down his weak but existent occlumency barriers around his mind in an effort to calm himself. "We are not going to obtain Dumbledore's permission to send the letter, seeing as its contents will be highly suspicious, especially if we place charms around it, and the school staff are entitled to intercept any form of mail students intend to send for, supposedly, our own safety. But seeing as you are a secret keeper, you can pass through the barriers of Hogwarts anytime you like. You're free to go as you wish. So this is where your stone comes in. Hedwig, your owl does not have any magical core, much unlike a wizard. Therefore, if you place the stone around your owl and as well as your signature magic over it, we might be able to fool the barriers to think that your owl is the secret keeper instead and allow her passage. I still don't see why I must let Hedwig wear the stone, Damien said, confused. Because, Potter, Draco said exasperatedly, it gives off a strong magical aura, which is marked by your brother's blood, which is identical to yours. It also carries a specific protection for you alone. This strong magic may be able to pass for an underage wizard's aura, that is why with it we may be able to fool the barriers and send Hedwig with our letter. Damien frowned. Say I agree to this, he said grudgingly, what's the point of the entire thing? Who are we going to send a letter to, and why? Draco's stormy gray eyes immediately hardened. Firstly, it's you who is going to send the letter and we're going to write it to my father. Malfoy Manor, late night. It turned out that James Potter had survived the transfusion as well, how he could not understand. But seeing as the Dark Lord had previously planned for Harry himself to deal with his much-hated biological father, Lucius decided to let the aura live. He healed most of the man's external injuries, and even went as far as giving him a potion or two to help replenish his magical stores, not that it would help much. But eventually, the eldest Potter too seemed to miraculously gain health. Lucius had promptly sent the eldest Potter back to Azkaban after that, back to cell beside a furious Black, but he was careful to lead the Dementors away from their cells. He wasn't sure if James Potter could survive them as of yet. It was much later when he finally returned to Malfoy Manor, after working tirelessly throughout the day. He felt drained and exhausted with the many magical spells he had used extensively, but he supposed it was worth it. It was just when he had just poured himself a glass of fire whiskey and settled down in his velvet armchair when there was a strange tapping noise on the window. Immediately, Lucius recognized the sound, but he felt instantly on guard who would write to him, and at such an hour too. With a flick of his wand, the nearest window in overlooking the garden snapped open, and a snowy white owl flew in, hooting softly. Sighing, Lucius laid down his glass and untied the roll of parchment attached to the leg of the bird, which was eyeing him with its huge amber eyes. He turned over the letter, and let out a gasp of surprise. He had never expected this. To Mr. Malfoy Sr. I have sworn never to tell of this secret, but someone's life is hanging in the balance, so I will make this exception. Following an attack from the Dark Lord 3 days before, as I'm sure you're aware of, the Hogwarts barriers has been weakened, and so has the secret keepers of the Blood Wards. Your son, Draco Malfoy, is one of them. Dumbledore is refusing to help. We are completely clueless regarding the magic of these wards, so your assistance is in great need. Sincerely, Damien Potter. Information, Lucius realized immediately. They needed inside information regarding the Blood Wards. He should have known, he thought belatedly, as he rose up from his chair in rising frustration. His son had been so foolish, so naive. After defending Harry for the last time, he should have anticipated Dumbledore's move. The Order had tried to convert Draco over to the light, and they seized the opportunity while Harry was Draco's best friend to do so, and they succeeded. It was also the perfect plan. No one would ever suspect Draco Malfoy, a Slytherin, a Malfoy, and once the leader of all the junior Death Eaters, to be the secret keeper of the Hogwarts. And now that Dumbledore had his use for Draco, he had simply just ditched the boy. Yet, could this just be another ruse? Could this be Dumbledore's plan to find more inside information? He was familiar with the headmaster's handwriting, so was Draco's, so this ought to be from Potter's hand unless it was a forgery. How else, after all, could Damien Potter have managed to send the letter to him through Hogwarts barriers without Dumbledore's consent? Yet much as he did not like to admit it, he could not simply ignore the letter, not when its reason was plausible. Deciding that he would give it the benefit of doubt, Lucius immediately stood, and hoping the bird would understand him and feeling extremely foolish for doing so at the same time, he spoke to the snowy owl. "Stay here," he commanded. The owl glared at him for a moment, before hopping onto the armrest of his chair for a better perch and hooted sulkily. Lucius grimaced in distaste, before grabbing his traveling cloak and leaving Malfoy Manor once more. Since he still remained doubtful of the letter, Lucius decided to take the best course of action to send all the information he was sure Dumbledore already had back to Damien Potter. That way, if Dumbledore hoped for gaining more information, which was unlikely, but he couldn't dismiss the possibility the manipulating old fool would gain nothing from him, Yet if it were really Damien Potter seeking his help to aid his son, he hoped against hope they would benefit from it. His heart gave an unpleasant lurch as he thought of his son, alone and unprotected at Hogwarts, a broken puppet still attached to Dumbledore's string, and felt a surge of hatred. If Damien Potter was speaking the truth, Dumbledore would have to pay dearly. Within 8 minutes, Lucius was back from his mission at Riddle Manor, a new copy of Harry's plans detailing the formation of the Blood Wards clutched in his hands. He charmed it to look like a blank piece of paper, then paused. For a moment, Hedwig watched him as he reached for the Malfoy signet ring on his right index finger and took it off, before pressing the seal in it onto the parchment. There was a flash of blinding light, then Lucius tied it up in a scroll to Hedwig's offered leg. "Do not let anyone intercept the letter," he told her seriously, somehow, the previous ridiculousness of talking to an owl fading in such a grave situation. He had not signed the parchment, but it was best to never take chances. The owl gave an obliging hoot before soaring out of the window, into the night sky. "So, when do you think we'll receive a reply?" Damien asked as they stood in the Ollery, after watching Hedwig soar out with their letter minutes ago. Draco remained impassive. "I'm not sure if we will," he answered, his voice emotionless. Damien's eyes widened. "What? Why not? I thought it was part of your brilliant plan." The elder Slytherin shrugged. "However brilliant you may find my plan to be, it all depends on my father. If he chooses to ignore the letter, then we won't be receiving any form of reply." The youngest Potter thought about this for a moment, before guessing wildly, "Does that mean that you're not sure whether he cares enough about your well-being to be concerned?" Draco shot him an odd look, as though he were disgusted by the idea. Damien, in reply, raised his eyebrows. "You have a knack of missing the main point, Potter." "Oh, I don't think I did," Damien said in an annoyingly knowing voice, grinning like an idiot at the same time. The elder of the pair raised an eyebrow at that expression. "You do realize, Potter, if you irk me too much, I might feel obliged to curse you, and this time you won't have the magic stone to protect yourself." "I can defend myself reasonably well," Damien retorted indignantly. "Sometimes I wish that I had jeweled you instead that day." "Oh please, you couldn't even defeat Rosier," Draco scoffed. "And besides, if you had, we'd probably have never realized who Kit was." Damien fell silent, contemplating, before he eventually spoke up. "What really made you act that way?" he asked hesitantly. "Why did you fire a dark curse at Kit when he just let you get back your wand?" "It was just an instinct, but it overtook me nevertheless," Draco replied dismissively. "I wanted to bait him." He turned to walk away, out of the doors leading to the Ollery, before he paused. "Tell me when your Snowy returns." Damien hadn't even replied when Draco had vanished from his line of vision. Sometimes, he really wondered what his elder brother saw in the Slytherin. Chapter 22, Falling Back into Place. Damien couldn't sleep that night, something which was happening more and more frequently. His mind was in a unique jumble of anxiety, hope, fear, panic, joy, sadness and worry, and he was beginning to wonder how on earth could he possibly feel so much at the same time. His mind kept wandering back to Harry, or more accurately Kit, then Dumbledore, then with a lurch of his heart, his parents. What would his father say if he found out that Damien had kept his revelation about Harry secret again? He would be beyond furious. But there was not much he could do about it, was there? He couldn't tell anybody else about it, or Draco swore he would be out of the plan. Perhaps a little later, after Draco's plan was already in progress, then maybe he could persuade the Slytherin to let others in on the secret. But Voldemort must not discover that they have worked out the secret, else Harry might suffer the consequences this time. He might just kill the Dark Prince for real. Why hadn't he last time, though? What had made Voldemort go back on his words? Snape had been there. He had witnessed the torture of the Dark Lord inflicted upon Harry. Although Damien did not hear much of the descriptions, he knew that Voldemort had used a whip as a form of punishment, as though to remind Harry of the days when he was only 4 years old, tortured by his pseudo-biological parents. The Dark Lord had promised death to whoever who betrayed him, yet the same punishment did not befall on Harry. He had merely wiped his son's memories clean, spun another lie, and used him all over again, just like a pawn. The problem was that Damien was not sure if Harry was only just a pawn to Voldemort, not anymore. The youngest Potter had asked Hedwig specifically to come to his dorm window to alert him first thing once she returned. Naturally, He planned to stay up all night waiting for his owl, but his brain had better ideas and decided to send him off into a deep, somewhat nightmarish sleep. He had almost yelled aloud in fright when the first thing he saw after opening his eyes was Hedwig's huge amber ones. Though they were nothing like Voldemort's, the color resemblance was a bit close. Groaning, Damien stumbled out of bed to shut the window he had thoughtfully left open for Hedwig before he fell asleep. He had also cast a warming charm around the window so that the chill outside wouldn't enter and wake the other students. At least, it was supposed to be a warming charm. What with the increasing stuffiness of the room, Damien was worried that he'd ended up heating the window frame instead. As soon as he had detached the letter from Hedwig's leg, he muttered the counter charms Draco had attempted to teach him. It took him several tries, but finally the Lehugistine began to materialize, and with a sigh of relief and contentment, Damien slipped on the stone again, feeling extremely accomplished after managing to reverse a few advanced spells on his own. The feeling soon faded, though, when the youngest Potter remembered that his eldest brother most probably could have managed that feat when he was only 7 years old. He waved Hedwig off with the promise of a treat later, then opened the parchment with barely concealed excitement. It was completely blank. Of course, this was hardly surprising since Lucius Malfoy was the sender. It was bound to be under some protective charm or spell. Damien could almost trace the lingering presence of magic over the letter, but he had no idea how to open it. It looked like he just had to wait for Draco Malfoy after all. Draco looked up from the toast he'd been picking with on his plate. Class was due to start in 20 minutes, but the youngest Potter had yet to make an appearance at the Gryffindor table. Earlier that morning, Draco had already visited the Ollery, and Hedwig's presence, with the absence of the Lehugistine, confirmed that she had returned last night, and Potter was currently holding, if any, the reply from his father. Well, if Potter thought he could read the letter without Draco's help, he would be sorely mistaken. Speaking of which, "Excuse me," said Draco pointedly to the girl sitting beside him, whose elbows were sticking uncomfortably close to his. The girl seemed to smirk at this, and Draco felt as though she had gained another point in something, though he was too tired to care about Slytherin power plays right now. He had only one objective in mind, and that was the seemingly empty parchment Potter had stuffed carelessly in his bag. He passed by the Gryffindor table, throwing a meaningful look in yawning Potter's direction, before walking past quickly. Then he proceeded to wait in the shadows with a notice me not charm cast around him, which he found very useful ever since he'd returned from being declared a traitor to Slytherin. 5 minutes later, Draco was starting to pace around in his little hiding place, having found no sign of Potter heading towards him. Surely he had been obvious enough. Any less subtle in the others, especially Dumbledore and the other Gryffindors, might notice something off. If Potter didn't even manage to get that, he was a lot denser than what Draco gave him credit for. "So you're really here," an all too familiar voice spoke up. Who would have thought? Draco narrowed his eyes in annoyance as he turned around to face Damien. "What a surprise to see you too, Potter," he hissed sarcastically. "That was generally the idea, idiot." Damien thinned his lips but said nothing as he followed Draco into the nearest empty classroom. The Slytherin quickly locked and silenced the area, reminding Damien idly of Harry. Both of them were incredibly paranoid, no wonder they were best friends. "So, do you have the reply?" Draco said at last, after he'd finished with the spell work. Damien wanted to say, "I thought you weren't sure whether we were going to receive one," but he never said it out loud. Instead, he rummaged around in his bag and brought out the roll of seemingly empty parchment Draco had been eyeing all along in the Great Hall. "That's not very subtle of you," Draco commented as he took it from the younger wizard. "I could see it the entire time you were having breakfast." "Well, it's empty, so nobody except you would guess," Damien defended himself half-heartedly. Truth to be told, he had been so sleepy after failing to undo the spells around Lucius' letter that he'd simply stuffed it into his bag last night, hence its rather crumpled state. Draco said nothing as he took it from Damien and turned his back on him. Frowning, Damien tried to take a closer look at what Malfoy was doing, but Draco had already turned back to face him with the long scroll of parchment, which was now covered with words. It was at that infuriating moment in which the bells for classes to begin started to ring. Damien groaned aloud at this, and Draco rolled his eyes, stuffing the letter away in his own pocket. "Hey, I haven't read it yet," Damien objected indignantly. It's not complete, we need Dumbledore's version first, Draco told him, unrelenting. Now go back to class, we'll meet here again tonight. After curfew. Damien groaned again. You really do know how to pick your timing, don't you? And how do you propose I sneak out of the Gryffindor Tower? A disillusionment charm, notice me not charm whatever, Draco seemed unconcerned. You always manage to sneak out with Weasley, I don't see how this can be a problem for you. And mind you, Potter, don't be late. What do you mean we need Dumbledore's version? What's that about? You expect me to cooperate with you, but you never tell me any of your plans. Damien yelled after Draco's retreating back, feeling both helpless and extremely irritated at the same time. Tell me why I shouldn't simply go to Ron and Hermione instead for a better one. Draco merely looked bemused, but there was a hint of steel in his eyes as he spoke. I wouldn't mind, Potter, you've already helped me achieve what I needed. If you want to turn to Granger and Weasel, run along. But don't expect further cooperation, not from me. Damien gritted his teeth in utter frustration and despair as the door slammed shut behind him. He sank into the nearest chair sulkily, wishing he could throw a tantrum and demolish the classroom to vent his anger. Now that was one of the perks of being extraordinarily powerful, sometimes destroying things could bring about an immense bout of satisfaction. The door swung open for the second time, and Damien found himself abruptly meeting his best friend's suspicious and worried gazes. We just saw Malfoy walk out, Ron told him, wearing an odd mixture of expressions on his face. What were you both doing in here, Damie? Fabulous, Damien thought darkly. Meanwhile, far away in Riddle Manor, Harry woke up with a groan. His entire body felt as heavy as lead, and his head was pounding vaguely, but all those would be cured in a matter of minutes. Groggily, he pushed himself upright and opened his eyes. He was back in his own room, and the curtains were still drawn shut, hence not permitting most of the light entry. Judging by the faint shadows thrown on the wall, Harry guessed that it was almost 9 o'clock, but he couldn't quite be sure. Everything was fuzzy to him, which ought to be a feeling he was extremely familiar with by now, but somehow Harry still couldn't get used to it. He hated being in the unknown, when he had to rely on others to fill him in on things that had happened when he was passed out. After examining himself and finding no physical injuries except for his right palm. It was wrapped in a bandage, and upon undoing it, Harry couldn't find any injury on it, except for the fact that there was a curious burn slashing across his fingers. Well, it could simply add to his collection of scars. Physically, he still felt weak, as though he'd just been through intensive training for 3 days straight without food, but he quickly dismissed the fact and got up to get dressed. Perhaps an icy blast of water would help him recall his hazy memories of what had happened before he was knocked unconscious. 10 minutes later, Harry was still frowning, trying to remember the events of what seemed to him an eternity ago, but all he could remember was breaking out of the Hogwarts blood wards, before passing out in front of his father. Well, that was humiliating, but he supposed he could live with that. There was a niggling feeling that he was forgetting something important, but try as he might, he couldn't quite well remember. There was a silent knock on the door. Harry sighed. There were only 2 people he could expect, Lucius and his father, Voldemort, who never knocked. So that narrowed it down to the former. Enter, Harry called out. Indeed, Lucius entered a few moments later, carrying a tray full of potions, the sight causing Harry to smile slightly despite himself. You know, for a Death Eater, you could certainly pass as a healer at the moment, Harry smirked. Lucius stopped. Don't tell me, you've fully recovered by yourself all over again. You make it sound as though it's a bad thing, Harry lifted an eyebrow. Anyway, as much as I loathe to admit, I'm not completely healed yet, so the potions are still welcome, if you'll leave them on the table. I trust you can tell which is which, Lucius said with a slight smile as he laid the tray on the table. Would you like to go downstairs for breakfast, or shall I bring up a tray for you, Prince? Harry scowled at the familiar but distinctly unwelcome title. No need, I'm not incapacitated. Of course, Lucius bowed and turned to leave, before adding, for your information, I know it's quite unbelievable for you, but you've been out for 3 days. Your body should take time to recuperate, longer than the usual, so don't do anything rash. Harry narrowed his eyes at this, but Lucius offered no further explanation before he left Harry's room. It was when Harry was in the middle of a huge breakfast, with much less appetite, completely alone, that the name, Bellatrix, flashed across his mind and instantly triggered the recall of his memories for the past 3 days. A cold feeling settled down over him as he remembered Potter's confession, the Daily Prophet in the library, how Potter had found him out, how Voldemort had stormed to Hogwarts to bring him back, how his scar had hurt him with such pain whenever he tried to continue his search for the answers. His father knew he was trying to pursue the truth, that was why the Dark Lord attacked the castle, or rather, he would have if not for Harry rushing out through the barriers immediately, just so Voldemort wouldn't forge ahead with Harry's plans and kill all the castle inhabitants in the process. Harry instantly felt nauseous. He racked up his brains and tried to think of an excuse to give his father when the time came, yet there were none that sounded plausible. He had given his word that he would not try and dig further into the matter, but he had gone back on it. But Voldemort himself hadn't been completely truthful with Harry either. There were too many plot holes, too many unfitting puzzles. Bellatrix's death, his stay at Hogwarts, his being placed under the Imperious Curse, none of those fit into Potter's story, nor the Daily Prophet's article. And Voldemort had been furious, frantic even at snatching him back once his thoughts started to question his father's truthfulness. A vague pain shot through his scar, enough to make Harry gasp, but that was the worst of it. Stunned, Harry sat back and waited for the next onslaught of pain, but felt nothing. Previously, only a minor traitorous thought would be enough to inflict such pain on himself. He had been driven to his knees in agony. Now, somehow, the bond was weaker. Harry waited a little longer at the breakfast table, before returning to his room and later, the training grounds, yet Voldemort never sent for him. He didn't know whether he ought to feel relieved or anxious at the thought, but Harry was not going to meet the confrontation a little earlier than when he had to, so he did not venture down to Voldemort's study. He did not see Lucius for the entire morning as well, and since he was not allowed outside his own wing in the manor, there was little left for Harry to do except wander around aimlessly, contemplating, being bored and physically drained for more training. When noon came and there was still no sign of his father, Harry began to grow restless. The next time he saw Lucius, he needed to question the man. "Lucius, if I can have a word." The eldest Malfoy turned around, surprised, before his eyes rested on the dark, unfamiliar figure standing at the entrance of the Riddle Manor. A tall balding wizard with purple eyes. Lucius hid a smile at the odd combination of color. "Of course," he replied, on recognizing the deeper pitched voice. He nodded once to Avery, motioning for the man to move on ahead, before doubling back in the direction of the taller wizard. They took a short-cut route back to Harry's wing across the gardens, before sealing their entrance with magic once more. As soon as they were back on the grounds, Harry let his glamour drop, his face growing young once more. "What is the matter of such urgency, Prince?" Lucius asked as they strode together towards Harry's training grounds. "Despite your disguise, it was still rather risky to hail me out there in the presence of other Death Eaters." Harry waved his hand dismissively. "They would never have guessed," he said confidently. "What I want to know, Lucius, is what exactly happened after I passed out on the other side of the barriers. And how did that happen?" Well, Lucius could answer those questions safely. "After you fainted," Lucius began, "the Dark Lord immediately called for the Death Eaters to regroup and retreat back to Riddle Manor. We'd already got you. The Dark Lord apparated you back to the manor himself. As for how it happened, that was the question I was going to ask you. I thought you told me you were absolutely certain that no harm would befall on you should you force your way through the barriers. I was sure of it when I completed my plans for the Blood Wards. I was influenced by the Imperious Curse at that time, as Dumbledore used me to create the barriers for him, but that shouldn't have hindered me. The barriers couldn't have been the reason for my low magic levels." Harry paused a while before he stopped dead in his tracks. Lucius turned around to have a proper look at him, before noticing with a rising sense of panic that Harry's eyes had grown dark, not a complete merciless black, but a deep forest green nevertheless. "Prince?" Lucius asked hesitantly. "Don't tell me his magic is running through me," Harry suddenly hissed, his tone fierce. "Whose magic?" Lucius asked, although he already had a sinking feeling that he knew who. There was only one person that could make Harry grow so angry at the mere mention of him. "James Potter," Harry spat, his eyes livid. Oh no, Harry had caught on quicker than he'd thought. Briefly, Lucius considered lying, but there was no point, since Harry was almost certain of the truth. Besides, it was not like the information was harmful in any way. You were dying, Prince. Your magic levels were stripped to barely above zero. Your health was deteriorating with each day that passed, and your father was desperate, so was I. The Dark Lord knew that the only way to save you was to donate magic of identical cores, and he'd already captured Potter the week before. Really? Harry countered, sounding disbelieving. Can you show me the memory of it, then? Lucius paused, instantly on guard. When had Harry been this openly distrustful, in front of him nevertheless? After mentally assessing the memory and finding nothing suspicious in it, Lucius allowed Harry to view it, putting it in his forefront mind so that Harry, with his somewhat junior legilimency skills, could still access it. Of course, he had purposefully blocked out a few sentences, like when Voldemort had threatened Draco. A few seconds passed in silence, before Harry blinked, seemingly back in reality. Thanks, Lucius, he said, sounding relieved, for telling the truth. Of course, Prince. Lucius bowed and walked away, a niggling feeling of doubt in the back of his mind. Unbeknownst to Lucius, Harry had already picked up on a seemingly unobvious clue from Lucius' memory, from the conversation between said Death Eater and Voldemort himself. Send for Potter, Lucius. It is time that Potter repaid his debt. What kind of debt had Voldemort been referring to? Was it merely a reference to Harry's abusive childhood, or had it been something else? And if Potter had indeed donated his magic to him, had Potter survived the transfusion as well? He hadn't thought to ask Lucius at that moment, it hadn't seemed important then. But now he couldn't help but wish he had an answer. He had been wandering around in the main chamber by himself, when suddenly his foot stepped on something, a floorboard that sounded hollow. Curiously, Harry removed his foot and cast a charm on it to reveal what it was hiding. It was a strong curse, but not beyond Harry to break. Seconds later, he found himself staring at a wooden trapdoor, with the carving of a snake upon it. Without quite realizing what he was doing, Harry stared at it, and subconsciously whispered in Parseltongue, "Open." Damien was in the middle of finishing his lamb steak and mashed potatoes, the dish he couldn't help but remember had been a useful source of annoyance for Kit during his short stay at Hogwarts. He had made up a story about him confronting Draco about his allegiance, as he didn't believe that Malfoy would be allowed to return to Hogwarts safely after betraying the Dark Lord at Hogsmeade a month ago. The youngest Potter, however, was not that good in manipulating his own emotions and expressions, hence stirring suspicion within his friends while uttering the Dark Lord's name with such a carefree and relaxed smile, before he suddenly remembered the situation was very grave and hastened to look serious. He could tell none of his friends really bought his lousy lie, but it was worthwhile, it bought him time. And perhaps, during that time, he could persuade Draco to change his mind. After all, the more brains working on this matter, the better. Draco's words kept haunting him throughout the class as he puzzled over the Slytherin's words. What version of Dumbledore's had Malfoy meant? And what exactly had been in the letter from Lucius? How was that going to help Draco prove whether Harry's plan was intentional or not, and even so, then what? Would that bring them any closer to revealing Harry for who he was, and making him understand the truth again? Would this be just another painful circle of fate? Lunch provided no distraction, and Damien gave up trying to catch Draco's eye. It was a bit too risky and suspicious, especially after this morning's episode, and the Slytherin was clearly avoiding all eye contact anyway. When dinner came, Damien was already so jumpy he couldn't wait for after curfew to meet with Draco and ask him about the letter. Even as the dinner bell rang, Damien had already raced down from the Transfiguration classroom and waited outside the castle, hiding behind the pillars as he muttered a "notice me not" charm and waited for Draco to return from the dungeons. Draco's last class happened to be double potions with the Gryffindors, therefore Damien knew where to find him. He only hoped that Ron and Hermione wouldn't see him and led him back to the castle before he found Malfoy. He was fortunate that day. Draco was one of the few students that chose to leave the dungeons early, and Draco was walking alone towards the doors of the Great Hall when Damien caught him. The other students from the potions class were either still held back at the dungeons or were far behind, chatting idly as they slowly made their way back to the castle. "Malfoy, I'm not waiting for after curfew," Damien told him, stepping out of the shadows. "Can you just show me the letter now and explain it? I've almost been driven insane by so many questions haunting my mind." Draco lifted a corner of his mouth at this, as though it were a half-mocking smile. Damien couldn't tell. Perhaps then, Draco agreed at last, after all, Dumbledore won't be around this time either. In fact, this is a better idea. Predictably, Malfoy did not elaborate further on the matter. But Damien held his tongue as they trooped back to the castle, one front and one back to give the impression that they weren't walking together. He would have his answers soon enough, at least, some of them. Once they were inside the empty classroom once more, Draco snapped up the silencing charm and locked the doors before producing the long roll of somewhat crumpled parchment, which was supposed to be Lucius' reply. Wordlessly, Draco passed it to the younger wizard. "But this is Harry's handwriting," Damien said excitedly, as his eyes scanned through the many words that made little or no sense to him. "How could have your father got this? And what exactly is this about?" "It's Harry's plans, the ones he used to build the blood wards," Draco told him, plucking the parchment out of Damien's grasp neatly. Clearly, Harry was the one that invented it, and he sent them over to Dumbledore for the headmaster to shield the Hogwarts students. "What I suspect is that Harry sent the original version to Dumbledore, and left behind a modified copy for himself." "What modified copy?" Damien asked, confused. "It's just a theory," Draco said evasively, "we still need proof. Time is running short, it's dinner in around 3 minutes. Once we get Dumbledore's copy of these plans, I'll explain everything to you. I promise." Damien thought of arguing further, but paused at the word, promise. To hear a Slytherin giving his word, well, that was rare. "You'd better," Damien said at last, extremely grumpily. "So now what's the plan?" Draco paced up and down the classroom, thinking. "Those plans are an important source of information, so Dumbledore might and might not have them," he said. "However, judging by his eccentric and paranoid personality, I would guess that he does have at least one copy hidden in his office." Damien swallowed. "I don't much like the idea of breaking into Dumbledore's office, of all people," he said. "There's still his pet phoenix, Fox, and the portraits will see us and tell him. Not to mention the Sorting Hat. The Sorting Hat can't actually see us nor our thoughts unless you put it on," Draco dismissed, "and although Fox will see us, I highly doubt it will speak nor report our actions to Dumbledore. It is an ancient creature born of magic, not a surveillance tool. And as for the portraits, well, I'll be under a disillusionment charm and you. I do actually have an invisibility cloak," Damien admitted somewhat grudgingly. "So count me in your plan." Draco looked somewhat surprised at this revelation. "A real one, you say? Not a cloak with a flimsy charm on it?" "No. I'll be completely invisible, even more so than you, so don't worry," Damien replied, wondering for the umpteenth time whether trusting Draco was a wise idea. "So your plan is to enter his office while we're invisible, blindfold and silence and portraits, then search for the plans. You know, that's not a very brilliant one. Why not we just write to my father instead? He's bound to help." Draco frowned. "We can't afford to wait long, it'll take a shorter time if we break into Dumbledore's office. Not to mention the fact I don't think Dumbledore shared that information with all the Order members in general. And what if your father tells Dumbledore about this? We're not supposed to be able to use Hedwig to send letters." "If I tell Dad not to, he won't," Damien said confidently. The elder Slytherin thought about this for a moment before saying, "We'll break into Dumbledore's office first. If we don't succeed, we send Hedwig. Does your plan on how we break into his office stand?" Damien asked, barely hiding a wince. "And what's the password to Dumbledore's office?" Draco straightened at this. "Where is Peeves?" Peeves was prowling around the second-floor corridor when he heard suspicious shuffling noises. He immediately whirled around, and to his satisfaction, he caught sight of a shimmering patch of air somewhere to his right. As if on cue, a shrill voice immediately broke the previous silence. "Oh no!" squealed a voice in falsetto. "He's spotted you. Run. We'll try to shake him off." Peeves grinned at this. Shake him off? Not going to happen. With a sinister cry of delight, he zoomed after the racing shimmering patch of air, which headed down the corridors, up another flight of stairs. The student was deadly fast, and sometimes when he was just about to corner said patch of air, the shimmer disappeared completely. It was with this progress that both Peeves and Draco arrived at Dumbledore's office, in front of the gargoyle. Beneath the invisibility cloak, Damien immediately whispered, "Alohomora," and the office door opened with an audible click. Next came a gust of wind, presumably cast by Draco, and the door to Dumbledore's office was flung wide open. The stone gargoyles outside immediately leapt to attention, glancing around, but there was no one in sight, and nothing tried to pass the entrance they guarded. Peeves, however, immediately jumped to the most obvious conclusion and went hurtling down the corridor, cackling evilly. Students breaking into Dumble's office. Students breaking into Dumble's office. Minutes later, as expected, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall appeared round the corner, wands aloft. Phoenix pudding. Dumbledore told the gargoyles, which leapt aside. He and the deputy headmistress then proceeded to stride up the staircase towards the double doors, which were flung wide open by Draco's conjured wind. For a moment, neither dared to move. Then, Phoenix pudding. Draco hissed incredulously beside Damien's invisible ear. I would never have thought of that myself, Damien admitted. 5 minutes later, Professor McGonagall was convinced that it was merely a prank on Peeves' part, and both she and Professor Dumbledore had left back for the Great Hall. Remember, the charm is obscuro, Draco told Damien again, as they crouched down the corridor in the shadows, both now clearly visible. Direct it at as many portraits as possible, and whatever you do, don't let your cloak slip. We'll be remaining invisible for the entire time just in case someone sees us. Agreed. Yes, Damien answered shortly. There really wasn't anything else to say. It seemed as though there were a lot of things he ought to remember to do and not to do, and working with Draco Malfoy of all people to break into Dumbledore's office seemed bizarre to him. Even more bizarre than when he, Ron, Hermione and Ginny broke into the museum to help Harry steal and destroy the Golden Quill, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. It seemed like ages ago, now that he came to reflect on it. So much had happened. Then we enter on the count of 3. Stay close behind, Potter. With a flick of his wand, Draco flickered once more out of visible spectrum, and there was nothing left but a shimmering patch of air. Damien hastened to put on his cloak, noting with satisfaction that he was clearly more invisible than the elder wizard was. Draco then approached the stone gargoyle, who seemed to be dozing off again. Phoenix pudding, he said clearly, trying not to picture the dessert. Or was it even considered a type of dessert? The gargoyle groaned slightly and allowed him passage, Damien following closely behind. You know, it would be easy to figure out who broke into his office, Damien whispered to Draco, a little belatedly he realized. By blindfolding and silencing the portraits, they're bound to tell Dumbledore someone broke into his office, and since we're the only few if not ones who skipped dinner tonight, Professor Dumbledore is bound to make the connection. But he won't be able to catch us, nor prove it, Draco answered in a satisfied tone. And that is all that matters. Really? Damien sounded skeptical. Nevertheless, they had already arrived at the spiral staircase. As they stepped forwards, they were slowly transported up from the landing into Dumbledore's circular office. Immediately after they reached the top, Draco was already moving, casting spells non-verbally. Some of the portraits who were sound asleep never even woke up. There were few outrageous cries, but Damien soon helped to silence them as well. I guess that was the hard part done, Damien said neutrally. No, Potter, it's just about to start, Draco said flatly. Any suggestions on where should we start looking for it? We can always try the desk first, Damien said, approaching the familiar wooden table where Dumbledore always sat behind in the few visits Damien paid to the headmaster's office. Out of the corner of his eye, he could sense Fawkes stir on its perch, but he didn't dare look at it. Are you sure that Phoenix will not report on us? Damien mumbled, half distractedly rifling through the rolls of parchment scattered around Dumbledore's table. Draco didn't reply. He was busy running spells over a large antique wardrobe at the other end of the office. It was then when it hit Damien with a start he realized with a sudden jolt the parchment he was holding actually bore Harry's handwriting. Malfoy. There was no reply. Malfoy. Draco. I found it. It was only then when the Slytherin turned around, still under the disillusionment charm, but it was fading visibly. Damien supposed it drained a lot of one's strength. Wordlessly, Draco approached the younger boy and ran a finger down the parchment. Sure enough, it was Harry's handwriting, and it was the exact plans detailing the formation of the Blood Wards. Draco seemingly had a better idea about what to look for, and within minutes, there was a triumph gnat hiss somewhere to Damien's right, causing the youngest Potter to jump. Can you stop doing that hissing noise? Damien whispered, rather loudly. It's creepy when you actually sound like a snake. I'm not a parselmouth, Potter, Draco's disembodied voice spoke. But as usual, that's not the main point. "I've found it. I was right about it all along, though where did you find it?" There was a sudden change of tone in the Slytherin's voice as he spoke, and Damien couldn't help but feel a slight stir of alarm. "Just on the desk, the first parchment." "Why? It couldn't have been there, unless it was expected, but no, that wouldn't be right either." Damien held his tongue, though he was inches from demanding what Draco meant by that. He had spent enough time conversing with the elder Slytherin to know that asking questions only meant delayed answers. Nevertheless, it was still quite a big shock for Damien when Draco suddenly spoke, "Hominum revelio." And Damien felt a weird pulling sensation surrounding him. Nothing else happened. "What did you do that for?" Damien demanded, despite himself. "Sorry, Potter, once again, explain later. Now get out of here." Draco gave a hefty shove in Damien's general direction just to get the point across. "As though you're ever sorry," Damien muttered under his breath even as he quickly exited the office, Draco following behind him. Riddle Manor. The trapdoor opened with a pneumatic hiss, which echoed down into the eerie depths of the chamber below. Harry reached into his robes and tossed a canute down to estimate the depth, before jumping downwards. He landed lightly in pitch darkness. Instantly, Harry recognized his father's magic. It was woven everywhere, which also was the source of the black fog that surrounded the entire area. His curiosity perked. What could it be his father was trying to hide? Then something huge behind him lunged. Instinctively, Harry ducked out of the way and grabbed the creature's head tightly within his right fist, swinging it around to face him. He was met with a large familiar cobra, which was struggling vehemently against his iron grip. "Nagini," Harry hissed, surprised. "What are you doing here?" "I apologize, young prince, I did not realize it was you entering," the snake told him, rearing backwards as Harry released her completely from his grasps. "I thought you were an intruder. But why are you here? Why aren't you with father?" Harry asked, narrowing his eyes. The snake paused for a moment, before answering, "I was ordered to guard this place." "Where is this place, then?" Harry tried a different approach, edging around the cobra, but Nagini immediately reared up again, as though to prevent him from entering. "No, young prince, you must not enter. Master has forbidden all entry. His general orders don't usually apply to me," Harry assured her, although inwardly his suspicion was beginning to stir. "Or did he specifically tell you to prevent me from entering?" A look at the snake's somewhat dismayed expression told Harry his answer, and his heart sank. Voldemort was indeed keeping things from him. If there had been no reason to doubt his father's words before, now there was. For he could tell that this was related to the incident in which he was supposedly imperioused by Dumbledore last year. His scar had begun to flare up with earnest, as it had never done the entire time he had spent in Riddle Manor so far. But entry to what? As far as Harry was concerned, he could make out a vague shape of a white wall just behind Nagini. There seemed to be nothing more to it. Well, if Voldemort didn't allow him to find out, then he'd just have to take a look from a distance. He pretended to pause, before suddenly reaching out with a blast of magic, clearing a huge hole through Voldemort's thick black fog. A jet of brilliant light erupted from his wand, lighting up the tunnel. Immediately, with an almighty roar, a tide of flame came thundering towards where he and Nagini stood, causing the snake to hiss in alarm, but Harry remained completely unmoved. "Your fear will only come to pass if you allow it to become real." It was ironic that he was using what his father himself had taught him to go against Voldemort. The wall of flames approached nearer and nearer. He could feel the intense heat rising from the wall. He cast a look at Nagini, then noticed that Voldemort had cast an invisible protection cage around her. It glowed a faint gold when the flames came near her. Then, as abruptly as it begun, the flames died down, leaving nothing but a wooden door before them. Even the previous black smoke obscuring the place had disappeared. Harry approached the door, his heart beating fast. It looked familiar, painfully so. He remembered staring at the other side of the door, praying for night to come for long, dreary hours. He remembered looking back for the last time, leaving that door leading to the kitchen closed behind him, escaping with Nagini out into the woods. This place was the woods, Harry murmured, the revelation somehow slowly taking form in his brain, but a part of him couldn't quite believe it. And the green flames in the middle of the woods, how I came to find father. His gaze darted down the black corridor, and light filled his vision, driving away the darkness. There, far at the other end of the corridor, which happened to be a dead end, was a small fireplace, just enough for his younger self to enter. He told himself his thoughts were completely absurd, he wouldn't have believed it for a moment. If not for the fact that his scar was flaming up with such intensity again, he could feel droplets of blood sliding down his face. While Voldemort had thought that by causing Harry physical pain might prevent him from finding out the truth, the charm was a double-edged blade. Pain now taught Harry to recognize the truth. As Harry stepped closer, Nagini reared up once more, barring his way completely. "You have come too far," she hissed, and much as Harry was fond of the snake, he knew that no matter what happened, her loyalties would always lie with Voldemort. He chanced another look at the familiar door. He could sense wards cast around it, but this one he recognized the spellwork to realize he needed the password to enter. By the light his wand was emitting, Harry could see there was a small golden ornate snake carved into the other side of the doorknob. It could have meant nothing, but he thought he felt his scar prickle once more. The password was in Parseltongue. "Open," he tried, but nothing happened, the wards around the door still held. "You are leaving me no choice, young prince," Nagini warned once more, but Harry knew she was still holding back. She had no intention to harm him, and he hadn't directly disobeyed orders. He wasn't trying to force entry. Lord Voldemort, Death Eaters, Bellatrix Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy. There was no response. Harry forced himself to stay calm and think. This was a more difficult feat for him, as he was anticipating Nagini's attack any moment. Sometimes, the simplest things were the answer. Godric's Hollow, he tried, the name foreign on his tongue. Immediately, the wards began to dissipate, and the key on the locked door clicked open, as if inviting him in. At once, Harry lunged after the door, at the same time Nagini's fangs sank into his arm. Harry's momentum carried him forwards, crashing into the door, Nagini still hanging onto his bleeding, ironically, left forearm. Both he and the snake went crashing into the doorway, onto the dusty floor. When Harry looked up once more, he was in the exact replica of the Potter's kitchen back at Godric's Hollow. For a moment, Harry was stunned, he couldn't believe what he'd just walked into. The entire scene before him was surreal, like a distant memory of a nightmare. The entire kitchen was coated with dust, as though no one had entered this abandoned room for years. But every pot and pan, the kitchen table, the oven, everything was just as he remembered. The soup bowl remained overturned on the stove, he could have just put it there to dry yesterday night. The kitchen stool was still in the corner, as though his younger self had just used it to reach the cupboards. Something drew him forwards, an eeriness, nostalgia even, curiosity, and the pain flaring in his scar brought him closer and closer, inching his steps forwards to look more, even though what he saw repulsed him, horrified him. Behind, Nagini hissed angrily, "This is your last warning, Prince." But Harry paid her words no heed. He whirled around, eyes growing a dark merciless black. "Where is this place?" he asked through clenched teeth. "Tell me truthfully." "This is a restricted section in Riddle Manor. The Dark Lord forbids anyone to enter," Nagini answered, her eyes boring into Harry's. "Even I myself have never ventured this far. You are disobeying the Dark Lord's orders." Harry's scar gave a painful throb, but he ignored it, blinking away the blurriness in his eyes. "But how can you not know this place, Nagini?" He hissed softly, "After all, I remember this is the place you first met me. This is just a replica." Nagini hissed, her voice furious, "This is not the real Godric's Hollow." "Really? Then tell me, why does Voldemort keep an exact replica of the house I've hated all my life in Riddle Manor? Do you have an answer?" Harry shouted back at her, his eyes a merciless black. Nagini launched herself at Harry with something closer to a snarl than a hiss, but Harry swerved narrowly out of the way. Nagini's enchanted cage sent pots crashing into the wall. "What are you implying, then?" the snake asked Harry, her eyes glittering. "This is not a replica," Harry said numbly, staring at Nagini to gauge a reaction, part of him willing her to contradict his statement. It felt as though a part of him, the part of him that trusted his father inexplicably, the part of him that studied his father's reaction closely whenever he presented his master plans, despite the fact he told himself he never cared, was dying away like a winter flame. Shaken by the wall was distrust building all around them. Voldemort never trusted Harry not to dig deeper into the matter. Harry never trusted Voldemort's words enough with the story he'd been given about his past year's life. But what did all of this mean? If he was doubting whether this was the Godric's Hollow he'd been brought up in, he'd be doubting his entire life. You mean to say that this is the Godric's Hollow I took you away from? Nagini hissed, no longer attacking, her huge yellow eyes boring straight into Harry's emerald ones. Your trust in Master is shameful, Prince. I expected better. Harry did not reply. He trusted Voldemort, he trusted the wizard who had rescued him from the Potters, whom had raised him up to be who he was. He wanted to go back up through the trapdoor, slam the door shut and seal it close behind him with Parseltongue. Pretend none of it ever happened. But he, much like Voldemort, could never turn his back on a lie. He needed to dig deeper, into the truth, even though it hurt, scarred. I hate this too, Harry told Nagini, who was watching him intently. Part of me wishes that I never opened this trapdoor, never found this place. His voice was soft, but he could hear the break in it. He was sure Nagini could, too. You should turn back, Nagini hissed in reply. I should, Harry said, his smile bitter. But I'm not going to. Goodbye Nagini. He turned to leave through the trapdoor, not bearing the sight of the fake Godric's Hollow before him, but Nagini lunged after him, coiling part of herself around his feet, preventing him from leaving. You're not leaving Riddle Manor, she said, something like a warning in her tone. His scar was throbbing so hard, a mixture of blood, pain and tears clouded over him. He shook his head slightly, prying his foot away from her, not wanting to hurt the first friend he ever had when he was younger. I will return, he promised. Even if it's the last thing I do, I need to talk to him. But he's away now, so don't worry. I promise I'll come back when he does. Nagini tensed, fighting every fiber of her being. Not to tell Harry, Voldemort was right there in Riddle Manor, he had not left. If anyone could stop Harry, her master could. What shall I tell him when he does? She questioned instead. I know you must tell him the truth, that I forced my way in here. I'm sorry, Harry paused, before answering, tell him that I have gone away. But I promise to return. I cannot allow you to leave, Prince, Nagini hissed, her eyes hardening with steel. You must not leave the grounds. Try and stop me, Harry challenged, and in the brief moment when Harry's wand lit up, Nagini saw that his eyes were a brilliant green, filled with pain and confusion, but not a dark merciless black. She scrambled for words, but before she could do anything, Harry spoke for one last time, is Father really not here? Nagini paused for a moment, before replying dutifully, no. He is away. Harry nodded once before letting out a burst of raw magic, which wound itself immediately around Nagini, restricting her movement. She hissed angrily, thrashing, her movements wild, but to no avail. When she finally looked up from her prison cage, Harry had already gone. Hogwarts. Can you explain it already? Damien was panting by the time he and Draco had fled from Dumbledore's office, right into an empty classroom, his invisibility cloak slipping, Draco's disillusionment charm fading. Upon approaching the first empty classroom they saw, Draco immediately shoved Damien in before himself, then slammed the door shut. Without pausing even for breath, Draco weaved up protection charms and locked the door quickly with a few complicated waves from his wand. Draco turned to face the impatient youngest Potter, not bothering to keep the truth away any longer. I was correct, Malfoy said at last, his tone betraying hints of triumph. We have confirmed one thing: Harry broke through the wards and lost his magic on purpose. Damien said nothing, though many emotions were chasing across his hardened features. Most of them screaming in denial that Harry wouldn't be so stupid. For a wizard as powerful as Harry, to lose one's magic would be as good as losing one's life. Here's what I guess happened on the night Harry was supposedly captured and killed months ago, Draco continued, speaking in a low voice as he began to pace the room. He was tortured by the Dark Lord's Death Eaters until it was time for them to leave and prepare for the Hogsmeade raid. The Dark Lord ordered all of them to leave then. After that, he healed Harry quietly and started to meddle with Harry's memories, blanking out few parts and leaving the parts where he hated the Potters intact. However, on that very same night, Harry turned 17, when Voldemort was at Hogsmeade, waving the fake corpse of Harry Potter around. Draco continued, Damien remaining in stunned silence. Harry managed to fight off the memory charm for a moment, as such complex charms takes time to meld across the mind. At the same time, as you mentioned, your snowy owl turned up obligingly for Harry. Harry sends his last letters to you as well as Dumbledore. He also encloses the plans of his building the Blood Wards to the headmaster, obviously counting on Dumbledore to reopen Hogwarts and keep the students safe. But Harry knew that Voldemort would attack Hogwarts. Damien intervened, fear suddenly creeping into his voice as he contemplated what could have happened. That's what I thought, Draco nodded in confirmation. Harry must have guessed that Voldemort had further plans for him, when he woke up healed and well once more. He feared what his father would have him do, and he must have been prevented from escaping the manor by some means, so he took measures to ensure that he would not harm those he cared about when he once more became the Dark Lord's mindless puppet. Damien's mind was reeling from this information. He never realized that Draco had deliberately used the Dark Lord's name. So what you're saying is that Harry guessed that Voldemort would attack Hogwarts. That's why he sent his Blood Ward's plans to Professor Dumbledore. And he purposely left a modified version of his plans behind for himself. The youngest Potter trailed off, leaving Draco to complete his theory. And it is my guess that in those modified plans, it is stated that no harm would befall on those strong enough to force their way through the Blood Wards by raw magic, whereas the truth is otherwise. Damien sat back, his eyes unfocused. Merlin, he muttered. If what we guess is true, then Harry is as good as dead. Again, supplied Draco, grimly. Damien had seemingly gained a newfound freedom from their discovery about Hedwig being able to breach the Hogwarts Blood Wards by wearing the Lehu Justine, as now he would be able to send letters as he pleased, without the fuss of being interrogated by the professors, and his letter content privacy invaded. Besides everything hectic and surreal that had been going on around Hogwarts, a part of him was extremely worried and anxious for news from home. He had not heard from his parents ever since he boarded the Hogwarts Express. And knowing his father, who was still coping from losing Harry once more, he was actually just as concerned as his mother was. His father was still an active member of the Order, and goodness knows he tended to act recklessly. The youngest Potter felt, inevitably, suffocated and frustrated being cooped up at Hogwarts, the ultimate safe haven, without even knowing what was going on in the world. Voldemort had stormed close to Hogwarts that day, intending to snatch Harry back, and the Dark Lord most probably would have attacked the wizarding school had Harry not returned to him swiftly. Briefly, Damien wondered why the Dark Lord had not decided to attack Hogwarts yet. Was his army not yet ready? Or had he not found a way around the wards yet? Why did he choose to snatch Harry back on that particular day, just as Harry's identity to him was revealed? Were there any other attacks on other places in the wizarding world as well? This is not the wisest of decisions, Potter, Draco drawled, leaning against the entrance of the Ollery as Damien tied the parchment to Hedwig's offered leg and began to undo the Lehu Justine around his neck. If you were me, you'd probably do the same, Damien shot back, ignoring the warning. No, I wouldn't, Draco said flatly. Mainly because I have no family that I care enough about to write to. And even so, I wouldn't risk so much. Damien sent Hedwig off with a last pat before turning around to face Draco. It was only a letter to my parents, he argued. What's more, I specifically told them not to tell Professor Dumbledore about it. No harm done. Draco shrugged. Suit yourself. They stared into the night in silence after that, Draco stepping forwards to lean out of the ornate windows, Damien watching Hedwig's white feathers disappear into the dark. We're supposed to be planning, Damien spoke up at last, after a long silence. You mean I'm supposed to be planning, Draco corrected. Since when do you actually plan before you act? Oh, I don't know, just an hour ago, maybe. Since I came along, Draco deadpanned with a smirk. Damien growled. You're horribly inflated. Draco raised an eyebrow. I would have you know, I'm considered thin for my age. Which is more than can be said for you. I mean, your ego is, Damien remedied. Besides, that wasn't the main point. I just missed it. Must have picked up on your bad habits. Like sneaking out of the dorm past curfew. Perhaps. Besides, it's only 5 minutes past curfew. Hardly record-breaking, is it? No, Damien agreed, not even sure why he was holding such a pointless conversation with a Malfoy no less. My record was actually an entire night spent in detention, but that hardly counts, he trailed off as he watched a speck of white grow steadily larger from the distance. That was fast, Draco remarked, watching as Hedwig soar into view, her white feathers spread out wide as she glided over towards where Damien was standing. It's not possible, Potter Manor is far away from here, Damien said, more to himself as Hedwig came nearer. He reached out a hand for her to perch on as she arrived, hooting repeatedly, as if trying to convey an urgent message. Hey! You never delivered the letter. Damien said indignantly, immediately finding the parchment he'd tied to Hedwig's leg, addressed to his parents. Hedwig merely ruffled her feathers and held up another leg, though she did look a tad sulky. What Damien saw made his heart freeze, his legs rooting him to the spot. What happened? Draco asked. Damien did not reply, he merely unattached the singed piece of parchment from Hedwig's leg and turned it over for Draco to see. It contained the easily distinguishable messy scrawl of one Harry Potter. To Damien Potter, meet me at the edge of the wards near the Quidditch pitch as soon as possible. I promise you no harm. Come alone. For a moment, there was complete and utter silence as Damien contemplated the letter, Draco's unhelpful piercing gaze resting heavily on him. Eventually, the youngest Potter lit his wand and ignited the piece of parchment with a simple charm. Draco watched as the singed parchment burnt slowly into ashes and scattered quickly under the night breeze. You're not going, Draco said, looking at Damien straight in the eye. The youngest Potter barely refrained from an eye roll. Yes, and I love poetry. Draco stared. It was supposed to be rhetorical, Damien sighed. You cannot be serious, Draco sounded aghast. Of all the silliest tricks in the world, I should have known you'd fall for the simplest one of all. Imagine, any Death Eater who wants your head should have the easiest job in the world. All they need to do is send a note to Potter and tell him to come alone. Hell, they even get to determine the site you'll be kidnapped from. This is no Death Eater trick, Damien shot back irritably, surely you can see this as Harry's handwriting. Harry is supposed to be incapacitated, Draco pointed out. He was completely drained of magic after breaking out from the blood wards. Well, Harry was always exceptional, Damien said defensively, besides, only Harry can summon Hedwig. Which makes everything a whole lot better. Draco questioned, raising an eyebrow. Might I remind you that Harry is now completely brainwashed, and his capabilities, even if he is magically drained, far exceed a formidable Death Eater. I know. Which makes everything worse, Draco finished flatly. No, just shut up about that, snapped the younger wizard, annoyance flaring up once again. Harry wouldn't have sent this to me without reason. And if you're thinking that he still means to kidnap me, Damien said warningly, Harry, brainwashed or not, would never stoop to such a low trick. So that is irrelevant. As much as Draco wanted to argue, part of him knew that the last part was true. Fine, see if I care, he bit out at last, for a brief moment worrying if that statement was true, then he turned away. Damien watched as Draco disappeared out of the door of the Ollery, with a small pang of guilt, which was both surprising and extremely disturbing. This had nothing to do with Malfoy anyway. Harry was his brother, and he was determined to see that those memories returned their rightful owner. Harry would never be Voldemort's mindless puppet, ever again. With that thought, Damien settled down in a corner to wait, counting down the next 15 minutes until he could start planning on sneaking out into the castle grounds. Since Damien already had his invisibility cloak with him, he had no need of returning to his dormitory to retrieve it. However, there was still the issue of the Marauder's map, which Damien was determined to take to Harry's face later when he saw him. Sure, they had more important things to discuss, and Damien was extremely anxious if he could somehow persuade Harry to see the truth, but that didn't mean that the map did not matter. It belonged to the Marauders, and Damien had been entrusted with it to keep the map safe. Damien had sent off Hedwig with a reply that he would be there if Harry was alone, too. A part of him didn't want to seem too agreeable, as though he were needy. And Damien definitely did not want to come face to Voldemort or his Death Eaters, even if they promised him no harm. It would also make the process of revealing the truth to Harry even more difficult. As the clock hand approached 11:45, Damien couldn't help but wonder what had inspired Harry to suddenly return to Hogwarts, and request to meet him no less. Sure, it could be a trap. Doubtless Harry knew about the Blood Wards and he might have guessed that Damien was one of the secret keepers, but that couldn't be the point, because Harry had plenty of opportunities to harm him during their stay at Hogwarts, especially when the youngest Potter was grievously injured as he pursued his elder brother. But this was still Harry, and despite the fact that his ribs still felt a bit sore, a larger part of him refused to be convinced that Harry would somehow harm him, intentionally. After loitering around the Ollery for a few more minutes, and not seeing any sign of Hedwig returning from Potter Manor, Damien pulled out his invisibility cloak and wrapped himself tightly in it before stepping out cautiously. The corridor was dark and empty, and the carpet muffled any sounds his footsteps might have made. It was one of the few times that Damien had to depend solely on his senses to detect whether there was anyone heading his way, and not for the last time, Damien cursed Harry for taking the Marauder's map. It might not be his fault that he was brainwashed, but it certainly was Kit Mason's fault Damien lost James's prized possession. After hurrying down staircases and eerily silent corridors for a full 5 minutes, and narrowly escaping Mrs. Norris and Filch on the second-floor corridor, Damien finally stepped out into the open air. The night breeze was cool and refreshing, and since Quidditch tryouts weren't due until the day after tomorrow, Ginny's previously scheduled tryouts were cancelled because Damien had to prepare for the dueling club. The youngest Potter had not had the chance to enjoy the evening breeze for a long time. There were only few moments when they were either hurrying to or from herbology and care for magical creatures. Behind him, Damien heard the slow chime of the clock, and counting in his heart he knew it was 12 o'clock, midnight. Quickly, he hastened towards the Quidditch pitch, trusting the wind and muddy ground to mask his hurried footsteps. He reached the pitch in a record of 3 minutes, panting slightly. Squinting against the darkness, Damien looked hard between the trees, at the edge of the forest where Harry had promised he would be, but saw nothing. Deciding that he needed to be the first to reveal himself, or they would likely just stand there, invisible, on either side of the barrier throughout the night, Damien decided to take the risk. With a fluid motion, he swept off the invisibility cloak and stowed it away in his thick jacket pocket. Immediately, the cold wind began to buffet him in all directions, freezing him to the bone. It was, after all, late autumn, and he did not think of bringing an extra wrapper when he and Draco broke into Professor Dumbledore's office. However, there was not much time to think of anything else, for at that precise moment, something shifted in the shadows, and when Damien looked up, he found himself face to face with Kit Mason. "You're still wearing the stupid glamour," was the first thing Damien thought of saying, with a scowl. Kit looked a tad surprised, before he nodded slightly. "It's a precaution," he explained, "just in case someone invades your mind." "Who?" Damien asked, noting how weary the other looked, despite the glamour, and secretly wishing he could see his brother's face instead of Kit's. "Kit, or Harry," snorted. "You still need to ask." Damien did not reply, but when Harry finally met his eyes again, the familiar goofy grin was on Damien's face once more, and it was a tad alarming and irritating for the latter to witness. "What now?" Harry snapped. "I haven't got all night, so drop that expression." "Nothing," Damien said truthfully. "Just that you're not dead." "So yeah, that's good. I suppose." Harry stared. Then, upon deciding he did not have the time to decipher how the Gryffindor's mind worked, he began, "You must be wondering why I suddenly asked you to meet me here tonight. Frankly, I'm surprised that you agreed quickly. To be truthful, I wasn't wondering at all." But to continue, Damien couldn't help but interject, the bubbly happy feeling in his chest rising. He had been anticipated this moment, dreamt of it for so long, and though these were hardly the circumstances he imagined when he dreamt his brother had come back to life, it was as surreal as his dream. And Harry could stop glaring at him, because he really couldn't help that grin. Harry was looking at him incredulously. "You have no reason whatsoever to trust me, yet you turned up here alone in the middle of midnight anyway. And you never even wondered why I asked you to meet me at all. That sounds extremely foolish, even for a Gryffindor like you." Damien smiled cheekily, before he sobered. "Actually, Harry, I need to talk to you as well. There are many things I need to tell you, and they might be a bit hard to believe, but I'm willing to take whatever oath or veritaserum it is to guarantee you that I speak the truth," he gabbled in a rush. Harry seemed to have understood his sentence, for a slight frown appeared on his face. "I'm not here to do you a favor, Potter," he said at last, demeanor suddenly a shade colder, "but I might return it if you answer my questions truthfully." "Return the favor?" Damien echoed, confused. "I don't need you to return any favor, Harry. All I ask is for you to listen to what I have to say after this. I'll answer your questions anyway unless they involve the destruction of my friends or family or the Order or something," he finished lamely, discovering belatedly the many loopholes in his promise. "You might change your mind on that," Harry said in a low voice, dangerous, before abruptly switching back to what Damien called the serious no-nonsense mode. "First, do I have your word that you will speak only of the truth? You may withhold information you do not wish to discuss, but you cannot lie." Damien nodded immediately, sealing the subtle sparks Harry had directed with his wand, hence sealing the oath as well. Briefly Harry was dismayed. The Gryffindor was even more foolish than he had thought, to accept a stranger's oath so quickly. Without even considering the loopholes, but he said nothing. When the vow was complete, Harry took a deep breath and asked, was there a forest anywhere near Godric's Hollow? Damien was extremely surprised when he heard Harry's first question. Forest, he echoed. No. At least, nowhere near where we stayed. The nearest one was around 3 miles away. I suppose there could have been a few decades ago, but the village has expanded until the edge of the forest was rather far away from the center. Which is where we lived. Harry nodded, as though understanding, though Damien noticed that those blue eyes were beginning to show signs of emerald once more. You say that I was never placed under the Imperious Curse, by Dumbledore, Harry continued, beginning to pace the front of the wards. And you claim that Bellatrix did not die by the hands of the Order the day I was captured. Yes, Damien said, even as a sharp gust of cold wind got him, and his teeth began to chatter. I swear, those were just lies. He paused at Harry's murderous expression, but immediately his tone hardened with steel. You know I'm telling the truth, Harry. I cannot lie under this oath. Why do you think I accepted this so readily? Harry did not reply, so Damien continued, Bellatrix never died that day, in fact she wasn't even there. It was my Uncle Sirius pretending to be her all the while. The Order laid a false trap for you, and you alone were caught. Nobody even realized who you were until my dad took off your mask when he brought you back. Even so, he was so disbelieving he did a blood test. I bet he would be, Harry muttered darkly, his eyes still not on Damien. Damien felt like swearing. This was harder than he had thought it would be. Merlin, Harry, don't you see that you were never placed under the Imperious Curse for even 1 second? Even if you don't believe me, your capabilities should more than convince. Quiet, Harry hissed, but Damien paid him no heed, not until Harry said in a loud whisper, shut up. Someone's coming. Damien immediately fell silent and fumbled to wrap himself in the invisibility cloak once more. But he refused to disappear out of sight yet. Swear to me that you won't disappear off yet, Damien said urgently, I haven't finished. Keep quiet, Harry growled, frowning in concentration. The wind was picking up, bringing in droplets of rain, but Harry could sense muffled footsteps, and most importantly a magical aura heading his way. His father had trained him to pick up on any approach of a wizard, and he could sense that there was one drawing near to where they were standing. The magical signature given off was, however, not very clear, and one could never tell exactly how many wizards or witches were heading their way. It depended on the age and power said magical being held. Just promise me. Damien snapped back, impatiently. Be fair, all right. I agreed to your terms within seconds of hearing it. Fine, I'll stay for the moment, Harry ground out, reminding Damien idly of the times he had to argue so much with his elder brother just for Harry to stay a little longer at Potter Manor, or even the Burrow. Now disappear and stay quiet until I say it's safe. Well, that definitely sounded familiar. Damien half scowled before the cloak fell over him and he vanished from sight. Harry immediately disappeared as well, into the shadows, under his disillusionment charm. Minutes ticked by slowly, and Harry began to feel increasingly anxious. Judging by the magical signature given off, Harry guessed that it was a witch or wizard heading their way, but as he sensed the aura drawing nearer, almost 8 meters away even, he could see nothing. The heavy wind and autumn rain did nothing to improve his vision, and he could barely see through a disillusionment charm in this state. Then abruptly, there was a yelp from where Damien was standing a minute ago. With narrowed eyes, Harry watched something red flash out of the corner of his eye, before it disappeared altogether. There was someone else standing there. It wasn't easy spotting the eavesdropper, but it was considerably less impossible a task when Harry knew where to look. He thought he detected a faint shimmer as the distinct shape of a boy sprinted across the Quidditch pitch, and disappeared quickly into the rain. At the same time, Harry could feel the magical signature pause, before leaving them further and further away, until he could no longer sense any outsider's presence. For safety reasons, Harry decided to wait a good 3 more minutes all the same. He stood there, crouching, until he heard shuffling of feet. Keep quiet, Potter, he said in an undertone. Not yet. But Damien either did not hear him or decided to ignore his warnings anyway. The next thing he knew, something was prodding his cheekbone and he automatically lashed out, grabbing onto the something which felt like a finger wrapped in something slippery. The cloak fell off, revealing Damien standing outside the barriers of Hogwarts. "What in the name of Salazar do you think you're doing?" Harry hissed, banishing his own disillusionment charm. "Get back inside." Damien merely shook his head, urgently, before he started to run into the woods. The boy had gone completely nutters. Completely and utterly and extremely nutters. First off, he wasn't wearing anything warm, and he could see that Damien's steps were becoming increasingly shaky. The forest brought them a little cover from the pelting rain, but that wasn't enough to keep the droplets at bay. Soon, Harry found himself drenched to the skin, still running after a surprisingly agile but idiotic Gryffindor. Which also happened to be his biological brother. Given his luck, he wasn't really surprised at this unfortunate turn of events. It was difficult running through mud and twigs, and despite his reassuring Lucius otherwise, Harry was still far from being fully recovered and he definitely was not up to running more than 100 meters as of yet. He soon felt his energy draining away rapidly, much like when he lost his magic to the blood wards, which was a foreign feeling. He despised it. In that moment, he felt weak, and the worst thing was Potter beat him at running. It was, at least, fortunate that Damien chose that moment to stop running, and Harry discarded his disillusionment charm completely to save energy for his return journey and glamour. His magic was already beginning to wane. What was the meaning of that? Harry demanded, hating the way he had to pause for breath after the first word. If Damien noticed, he didn't comment. The Gryffindor was in worse state than he was. In fact, Damien was chattering all over, his knees shaking slightly from the cold, but of course despite all that, his lips would still be pulled into that stupid grin of his. "There was someone following me, I think," he said, no longer bothering to whisper. "They were well into the forest, so I thought it would be better to shake off their trail this way. Welcome to my favorite picnic spot. This place is out of bounds," Harry noted, taking in the glittering lake that lay ahead of them, obscured by a few dark and mangly trees before them. "Which is why it is my favorite," Damien pointed out with a grin. "Me and Ron used to come here almost every weekend, before I could go to Hogsmeade with him, that is." Harry raised an eyebrow at this but offered no opinion. After pausing for a while, he sank into the non-muddy patch of ground beside Damien, wondering how the night was spinning off into such a bizarre reality. Running away from Hogwarts with Potter into the woods for secret discussions. Perfect. Damien attempted to cast a warming charm on his clothes, but instantly he began to yelp in panic. Harry guessed that he might have accidentally heated the water droplets clinging onto him instead. Hiding a smile, Harry did not look up as he cast a drying charm as well as the correct warming charm on Damien, causing the youngest Potter to pause and offer him a sheepish grin. "Thanks." The night was cold and drizzly, with no stars in sight. There was a faint blur of a crescent in the distance, but that was the most they could make of the moon. Lake water lapped quietly behind them, against the rocks, and in that area secluded by the waters and the trees, it felt as though the forest was just as magical as Hogwarts was. The glittering lake could have been illuminated by the faint light of the moon. The Wizarding School was a magnificent castle in the distance, across the forest and the water, almost unreal. The school Harry never got to truly attend, be it last year or this. They sat down, leaning against the rocks in silence, watching the rain fall. Damien Potter was one of the secret keepers of Hogwarts, there was no denying it now. Somehow, Harry had wished differently. It was easier to win a game of strategies than to succeed by betraying another's trust. But Damien had so obligingly and blindly trusted Harry, or Kit Mason. Harry wasn't sure which personality held more influence over the younger boy, but either way the results were the same. Damien had made the choice to trust Harry explicitly, and for that he might have to pay the price. Voldemort, after all, needed to place one of the secret keepers under the Imperious Curse, and Damien was, ultimately, the best candidate. But that was for another day, when his father returned to the manor, when he had his questions answered. Right now, maybe for once in his life, he could sit back and wish the moment would last. "I know you have plenty of questions," Damien began, suddenly. "And I'm actually quite glad to know that you have so many questions." There was a pause in which Damien grimaced, and Harry's silence was the perfect confirmation of how bad a start that was. "Anyway," Damien coughed, a tad awkwardly, "I think it'd be best if you heard me out. The entire story. It'll probably answer most of your questions, anyway." But Harry shook his head, slowly. I'm only hearing the full story from my father, nobody else. Damien paused slightly at the father reference, remembering painfully how, once upon a time, Harry would have referred to James as dad, unconsciously. Would they need to build that bridge all over again? I'm just asking you to listen, Damien tried, looking at Harry desperately. You don't need to believe me fully, just take my words into consideration. You told me that my father lied to me, Harry replied evenly, returning the gaze. How can the same not be spoken for yourself? Dad would never lie to me about things like this, Damien said firmly, but Harry deadpanned. Dumbledore. The youngest Potter paused. While it is true that I heard part of the story from Dumbledore, he began, and Harry raised an eyebrow unhelpfully, I witnessed most of the things myself. I'd let you see the memories if only I knew how to. But still Harry stubbornly refused to listen. I will only listen to your part of the story after I've heard from my father, he said, though his tone was soft. I don't expect you to understand this. But I only came here to find out 3 things. First, Bellatrix's death. Secondly, my supposedly being imperioused by Dumbledore. Thirdly, about the real Godric's Hollow. All the stories he'd already heard from his father. First. Briefly, Damien was surprised hadn't Harry already known what he had to about the first 2 points, when he drugged Damien in the room of requirement. But Damien did not voice any of that, he merely lunged into his tale, afraid that Harry might turn him away if he argued. It was but a small thing, but this was the first time in long months he got the chance to speak to his brother. When he had put Harry's remaining belongings back into the boxes, and cleared away Harry's room, laid that white rose across the polished wood, there hadn't been a more bitter ache, of longing and craving for his eldest brother to step into his life once more, just as abruptly as he had stepped into it. He never once imagined that Harry would return, nor did he ever anticipate that it was another cruel reversal of fate, that Harry had once more lost his memories to Voldemort's manipulations, and succumbed to being his puppet once more. So he began, talking about the old Godric's Hollow he'd lived in. At first he only mentioned the landscape, the facts that he thought Harry would be interested in, but he couldn't be blamed for adding a few of his childhood memories in, could he? It just seemed so cruel to be sharing with his brother the beautiful place he'd be brought up in, when all Harry could remember of it was nightmares. He hesitantly added the part where he snuck out on James's nimbus once, before he'd even entered Hogwarts, and when James stormed in, face red, and noticed him flying up high in the sky, his heart was iced with fear. But then his dad, as awesome as he was, started laughing so hard till Damien swore he cried. When Harry looked briefly surprised at this, and didn't tell Damien to shut up and stick to the point, he grew more confident. He told Harry how Lily and James had surprised him during his 12th birthday, by telling him to close his eyes and prepare for sidelong apparition, when suddenly he was shoved onto something, and in his struggles to remove James's blindfold, he kicked off into an amazing height on his first broom, a Nimbus 2000. Damien felt that it was only fair if he cleared Sirius' name as well, so he added in a few more stories while describing Godric Hollow's kitchen when he and Uncle Sirius decided to bake Lily's favorite apple pie for her birthday. James was in charge of preparing the ice cream, and, as a result of Sirius' greediness and carelessness, Sirius upended half the salt shaker over the beautifully baked pie. There was a thick layer of salty crust over it, and Damien did not even realize it. Damien had only been 7 years old at that time, so Lily felt inclined not to hurt Damien's feelings and pretended the pie was delicious. It was probably to her sinking heart and rising horror when Damien happily pushed the entire pie towards her and urged her to eat up. Damien swore that it was a mistake, and he never knew it was salty until he picked some sugar off the table and licked it, but Sirius nearly died of laughing that night. The mood sobered when Damien tried explaining Bellatrix's supposed death, and when Harry had been captured then sent to Hogwarts. Do you remember when I first snuck into your room to see you? The youngest Potter asked, grinning faintly at the memory. You grew quite annoyed with me and even threw me out of your room. But I promptly walked back in because you never said anything about coming back in again. Harry hid a smile at that. Sounds probable, was all he said, but Damien could tell that he was confused. He had no such memory of his past year. Throughout Damien's many illustrated stories, Harry rarely offered any opinions, and confused, Damien just continued to talk and talk to wear himself out, inserting funny adjectives and making faces only to draw the ghost of a smile, or the glint of amusement in Harry's now emerald eyes. Damien, however, did not broach the topic of Voldemort's truthfulness or Harry's childhood more than Harry allowed, after Harry abruptly told him to forget it, and after he made Harry promise that Harry would get to the bottom of the mystery. Harry, much to Damien's surprise, had agreed. It was through part of his animated storytelling did Damien realize that Harry hadn't actually came to find out about those 3 questions of his, only, or he wouldn't be sitting here quietly beside Damien, watching the ebb of the lake tide, catching the faint drizzle droplets idly as he listened. Sometimes, when he finished a tale and silence fell, there was a quiet fear, sadness or perhaps even pain that flashed across Harry's eyes so fast Damien could barely catch, that scared the youngest Potter so he merely made the simplest decision to never stop talking. He wasn't sure what Harry had come for, and Damien suspected that Harry knew more than he was letting on. He had discovered more of Voldemort's loopholes and secrets that did not add up to Damien's story. But a part of Damien feared, and knew, that if he pressed for answers, Harry could just walk away easily and never return, so he did not dare to. Perhaps Harry had felt alone and needed company. Or more probably, he needed a distraction, so he came to listen to Damien's chatters like he would have done a month ago. Deep inside him, Damien felt a warm yet selfish glow that Harry had flew to find him first, and not anyone else, and he couldn't help but feel immensely glad that he had accepted Harry's proposal to meet at the edge of the barriers at once. For that moment, the rest of the world order of the Phoenix and Voldemort could stew for all he cared. He just wanted to be selfish this once and let that moment last. It must have been the 20th story Damien was through, and he had no idea how late it was into the night by now. Not that he cared, but the worst thing was that a sneeze was slowly brewing. He had a bad feeling that Harry would reprimand him if he let it past, so he tried to ignore it, but no amount of will could throw one off. Finally, with a magnified 3-fold, ATCHOO. Damien sneezed, and lo and behold, he was not disappointed. Harry's eyes immediately snapped back to him, and his elder brother stood up decisively. "It's getting quite late," Harry said quietly, even as he seized Damien's arm and half-dragged his sulking younger brother back from where they came from. "You have to go back." "But I haven't even finished my story yet," said Damien indignantly, the little voice in his head whispering his fears, that if he let go, Harry would never return. "Truth to be told, I wasn't really listening, so that's irrelevant," Harry said firmly. "Ouch," Damien shot back. "That's mean." When Harry showed no sign of relenting, the youngest Potter eventually found himself half-dragged by his elder brother back to Hogwarts. "You really remind me of Mum," Damien continued to whine stubbornly by Harry's ear. "A single cough or sneeze before a Diagon Alley visit and I don't get a double scoop ice cream." "I don't have a double scoop ice cream to offer anyway," Harry said wryly, still getting a tight grip over the protesting Damien. They reached the edge of the barriers a little too quickly, and Damien was left clinging desperately to half-made-up excuses of not returning to the castle. By the time Harry shoved him towards the barriers, Damien was almost desperate enough to suggest Harry bring Damien with him wherever he went, forget him not wanting to seem horribly clingy. "Go back in," Harry said, for some reason not looking at Damien. The Gryffindor stubbornly stood his ground. "Why exactly did you come here tonight?" Harry looked back at him to meet his gaze, smiling, but it was tinged with bitterness. "Perhaps I can answer you this one truthfully," he said. "I don't know." Damien frowned, but he didn't walk towards Hogwarts, merely stopping by the edge of the barriers, allowing the drizzle to fall around him, feeling the droplets of water to slide down his face, soaking once more into his attire. "I will see you again, right?" he asked softly, his eyes for a moment not daring to meet Harry's, for fear of being turned away. "Probably," Harry agreed, "but by then, you might not recognize me anymore." "Don't worry, I'm always the first to spot you," Damien offered a smile. Harry returned it, one side of his mouth curling upwards, before he gestured for Damien to return. "It's nearing 4 in the morning, you need your sleep." "I would have stayed until dawn and I wouldn't be tired," Damien replied with a roll of his eyes. "You underestimate my energy levels. You can stop delaying the inevitable and turn back," Harry said, folding his arms in a suddenly rather older brother fashion. "What are you doing here then?" Damien countered, raising an eyebrow challengingly. "Making sure you walk back to the castle," Harry deadpanned. "You won't be able to see me anyway, Damien pointed out, as he wrapped himself once more with the invisibility cloak. Then, as if to prove his point even though Harry wouldn't see him, he pretended to shuffle off, but then stood his spot and looked back at Harry, waiting to see his brother leave first. Harry on his part, smiled, and barely above the whisper of the wind, Damien heard, "Thank you anyway, Damie." And Damien had to blink back sudden tears, as he watched the figure of his elder brother turn round and walk away alone, into the forest. A minute later under the chilling rain, there was nothing else to keep Damien warm, but for the lasting charm around his clothes. It kept him warm throughout the night. Harry slammed the trapdoor shut, his breathing erratic, emerald eyes wide and roving as though scanning for an invisible threat. His frenzied mind was a cloud of worry and anxiety, and both his hands were shaking. He laid a palm flat on the trapdoor, the carving of a snake on the bronze metal glowing briefly. "Close," he hissed, but by the harsh whisper that left his throat, it sounded more like a snarl. For a few moments he crouched there, unmoving, a hand clamped onto his lightning bolt scar carved into the middle of his forehead. Blood was seeping through his fingers despite his best efforts to stem the flow, and Harry could do no more but clench his jaw in obvious effort to contain the pain. A wandless cleaning charm was cast, and all blood was siphoned off his face, but more kept coming. Barely holding back a swear, Harry stood up and turned to move away, before he suddenly stopped short. A tall man with blonde hair was standing some distance behind him. Though he had not drawn his wand, the man's eyes were glued to the now uncovered trapdoor with thinly veiled horror and uncertainty. Harry barely paused for a moment, before he flicked the loose floorboard back in place carelessly, resealing it with his own magic. The other wizard narrowed his eyes at this. "I see that you too know of the secret," Harry said, his tone emotionless as he stood facing front, not looking at the man behind him. The man, Lucius, blanched, but covered it up with an effort. "I don't know what you mean, Prince. The Dark Lord has told me to guard the entrance once, but I've never been down before." Harry did not reply to that. "How did you know where I was?" he questioned. "Why have you not returned? It is late. Night." Lucius had no reply for that, except for the slight tensing around his shoulders. Harry narrowed his eyes, brilliant green darting to the man's far from relaxed composure, pain hidden in the lines of his expressionless face, the sweat on his brow, the odd hunch of his left shoulder. The steady trickle of red down his left finger he tried to hide. The darkening of his black robes around his left forearm. Harry's eyes hardened. "Restrictions," he spat, his green eyes narrowed in anger. First with pain, now with this. Harry Lucius tried, his unaffected facade forgotten. "The Dark Lord only did so to prevent you from getting hurt. It's not what you think. So you can guess my thoughts, Lucius." Harry fired, an odd glint in his eye. "How very astute of you. Then again, with so many clues lining my way, presenting the bloody facts to my very face." The first hint of black tinted those emerald orbs, and Lucius backed away a step. "I was completely blinded." "The Dark Lord cares about you, Harry," the elder wizard spoke, his gray eyes unflinching nevertheless. "Care?" A laugh emitted from the other's mouth, loud, howling and mirthless, which seemed to even startle himself. "I don't who he cared for, or if he ever did, but it was never me." Emotions, fiery and fast, flashed across Harry's features, too fast for Lucius to catch. "I've been a puppet on a string, dancing to his tune all this while. You really think you have discovered the truth?" Lucius hissed, a threatening edge to his voice that had never appeared in his encounters with Harry. "You know nothing of the Dark Lord's intentions and ways. It is not up to you to question him. You spoke of honor, yet you judge based on one-sided assumptions." Harry's gaze darkened once more, but something akin to curiosity piqued. He stepped closer, but this time the Death Eater never backed away, but met his with a matched steely glare. "My assumptions are never one-sided," said Harry, "and as for the complete truth, I have yet to decide in what to believe. But there is one thing I know for certain: he lied to me and used me." "What do you think is your truth, then?" Lucius countered. "If you think the Dark Lord has manipulated you, give me a reason." "I do not think so, I know so," Harry corrected lightly, but the tension was still in place. "Though I would understand if you were to deny it. After all, you and I are pretty much alike." "Harry," said Lucius warningly, but Harry merely quirked a small smile and walked out of the chamber calmly, his footsteps ringing across the hall. But he was not calm, far from it. Harry was in emotional turmoil, His mind spun with too many half-truths and outright lies, too many versions of convincing truths that he could not choose for the life of him what to believe. "Where are you going?" Lucius said sharply, the last time Harry had snarled a curse at him and fled from the manor forever still burning in the back of his mind. "You must not leave the manor, Harry." Harry paid him no heed. "I dare you try to stop me," the younger wizard replied, with the barest hint of a smirk. Lucius felt something burn inside him. The image of Draco at the mercy of Voldemort's hands flashed, unbidden into his mind. A jet of red light soared out of his wand, aiming for the Dark Prince before he had completed his line of thought. He was irrational by then, he was panicked. Harry ducked out of the way at the last possible moment, the jet of red light soaring past his shoulder so close it stung. With narrowed eyes Harry whirled around. Lucius noticed his eyes were a dark forest green. "Did you play a part in that lesson too, Lucius?" Harry asked softly, swerving around to block the rain of curses Lucius was firing, some even lethal. Cutting hexes rained their blow on the chamber, shattering both mirrors and the floor to ceiling windows. Glass glittered on the floor, edges razor sharp, but neither duelist paid them any heed, their eyes fixed on only each other. Then the first unforgivable left Lucius' mouth, the Imperio, and Harry's eyes changed. Gone was the brilliant emerald nor darkest of greens, it was now a dull venomous black, his fury drawn where Lucius attempted to control him once more. "Those who play with fire, get burned." Harry spat at the man, and Lucius stilled, shocked. That was the only hesitation he needed. Harry drove home his advantage, multicolored flashes of light landing heavily on Lucius' glimmering silver body shield. But despite all of it no unforgivable left Harry's wand. Beneath his cracking shield, Lucius wandlessly summoned the chandelier, a light touch, deciding that the Dark Lord would forgive him for destroying the chamber if he managed to prevent the Dark Prince's escape. The bulk of gold and crystal sagged down against the ceiling, the chain holding it up creaking audibly. Harry glanced up, eyes flickering upwards for the barest of seconds, but Lucius allowed his shield to dissipate, shooting a cutting hex straight at Harry. At the same time the younger wizard fired a curse, a jet of purple light. Both spells collided in a flurry of light. Lucius saw Harry's eyes widen and the boy swerved out of the way. He barely managed to gasp in surprise when the spell cast by his own wand rebounded, slamming into his chest with a tear of pain. He stumbled backwards, blood gurgling in his throat, barely able to speak, before falling. Harry stopped, the black in his eyes rapidly disappearing, taking in the injured form of the man he had always regarded something like a second father. He then turned and rapidly walked away, leaving Lucius bleeding on the ground, desperation calling out the boy's name. His voice was surprisingly strong, and the boy heard him. The cutting hex he aimed for Harry had never meant to kill, but wound. The younger of the pair stopped. "I will call for help," he said shortly. "The Dark Lord," he began weakly, trying to prop himself up in his pool of blood, already praying for his master's forgiveness, "he has never left Riddle Manor." Harry stopped but never turned around. James Potter's magic was never enough to begin with, Lucius continued, watching as the boy's back go rigid. "You were slipping away. The Dark Lord was wild, with anger. He sent me away while he performed another ritual and after you were saved, ordered me to tell you, when you woke, he would be away." He gasped, a sudden pain squeezing his chest, "for 3 days. Then Harry turned round one last time, emerald green eyes brighter than before, barely a trace of a tear, but it took all of Harry's resolve to speak, without allowing his voice to crumble, and even so it was after a pregnant pause. "I will return." It was but 3 simple words, but Harry's resolve shattered upon the last word, his voice audibly cracking, as he walked across the chamber and slammed the door shut, leaving Riddle Manor behind for the last time, for when he returned, he knew he would never leave it again. Lucius comforted himself with the knowledge that, the reason the boy had reacted that way was because Harry knew he could never walk out of the Dark Prince's life so easily anymore, just like he once did the year before. Back to present, directly after meeting Harry. Damien stumbled into the castle, water soaking his attire through and through. He resisted the urge to remove his invisibility cloak and wring it in the middle of the corridor, but allowed the soggy material to flop over his back as he squelched his way noisily back to the Gryffindor Tower. He was already rounding the last bend when he decided to drop caution. He was merely meters away from the fat lady portrait. Wonderful cloak you've got there, Potter, a voice suddenly drawled from the shadows, making Damien trip and nearly fall crashing to the carpet. Scowling, Damien ripped off the cloak and glared into the shadows. Carelessly, Draco banished the disillusionment charm around himself. Though I must comment it's a little too flashy for a mere boy like you. After all, it glitters whenever you walk. The youngest Potter made a face and began wringing his cloak right there in the middle of the corridor. Water seeped through his fingertips and stained the carpet a darker color, but he paid no heed to the increasing wetness of the floor. Why are you here, by the way? Damien questioned suspiciously as he continued to struggle with the wet cloak. I went for a little walk, Draco replied easily, much like you. It took a moment for the truth to sink in. It was you. Damien spluttered, drenched cloak forgotten. You spied on me. You eavesdropper. Draco actually rolled his eyes. Clearly that was the most obvious conclusion. Unfortunately for your simple deductions, I am a Slytherin, Potter. My intentions are not that blatantly obvious. Try again. Damien paused. So there was another person following me, but that person was not you. He guessed wildly, before his sleepiness got the better of his temper. I don't know. All right, can't you for once in your life give me a straight answer? The taller of the pair looked amused, but relented. You guessed correctly, Draco said, much to Damien's surprise. Someone else was indeed stalking you. As for me, I was in turn following the stalker. Ironic, no. Someone was stalking me. Damien Mo.Ned, more of dismay than despair in Draco's opinion. Am I always that bad? Who? Professor Winter, Draco replied, watching as the younger wizard's face morphed into a serious expression immediately. In some ways, the youngest Potter really did resemble his elder brother. He was also in Dumbledore's office when we entered. I believe he was after the same information as we were, that's why you found those notes so easily right on Dumbledore's table. Winter must have found it, and hurriedly placed them back when he heard us arriving. That still doesn't explain why he decided to follow me, Damien pointed out, hoping this was a huge mistake. How much could their defense professor be trusted? If he found out about them, how much longer would it take for Dumbledore to find out as well? Obviously Winter heard our conversation before he left, Draco said with exaggerated patience. He must have decided to keep close tabs on us since we approached such a conclusion, and it would of course be easier for him to place a tracking charm on the more oblivious one of us both. Hence you were stalked as you left the castle. He used a tracking charm on me. Damien said, aghast. But why didn't the Lehugistine stop it? Oh. He suddenly remembered a similar situation, a year ago, when Hermione had used the tracking charm on him when he had visited Harry at the hotel. Harry had been furious. It seemed like the stone, however powerful, only protected him from potentially harmful spells. Draco decided to ignore Damien's internal conflicting thoughts. Anyway, as I happened to be following Winter, he led me to the spot where you were. I'm sure you noticed that red flash of light when I grabbed you. That was actually the counter curse. Oh, Damien said intelligently, comprehension dawning on his face. I see now. Thanks, maybe. The youngest Potter pursed his lips and shifted awkwardly at his eloquently expressed gratitude, causing more water droplets to drip all over the floor. Draco raised an eyebrow, relishing the moment. It was a pause later then when Damien frowned and asked, wait, wouldn't you removing the charm suddenly cause Professor Winter to be suspicious? I didn't exactly remove it, I moved it, Draco said nonchalantly. Moved it? Damien repeated, surprised. Where? Wherever I wanted to lead him to, Draco said airily. Simple. It sounds like a complicated spell. The youngest Potter was still suspicious. Draco sighed. It was only a bit hard. He paused before adding, like a werewolf is a bit bloodthirsty on a full moon. Damien scowled. You think you're really witty, don't you? Thanks for the compliment, Draco said smoothly. Now I believe it's your turn. What did Harry say? Damien groaned. He should have really seen this coming. The Slytherin would never have offered information easily without any form of payback. This was going to be a really long night. However long Damien's night could have been, it was nothing compared to what the inhabitants of the Azkaban prison were facing. It was by now approaching dawn, but there was no way of knowing the time, not as they were sealed off in the darkest dungeon possible in Britain. Although there was no realizing how much time had passed, Sirius' somewhat battered internal clock told him it was almost 2 days since James had been returned to his cell, weak and completely devoid of energy. Following that, Sirius noticed that there were more frequent checkups by the Death Eaters. At least 2 of them would pop by each day, carelessly shoving hunks of bread and water through the bars for James. Once even a vial of potion was forced down James's throat, much to Sirius' held protests. It was then when the Death Eater that Sirius recognized as Malfoy told him to shut up, as the Dark Lord needed James Potter alive. For now there was no reason for them to kill him in his cell. That didn't make Sirius feel much better. For those 2 days, James was garrulous and slipped in and out of consciousness, but those days gave Sirius good. Although he never realized it, he became more alive than he had been previously in the cells, as constant anxiety and determination to help his fallen friend fueled him each day, and he checked James's condition every few minutes through the bars separating him and his best friend, depending on his somewhat inaccurate internal clock. Sirius' keen nose picked up the faint potion scent from James's water, and upon identifying it, Sirius to his immense surprise discovered it to be a strengthening potion. He was desperate enough for his friend to wake, even though it meant trusting his arch-enemy and also his keen sense of smell, so Sirius made sure all of the liquid went down James's throat each day. He sacrificed his share of the meager meal to feed up his greatly weakened friend, tore off rags from his robes to bandage James's suspiciously injured palm, but his friend refused to wake. It was on the 3rd day of this usual frustrating routine for Sirius before James finally came to. It started off as a low groan, before the eldest Potter began to stir slightly against the bars separating the cells confining him and Sirius. Immediately, Sirius was brought out of his reverie, and he scrabbled painfully over to his friend, thankful that the chains around his wrist were long and allowed him to stretch as far as James's cell, though it did cost him a few deep welts on his wrist. "How is the head?" was the first thing Sirius thought of asking. He had always wondered if Dementors could affect a sleeping person as well. "In pieces," Ned James as he slowly pushed himself upright. "Where am I?" Sirius couldn't help the huge grin that spread across his face, indeed the expression was so long forgotten his jaw ached at the very effort. "You're in Azkaban," he informed James brightly. "Was that supposed to make me feel better?" James wheezed moodily as he propped himself up against one of the slime-coated walls and wincing. His head really hurt. "Well, at least you have me to keep you company," Sirius reasoned, bright smile still in place, before he sobered. "What exactly happened to you, Prongs? First you're dragged off by Lucius Malfoy, then you're returned to this cell barely conscious with a raging fever and bleeding hand. And the Malfoy git even gave you strengthening potions. So tell me, what happened?" James grimaced and closed his eyes, though it made not much difference in the darkness of the prison cell. "Voldemort wanted to see me to aid him with something. I was placed under the Imperious Curse." Sirius was shocked into silence. This was progressing from worse to extremely bad. "I don't suppose you have a clue about what you did?" Sirius asked hesitantly. "No," was James' short reply. "I'm sure he didn't make you kill someone," said Sirius weakly, as though to console his best friend, but of course his clumsy words made Prongs feel all the more worse. "That wouldn't explain the injuries you've got. The wound on your right palm wouldn't stop bleeding until Sirius paused. I lost track of time," he admitted. James was having a very bad feeling about this. "What kind of dark ritual requires blood?" he questioned, not very certain that he wanted to know the answer. "Just in case. I'm not an expert," Sirius said, trying not to feel affronted. He paused for a while, thinking back to their old Auror training days, when they were forced to memorize all sorts of random facts about the symptoms of dark magic. "I suppose the making of Inferi requires blood." Barely had the words left his mouth when Sirius immediately wished that he never said that aloud. "But that wouldn't make sense because Voldemort already has a batch and he doesn't need a new one," he said quickly, "and he wouldn't need your skills for that." "Thanks Padfoot," said James dryly, "I feel whole lot better." "Anyway, that is beside the point," Sirius said firmly, cutting off any routes for their imagination to run wild. "Our main focus should be on how to escape this hellhole." James paused a while, silent. His breathing was still uneven and labored, before he finally sighed in agreement. "I suppose it increases our chances of escape now that the Dark Lord has temporarily finished his use for me." "No it does not," Sirius countered, forgetting James's warning at his being pessimistic. "Somehow he just couldn't help it in Azkaban. Firstly, you are physically weak and I wouldn't be surprised if you can't even manage to stand up properly, let alone be successful in a daring escapade. Secondly, the Death Eaters check on you more frequently, sometimes even twice a day. James fell silent. What was the approximate last time the Death Eaters came checking? He asked presently. If you trust my internal clock, around 8 hours ago, Sirius replied, which leaves us another 4, if not less. The idea of sticking my prongs into the keyholes won't work, James said frustratedly. I need my antlers to be exactly like the shape of the key, and to do that I would need the key, so the point is moot. Sirius groaned. Sometimes I wish that my animagus form was something small. A rat, James said darkly. No. Sirius' voice was vehement. Right, forget about that. Our best chance of escape is still by using our animagus form. It is the only kind of magic we can do presently, and the bars of this cell nor the keyholes respond to any form of spell. Providing I'm skinny enough, I should think my animagus form would be small enough to squeeze through the bars, but at any rate I'm still tied up. James slumped back against the wall with a new groan. The prongs idea is still the best one we have yet. Yes, Sirius admitted, unless you would like us both to suffer from painful burns. Painful burns, James repeated tiredly. What about that plan? This is the last resort plan I have in mind, and it's going to be rather desperate, Sirius warned. It's basically something like yours. Can you manage the fire tickling charm without a wand? James frowned. In normal circumstances certainly, that spell is easy. Then you better pray it works, Sirius said. Or you're going to suffer painfully. After casting that charm around yourself, you start to struggle. The chains, according to you, will start to heat up, so you can try pressing those snaky chains of yours around my normal chains, until my chains start to melt. My cuffs can remain on as my bracelet. I suppose we won't waste time trying to break them off. And after I'm free to move, I'll squeeze out through the bars and pick your keyhole. James listened to this for a while, before saying, it sounds pretty good, but there are a few major flaws I'm sure you realized. 1. It is a fire tickling charm, not heat tickling, so while this chain heats up, the charm may not work at all and I suffer anyway. 2. We'd have to heat those chains of yours pretty long for them to melt. 3. You might not be thin enough to squeeze through the bars. 4. In the miraculous event you manage to pick my keyhole and open the door, I'm still tied up and trying to escape in my condition would just slow you down. Sirius felt like retorting, what happened to being optimistic? But he refrained from doing so. Instead he tried to make out James's figure in the gloom and weighed their options. It's the prongs idea or the desperate idea. We might get stuck, we might get burnt, hurt, starve or die. Just choose. The eldest Potter pursed his lips. Since we already tried the first idea we might as well give the desperate one a go, he said at last. Sirius smiled mirthlessly. Brilliant. Damien found himself once more in the room of requirement, this time accompanied by none other than Draco Malfoy, the only other person besides him that knew of Kit Mason's true identity, who intended to keep it that way. The youngest Potter had just finished telling his story about his meeting with Harry, and truth to be told his energy was beginning to wear thin. He felt worn out and tired, especially after all that running around in the rain, and to be fair it was already 4:30, but Draco paid his yawns no heed. We need to find a way for Harry to regain his memories, Draco said at last, leaning back in his couch, his eyes contemplating. The sooner the better, before Voldemort decides to attack once and for all. Surely a memory charm can be lifted? Damien asked, fighting back sleep which was threatening to overpower his entire being. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore could do something about it. Draco's eyes darkened at the mention of the headmaster. Harry would never allow Dumbledore to do such a thing, and the removal of the charm is too complicated. It also requires absolute trust and consent between both parties, which would never happen in a century. Harry hates the old man. No, the fastest way is for him to view his own memories from last year. But how do we get that? Damien asked. Or do we just piece together our memories of meeting him last year until it forms a vague memory and summary of his forgotten past? No, said Draco at once, it would be horribly sketchy, not to mention involve loads of hard work, and Harry wouldn't believe another's memories anyway. You might as well tell me that this is hopeless case, Damien grumbled, rubbing his eyes tiredly. They fell into silence, Draco deep in thought, Damien trying hard not to fall asleep. Eventually, just to distract himself from drifting off, this discussion was way more important than his sleep. Damien spoke up. It's weird how easily I could regain my lost memory, and Harry's case seems so difficult. Draco raised his eyes to look at the younger boy. That magic stone of yours is extremely powerful, that's the only reason why. The youngest Potter absently fingered the lehugistine hidden beneath his robes. I wonder if Harry ever kept some of those memories in a pensieve, he murmured, before stopping suddenly, his eyes staring wide as though he'd been shot by a stunning spell. Now what's the excitement? Draco said sardonically as Damien's face morphed into an excited grin. A pensieve, Damien exclaimed, Harry's black and silver ring. It contains many of his memories that Voldemort possibly wiped off his mind. He may have put in more memories than we know. It could help him recover what happened last year. Damien was visibly getting very enthusiastic about this idea, previous sleepiness forgotten. Even Draco looked up at this. But where is the ring? The elder of the pair asked. Damien paused. I was hoping it would be with you, Damien murmured. I don't know. I think it would be safe to presume that Harry took off the ring before he left for Riddle Manor. He would never allow the possibility of Voldemort viewing his private memories, Draco reasoned. So the last place he was before returning to Voldemort was Potter Manor. Damien stood up and began to pace, a habit inherited from his father. But where could the ring be? They had been in Harry's room before his elder brother left and never returned. Would Harry have hidden something there? It was possible, but somehow Damien thought that it wasn't like his brother to leave his treasured possession unguarded in his room. If he never expected to come back from Riddle Manor, surely Harry would not have left his ring there, open to the possibility that it might be discovered by someone else when his room was turned out. Any ideas? Draco asked, watching as the youngest Potter walked about frustratedly. Damien shook his head in defeat. Not a clue. Now, he couldn't help but regret all over again why hadn't he had a more constructive conversation with Harry when he met him just hours ago. He could have possibly shed more light on Harry's past, could have asked Harry if he remembered the ring, asked him why exactly did he return, and above all the Marauders map. Damien couldn't believe he'd forgotten all about his father's prized artifact. Now he felt a stirring well of regret that he hadn't said anything more useful. But unbeknownst to him, that was the main reason why Harry had sought out his younger brother, because Damien never cared about how useful the words he said were. He only wanted to humor everyone with his ridiculous stories. If Damien had forced Harry to hear the truth, he probably would have been turned away long ago. Harry returned to the manor with his attire soaking wet, his normally untidy dark hair plastered to his face. The moment he stepped into the chamber he had previously played a hand in destroying during his duel with Lucius, he stopped. It had been restored to his normal glory, the windows repaired, mirrors fixed. The only mark left would be the powerful scorch marks and dents in the chamber walls, some cast by him, others by Lucius. But that was not what caught his attention. It was the Dark Lord himself. Voldemort was seated on his high back chair as usual, Lucius kneeling by his feet, wounds completely healed. There was a slight frown on his father's face when he walked in, but the expression cleared completely when ruby red eyes met emerald. There was a low hiss beneath Voldemort's throne, and Nagini emerged, her yellow eyes regarding Harry somewhat balefully. She had been released from her cage. Harry, Voldemort greeted, his eyes keen, snatching every single reaction Harry gave away greedily, as though trying to read his son. Harry paused, before returning, "Father." He dipped his head in acknowledgement, then turned away to leave. "I have not finished with you yet, Harry," Voldemort said, his voice, though light, had a dangerous edge to it. "Quite on the contrary, we have much to discuss. Sit." A chair was conjured before Voldemort. "Lucius, you may leave," the Dark Lord said. The Death Eater hastened to do so, pausing only to give Harry a fleeting glance. If Harry had not known better, he would have passed it for encouragement. The door to the chambers closed with an ominous click, and Harry hadn't moved from the spot where he was standing, frozen. Never in his life had he felt this uncomfortable in his father's presence, not even when they had first met, or perhaps he had but he did not remember. Brief anger coursed over him at the thought, but it was over as quickly as it had come. Voldemort stepped down from his throne, closing the little distance between them. Hands grasped his shoulders, the painful familiarity of them stinging, and Harry felt himself tense. He could tell Voldemort felt it, too, though the Dark Lord gave no indication of realizing this. But as fingers grasped his chin once more, Harry locked his jaw and looked away, his fists curling and uncurling by his side. Voldemort froze, before releasing him completely. "Tut tut Harry," he said, walking a circle around the younger wizard, "since when do you flinch from my touch? Is there any particular reason you wanted me to stay?" Harry asked quietly, still refusing to meet his father's eyes. "So you're not even hiding it," Voldemort continued slowly, "the fact that you've known the truth. But yet you returned. Why?" "Because your magic runs through me," Harry said flatly, slowly raising his eyes to meet his father's, which were glaring at him with fierce intensity, though Harry noted that Voldemort did not look surprised. Probably Lucius had told him of the reveal. "Believe me, that is the only reason I'm staying. There is nothing else besides that. You disregard being my son," Voldemort said, his voice hardened with steel, the same dangerous edge in it. "Since when was I ever?" Harry said softly, emerald eyes meeting red once more, unflinching. "I treated you as my father, I listened to your words, and the only thing I disobeyed you for was to find out the truth of my life last year, which I regard within my right. But you lied to me and manipulated me, putting a leash on my mind and controlled me like a puppet on a string, restricted by pain. Enough." Voldemort's gaze was dark now, dropping any facade of calm he had once held. "But I have returned," Harry pressed on, unrelenting, "and I give you my word, after tonight, I shall never leave against your orders." He faltered, but continued, "So you can at least admit to this." Voldemort cocked a head to a side, mockingly telling Harry to continue. "My life was a complete lie from the very start," Harry began, watching, gaining confirmation of his own words and guesses at the barest hint of emotions flickering across his father's face. "I never grew up in Godric's Hollow, nor did I realize who my parents were. I was brought up in the replica of my home," the words seared his throat as they left, "and abused by who I thought was my family. The place beneath the trapdoor was enchanted to look like a forest, where Nagini came along and brought me out too. The emerald flames beneath the small rock cave was actually the fireplace, where I entered and found myself here." Voldemort's figure was rigid, but he pretended to be unaffected. "Your discovery was quick, Harry," he said, "I was barely gone for a day." Harry smiled bitterly, his voice dull. "Not quick enough. There was no forest near the real Godric's Hollow, and the things I've heard never add up to your stories. But I listened to your words. I can ignore facts and evidence brought to my face and choose to believe another story, the lies you've spun. I've been completely and utterly blinded, fooled, all the while believing myself to be someone special, when I've been dancing to your tune. A mindless puppet." The fury in Voldemort was venom, and he felt a flare of righteous anger directed at the boy before him, and Harry bit his lip as his scar reopened once more, blood flowing freely down his face. "You were right," Voldemort said, his pupils slits of anger, his smile carved of ice. "You were ever only a powerful weapon to me, to be harnessed and used, to be discarded when you fell weak. I never had a son. I must have trained you, my little pet, well, have I not? For you to remain loyal, even after learning the truth of my deception." He smirked at the pain and fury burning in Harry's eyes, so intense that they were barely masked. "You did, my lord," Harry said, the last two words falling from his lips, foreign and hurtful, and his scar throbbed once more. "But my loyalty will no longer stand if you threaten or harm my family and friends." Green eyes met his, fiercely. "And I want my memories back. You are in no position to make such demands," snarled Voldemort, his voice so low for a brief moment Harry wondered if they were conversing in Parseltongue. "Tell me, Harry, on which side of the war do you stand?" The Dark Lord's voice rose in volume over the last word, but Harry did not flinch. "Out of my debt to you, yours," he replied, voice unnaturally soft in comparison to Voldemort's harsh tones. "But I withdraw from this deal if you do not abide by a few of my conditions." Dot. 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 An hour later, Harry let himself into his room. It was not raining in Riddle Manor, starlight was filtering through the crack in his curtains. Tiredly, Harry walked over to the windows, his eyes finding the endless night sky littered by little chips of light. It had rained before, after all. The glass panes were still stained wet from raindrops, the pattern of the raindrops' fall still marked upon his window. He yearned for the night air. He craved the freedom of soaring in the skies, the vague memory of him racing his brother on their brooms dancing in the far corner of his mind, like a dying flame. But he'd already signed that away, sealed it off in a deal that ends. avenued himself to being truly nothing else but a weapon of Lord Voldemort's. The memory charm was slowly being lifted, memories returned to him, crawling back painfully, but he would never know if they were complete. Voldemort could have held back some detail, and he wouldn't know. A broken puppet hung limply from the string. Named Harry, he choked out, a manic smile playing on his lips. He didn't care anymore, there was nothing else in this gray world that deserved him too. Only one, which he would never meet. But what was he mourning for? This was ultimately his own decision, the one he had made the moment he stepped out of Riddle Manor to enjoy his freedom for the last time. He flew all the way to Hogwarts, enjoying the wild sense of freedom all the way, ignoring the growing pain and bitterness in his heart. The craving to throw the responsibility away, for that fleeting moment, and let go. Falling to earth stained with red, just as his hands were take the easy way out. He had met Damien, his younger brother. He'd always suspected the other him last year had grown on the boy, and perhaps, a small part of him had always suspected Voldemort's lies. But it took the evidence to be shoved in his face for him to realize just how deep the deception was. For the last time, he had sought out the boy, ignoring the practical voice inside of him to turn around and forget the foolish plan. After all, since when had he ever given Damien a reason to trust him? But the boy, as a true Gryffindor, he was turned up willingly, trusting him blindly. He remembered feeling incredibly fatigued, yet at the same time so very alive when Damien brought him tearing through the woods, laughing, telling him to come faster, that he could do better than that. A hitch in his breath, a painful stab in the wound. Gods, he remembered. Flying to Godric's Hollow. Promise you'll stay out of trouble. Never take this off. A stone, black as the starless night, rippling with magic, handed by his own hands to Damien Potter. It was beginning. Rage, burning fierce in him as he watched the Daywalker raise his hand. You could have chose to help a friend, or stuck with your brother. Anger, pain, flames, roaring loud in their ears, a hand clutching his who responded mutually, protective. A spinning locket, unadulterated, fiery rage, power consuming him. The pulse of the barriers, power weaker yet stronger than his, stripping his magic to the very core. Pain, Levis, Lucius. A stronger force, so much more powerful than before, slamming into him, engulfing his entire being. Remembered the immense relief, remembered relaxing into the familiarity. You were ever nothing, but a powerful weapon to me to be harnessed and used, discarded when you fell. Fingers, forcing his jaw to look up into those ruby-red eyes. You will never defeat me, Harry. Harry, I want you to have this. It contains a piece of my soul in it. Dueling, laughing, ruby eyes sparkling with amusement. Then you are getting old. I hear your bones creaking for rest. Promise me you'll return, Harry. I'll tear the world apart to find you. I swear, Father. Yes, my lord. Stop, Harry whispered, a hand clutching his scar, the other holding tight to the edge of his table. Stop this. He seized the nearest object available on his desk in desperation to stop the building agony. But his fingers curled around wood, and a rush of magic flooded through him, distracting him from his pain. Surprised, he looked up, to see his fingers curled around a new phoenix feather wand, red sparks shooting out of its end into the gloom. As a result for his late-night wanderings, Damien was barely paying attention during the Quidditch tryouts the next morning. In all honesty, for the first time in his life, what with the dueling club opening and Harry's return, Quidditch had positively slipped his mind. It was a very groggy and dead-to-the-world Damien that followed Ron down the boys' dormitory staircase, shouldering his broom as he yawned widely. He could barely stay awake, let alone listen to what Ginny had to say. Thankfully, the new Quidditch captain was hardly one for speeches, and in a span of 3 minutes, Ginny had almost 10 of them up in the cool morning air, allowing all Quidditch team member tryouts to fly once around the pitch for warm-up before they actually began. Effortlessly, Damien kicked off on his nimbus and quickly climbed to the highest spot above the goal post, before allowing himself to relax, enjoying the caress of the morning breeze. He enjoyed this for a good few seconds, before slowly opening his eyes to take in the picturesque scenery around him. His eyes had just found the lake, whereby he and Harry had sat together only the night before, when something suddenly caught his attention, making his breath hitch in his throat. Far away, he could see from his bird's-eye view. If he squinted against the rising sun, he could make out a sea of black, and it seemed to be growing, closing in all the while, slowly. Within minutes of receiving the red alert, orders had apparated directly outside the blood wards of Hogwarts, with the full support of the Ministry. However, this was not much to be said, as there were only 4 teams left among the rest. Most had been wiped out in one of the raids or other, especially the one at Greville Town. The rest of the student population of Hogwarts were quickly assembled within the Great Hall, with all head of houses escorting their students from their respective common rooms. Most were still bleary and blinking sleepily at being awoken at the early hour, but many older students recognized the imminent threat of Death Eaters and remained grim. Dumbledore, much to the accusations of a few staff members, did not feel inclined to veil his students from this threat any longer. In a single moment, he broke all hushed murmurs and guesses as to what was happening by announcing aloud to the entire school population, "Voldemort leads his Death Eaters towards Hogwarts." He paused, but there was no outcry of alarm, only white faces turning to watch him, the young imploring and innocent, painful to watch. "He draws nearer as we speak," Dumbledore continued relentless, "and indeed we expect him and his troops at our gates by nightfall. I will not disguise you from the fact that our school is in grave danger. Up till now our blood wards hold strong. They will not yield to the Death Eaters, not until all else has been weakened greatly. There will be no fight for my students, however, you will remain within the walls of Hogwarts and by no means are allowed to step out of this castle." His penetrating gaze swept across the hall. "None of you are able to step beyond the barrier, but bear in mind that whenever we resist, the Dark Lord will try. He will do all in his power to draw us out. You must not fall for his deceptions nor plans." A few students were murmuring, confused, but Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes met Damien's hazel ones, and the younger wizard looked away in understanding. "Now," Dumbledore began, "all of you will remain within these halls. I warn you once more never to leave without permission from the staff members. Do not leave regardless of what you hear outside." He stepped down from the podium, much to many worried whispers, and walked promptly out of the hall, worry etched on his features. He only paused once to talk to Professor McGonagall, and even then, however hard he tried to conceal it, the spasming pain was barely hidden beneath his wizened features. Someone was attacking the Hogwarts barriers. Barely had the headmaster stepped off the stage when whispers, no longer hushed, broke across the hall like wildfire, some sobbing quietly, some panicking despite Dumbledore's reassurances. Damien glanced across the hall helplessly, his hand unconsciously reaching for his Leihugistine. He needed a plan, fast. The thought had only brushed past his mind briefly, so his was extremely surprised and at the same time, disturbingly relieved, when his thoughts summoned Draco Malfoy. The elder Slytherin's face was set in a grim expression, and upon reaching Damien, he hurriedly snagged the younger boy's wrist and half-hauled him away from the crowd into a darker corner, ignoring Ron's hailed protests in the background. "Voldemort is going to use Harry as a bait," Draco said without pause as they left the crowd, his serious gray eyes boring into Damien's. "You know. Very well he will. Do not fall for his trick." I know, but you cannot expect me to stay behind," Damien said desperately. "I cannot lose Harry again. If you're talking about his life, he's in a safer situation than we are right now," Draco snapped, his gaze suddenly angry. "If you go out there, Damien, you are going to die. Possibly Dumbledore will as well." Damien's eyes widened briefly at being called his first name, but he pushed away the contemplation of this new fact into a corner of his brain. "V. Voldemort, he tried, he knows he is right. I will never abandon my brother. I'm selfish enough. I'd put half the wizarding world on stake to gamble him back." "Damien Jack Potter," Draco practically growled, "if you go out there, you will be effectively killing all the students in Hogwarts as well. Voldemort will use your life to bargain for Dumbledore's, and there will be hardly any secret keepers left. The barriers will weaken, they will fall and we all die." "You all fight," Damien corrected, his gaze burning fierce. "You were right, the Leihugistine I wear prevents me from fighting freely. You cannot be strong when you are constantly sheltered. Maybe it's time for Hogwarts to battle. Once the wards fall, the younger students must leave at once. We have no portkey and we cannot apparate within the grounds of Hogwarts," Draco said flatly. "We cannot just stay here like sitting ducks in a shell, waiting for Voldemort to attack." Damien fired back, angry, albeit not at the elder boy before him. Draco dragged Damien behind the pillar on noticing out of his eye Ron trying to look for his best friend. "If we are doing anything about it, we need the element of surprise," Draco said at last, and Dumbledore probably has a stash of emergency portkeys in his office. Draco, you do realize that we cannot do this alone anymore. Damien cut the Slytherin off, his eyes meeting the other's intense glare head-on. We can no longer afford to be independent. We need to let Professor Dumbledore know. Draco's tone was cold. And what do you expect him to do about it? At least he can be prepared, Damien answered, looking elsewhere, and he has way better brains than the two of us put together. Draco looked furious, but Damien continued, in any case, if you still remain distrustful he cannot use this information against us. After all it all ends tonight. Silence fell between the two, the words ringing heavily in the air between them, truth resounding loudly in the echoes of Damien's last sentence. It's better this way, actually, Damien continued, as though trying to reassure himself. I'm tired of waiting around with this constant fear. Perhaps, after this, Harry will return. Damien suddenly looked so lost for the moment. Draco had not the heart to tell him that even if they won over Voldemort, Harry had not regained his memories and would probably never return to the light side. Perhaps, Draco only agreed, softly. They had only just approached the stone gargoyles, with Ron and Hermione together behind him, Draco lingering farther behind looking sour. Professor McGonagall was striding in front all of them, her face impassive but definitely pale. The red-headed boy kept throwing furtive glances behind him at Malfoy, while Hermione looked positively worried. Damie, she tried, can you please tell me what is going on? I swear, Damien whispered to her, once we're in the office, I'll tell you everything. Why according to you I've been so strange, why I've been talking to Malfoy. Draco. There was no more time to say anything else but give his friend a reassuring look, before Professor McGonagall announced the password, and the five of them trooped into the office together. Professor Dumbledore. These students wish to speak with you, she said, noting the weariness in the headmaster's face as they entered. They say they have important information. To help the war efforts. This part was slightly skeptical as she directed her gaze at Damien, who tried his best not to squirm. Yes, Professor, actually, we've known this for quite a while. Me and Draco, he said, chancing a look at the only Slytherin in the room, who was standing at the corner of the room, jaw clenched. Professor Dumbledore looked up at this, a momentary odd glint in his eye before he gestured for all of them to sit. Damien somehow ended up sitting with Draco across both of his best friends. I brought Ron and Hermione along because I thought they deserved to know as well, Damien continued, then stopped, taking a deep breath. What happened that day, when Voldemort feigned an attack on Hogwarts? I wasn't being delusional. It really happened. He paused, looking directly at Ron, who was fighting between looking abashed and horror-struck at the same time. Kit Mason forced his way out of the blood wards that night, Damien said, closing his eyes briefly as though bracing himself, and it was on that same night I discovered that he was actually Harry Potter. He continued before the silence could grow, unable to look at the faces of his friends, only resting his gaze on his fidgeting fingers. Draco Malfoy soon guessed the truth as well, following the events of the dueling club, and he came to see me in the hospital wing. I was injured while trying to prevent Harry to escape. You see, on the evening directly before the dueling club, Kit tricked me into training with him in the room of requirement. I was not wearing the Lehugistine, and he stunned me and drugged me with Veritaserum. A chill went up his spine as he remembered those cold blue eyes glaring down at him from a familiar face. He started asking me questions about Harry, during his stay at Hogwarts last year. Most importantly, he asked when was the Imperius curse placed upon him. From there, we deduced that was the lie Voldemort spun after wiping Harry's memories. During the interrogation, Harry's glamour faded as well and his eyes changed back to their original color. Green. He mind-wiped me after I saw it. It's only thanks to the Lehugistine that I recovered the memory. Damien stopped at this, thinking that he had gabbled too much information in a rush. Glancing around, he noticed Ron looked as though he'd been punched in the gut. Hermione was pale and her hands, he noticed, were shaking slightly, but she was frowning, as though trying to piece together a puzzle piece. He dared not look at Professor McGonagall nor the headmaster. Their heavy demanding gazes doubtless was something he wanted to avoid rather keenly. This was proving to be much more difficult than he had originally anticipated. To his immense surprise, relief and no small touch of gratitude, however, Draco took over the story, albeit with an emotionless air, telling the rest of them what Damien and Draco had figured out during their discussion in the hospital wing. He told them how they speculated what really happened on the night when Hogsmeade had been destroyed. He told them almost everything they knew, though Draco deliberately left out the part about how they found out about Harry weakened greatly by the wards. The part about Damien sending the letter to Lucius by breaching the wards, or meeting his elder brother last night was left out as well. When Draco finished, the heavy silence around the room was suffocating. There were wide-eyed gazes exchanged, and the youngest Potter could barely rein in his wince as Ron looked at him, mouth hanging slightly open, dumbstruck. "When we saw you with Malfoy," the redhead started, an expression of incredulous disbelief over his features. "I never expected it to be something like this." "Yeah, well, things just happened," Damien shrugged uncomfortably. "And I didn't tell you because, well, I refused to let anyone else in on the matter," Draco said flatly, ignoring the other's angry or disbelieving expressions with infuriating calmness. Damien, however, had one question for Dumbledore. "In the letter Harry sent to you, what did he say?" He said, raising his eyes to look at Professor Dumbledore for the first time he set foot in the office that day. "Was there anything else besides the plans of the Blood Wards?" he asked. Blue eyes met Hazel, and they looked brighter than they had been before as the headmaster wordlessly pulled a familiar-looking cinched parchment out of thin air, and handed it to Damien. It was a simple order after all. Damien's eyes traveled across his brother's words and felt tears sting his eyes. "Keep them safe. You know what to do." The rest of the afternoon passed in a frenzy of worry and distress. The students were trapped in the hall, unable to go anywhere else, while they were mostly left to their own devices. Despite the absence of professors to maintain the discipline of the rest of the Hogwarts population, all was relatively silent as students huddled together in small but tightly knit groups, some whispering their fears, some just sitting together in grim silence. All in all, it was a very tense atmosphere when Draco, Damien, Ron and Hermione arrived back from the headmaster's office. Ginny was sitting in a farther corner comforting a few younger girls, so the four of them sat down at the furthest end of the great hall by themselves, ignoring the odd looks that were thrown their way, especially at Draco. After all, his green and silver robe stood out amongst the red and gold around that corner. "I can't believe that was it." Damien fumed angrily, a definite scowl on his face. "I told him everything. Every single bloody fact that we spent ages figuring out, and that's it. Don't do anything stupid, just stay here and keep your fingers crossed." "I told you I'd say I told you so," Draco commented, though none too smugly. "Dumbledore's hardly going to do anything about it. If any, he'd probably ensure that you will not get out of Hogwarts, knowing Voldemort's going to pull a stunt with Harry. I let him know Voldemort's trump card early." Damien continued to rant at the huge letdown. "He gets to ask questions and gets all the answers, but I never get my turn." "Stop sulking," snapped Draco. "Honestly, you spend too much time around that owl of yours. I don't see why you're acting so surprised. Maybe next time you'll actually listen to what I say." Damien could scarcely believe it. "Excuse me." Ron didn't know which was more bizarre, the fact that Draco was quarreling with Damien, or the fact that he had to break up their bicker. "We need to focus," Ron said, louder this time, above both of their voices, while trying to maintain a neutral expression. "This isn't getting us anywhere." For a moment, Damien stared at him, so surprised that he forgot his previous annoyance, then he remembered the Death Eaters heading their way and sobered immediately. "Maybe we should just go with Professor Dumbledore's plan," Hermione suggested in a small voice. "We might just make things worse trying to intervene." She trailed off at the dangerous look on Draco's face. "If you seriously trust that man to secure Harry's safe return and win the war against Voldemort, you're even more stupid than you look," said Draco scathingly. "There is no way we can get Harry back if Harry is unwilling to come with us. He needs to regain his memories, that is the only hope we have left for him to return." Nobody said anything at this. Ron opened his mouth half-heartedly to tell Malfoy off for talking to Hermione that way, before deciding to let it slide for a while just for the sake of their discussion. He wanted to only include Hermione and Damien, but he couldn't turn Malfoy away, as he was seemingly the one that helped Damien discover everything they already knew, therefore Malfoy was the one that was extending inclusion to him. "We need to list out the facts we already know," Damien said, getting up and starting to pace once more. "Has Voldemort realized that we have discovered Harry's identity?" This question was pointedly directed at Draco, whose father was a Death Eater, but the Slytherin complied anyway. I don't think so. Voldemort would have father's head if he realized that someone else discovered his trump card before he revealed it, and we kept the information to ourselves. He looked at Damien. You didn't by any chance reveal anything to your mother when you sent that letter, did you? The youngest Potter pursed his lips at the accusing tone, but shook his head. Much as I would like to, I didn't, just in case my letter got intercepted. Voldemort will probably attack around evening, at the latest sundown. Before nightfall, I'd venture, guessing the amount of time that has passed since they were sighted, Hermione supplied, while Ron locked his jaw determinedly at the constant use of the Dark Lord's name around their circle. Then we only have 2 hours to plan, Draco said, his gray eyes for some reason landing heavily on Damien. You're the only one that can get to Harry, make him listen to you. Only you can leave Hogwarts. Ron hesitated for a while, meeting Damien's gaze before admitting, actually, I'm the fourth secret keeper. Draco's gaze held some measure of surprise. That's good, he shrugged, someone can be the backup then. What is your plan? Hermione asked, her tone somewhat fearful. What are you going to do? Draco only looked at Damien, his serious gray eyes meeting Hazel, which held determination yet at the same time, fear, hidden beneath his tirade of emotions. It is the most reckless idea there has ever been, and it is typically yours, he said, with the absence of his trademark smirk smile. Damien's eyes widened briefly at this, but he nodded anyway. Ron and Hermione were meanwhile trying not to grow alarmed. It is really the best we can hope for, Draco said somewhat defensively. There must be a distraction though, Damien said, trying his best not to betray his scared tone. Preferably a huge one. The Slytherin drew his knees up to his chin, pressing his fingers to his temple as he thought. I need to concentrate, he murmured. Well, maybe we'll play this out like chess, Ron suggested. Find our strengths and weaknesses. Voldemort attacks from the forest. We must find our advantage. Then it hit Draco. Forest. Of course. Granger, he snapped suddenly, barely registering that this was one of the sacredly few times he'd ever called her by her name, albeit not her first name. Can you find out if there is any wind tonight? By sundown. I need it to be accurate. And the direction. Strong or mild? Yes, sure, there is a spell, but it's rather complicated, Hermione started, standing up as she did so. She wanted to ask why, but she supposed Draco Malfoy would not give her an answer just yet. Most probably he'd just get edgy and annoyed. I can try it now, but I need a place in the open. Preferably somewhere high up. Draco nodded. Go to the astronomy tower, you will have the best vantage point of view. The time set is approximately after Voldemort arrives. I'll come with you, Ron said obligingly, and the pair got up and left. Together. They gave Damien a small smile of reassurance, and Ron leaned close to the youngest Potter as he left, whispering in his ear, don't let Malfoy make you do anything stupid. Damien shook his head in amusement. I won't. See you later. When the pair had left, only Draco and Damien remained there, looking uncomfortably at each other. It's still a very reckless plan, the elder of the pair was the first to speak, looking anywhere else but the younger boy before him. I have to admit, this is the worst plan I've ever made, counting those I never dared to put into action. If it gives me a chance to get to Harry, I'm not passing it up, Damien said immediately. But why do you need the direction of the wind? How good are you at casting cursed fire? Draco asked instead. They marched onto Hogwarts from the distance, wiping out 2 small villages close by the school for witchcraft and wizardry. Hogwarts was completely alone now, with Hogsmeade destroyed and Grevilletown fallen. The only village around that area that remained standing was barely a kilometer before them, just beyond those woods. Even half their number was too much for those petty villagers to defend, surely this one would pose no threat. As they marched onwards, their expectations were confirmed. They found the village practically deserted, some belongings left behind in the villagers' haste to leave their home. No man stayed to fight against the Dark Lord. It was a pity, he mused, as he tore down the cottage with a simple blast of his wand, and the Death Eaters set a ring of cursed fire around the now abandoned village, destroying every living thing within it. He would have liked to see more bloodshed, crush the filthy muggles to the ground where they belonged. Somewhere off to his right, he thought he heard a cry, but then there was silence. Lazily, he reached forth and pulled back his sleeve, revealing the dark mark. It was his turn tonight. Morsmord. Green light snarked upwards, splitting like a forked tongue as it reached the sky. It transformed into a glowing symbol, a skull with a serpent's tongue, which hung above them, throwing eerie lights in the slowly darkening clouds. Chilly wind blew from the east, as autumn always brought about strong wind, but it hindered them not. Their cloaks kept most of the cold at bay. Avery. He turned to face the man who hailed him, realizing it to be none other than Lucius Malfoy. The man had just apparated to the sight, doubtless leaving the rest to dirty their hands with Muggle blood. Lucius Malfoy, he greeted lightly in return, eyes hard. Has the Dark Lord sent you here? Truth to be told, he was anxious for new orders. While he was the leader of the group, there was only so far they were allowed to go before they settled for camp and waited for the other teams to arrive. Then they would await the Dark Lord's signal to attack. He understood the reasoning of the plans. By approaching from far, the Dark Lord instilled fear as the villages and towns fell one by one as they headed for Hogwarts. They gave the Ministry time to send all the Aurors they had to be stationed around the school to prepare for attack, leaving the Ministry itself defenseless. Only a handful of Death Eaters would be needed to take over the Ministry, which would be an easy feat. Of course, the taller of the pair replied. The Dark Lord says to await his signal. There will be a change of plans. Avery nodded before turning to leave. It wouldn't make a difference, before sundown or not by nightfall, Hogwarts would be at their mercy. Lucius returned to the manor directly after relaying his orders to Avery. Somehow the thought that all of it, the war that had been raging in Britain for the past few decades would finally cease after tonight brought a chill to him. He was never one for bloodshed, having a son of his own whom he loved dearly, yet he supported the Dark Lord's cause. He believed that Muggles ought to learn their own place, but he would have never gone this far to wage war in Britain, if not for the threat of imminent death upon his family if he failed to comply. He wondered where Draco was. How was he faring, since the day Potter sent that letter telling him his son was weak and in need of help? How was it Draco would willingly aid the Order? If it was to avenge Harry's death, Lucius couldn't help but feel a small twinge of pride in him, along with fear for his son possessed a courage in him that he himself never had. It seemed so long ago since he last saw Draco, when he'd just been a young spoilt child, until the week before he sent off his son with many fears in his heart. Draco had been so subdued, suddenly so matured and quiet, he didn't know what to make of it. But he'd been away at the manor at that time, with Death Eater meetings and Harry given a second chance to life, he'd let the week slip past by. There had also been a part in him that feared, if he were to have his only son constantly on his thoughts, the Dark Lord would quickly find where Draco was if he were to perform legilimency on him, so both unconsciously and consciously he'd kept his distance. He hurriedly made a decision tonight. He resolved, he would find his son and bring him back home safely. No matter what it took. He would not lose Draco, not for the world. His thoughts were so focused on his son that he was only partially aware of his surroundings. When he finally looked up, he was facing the grand entrance of Riddle Manor and a boy bearing the face of Kit Mason was walking towards the doors, much like him. With a small smile Lucius hastened forwards to greet the boy, but Harry, upon seeing him merely nodded tightly and walked away, avoiding all eye contact. There was no one else in sight, not counting the two guards standing at the doorway, so Lucius stepped forwards regardless, a hand catching Harry's shoulder. The boy looked up, his glamour still in place, but his eyes were their normal shade of emerald green. I haven't seen you since last night, Lucius began with a small smile. Life had been hectic for him throughout the day. There were too many raids, messages to relay and meetings, held both at the Ministry and the Dark Lord for him to cope. There was also the matter of preparing for tonight's final battle. I was busy, Harry replied shortly, still looking elsewhere. Lucius stopped, before asking hesitantly, what happened yesterday after I left? I know I shouldn't ask but you don't look very good. Even with the glamour on, there were dark circles beneath Harry's eyes, and there was something about Harry's eyes that seemed dead. The mischievous glint, fiery anger, pain all were long gone, leaving behind nothing but emptiness, a dull green. The boy looked tired, certainly, but there was something else more to it. You look defeated, Lucius said suddenly, and Harry's gaze snapped up to meet his. Prince Harry, please tell me what is wrong. Tell me what bothers you. But the days Harry would have complied were far beyond reach. He merely leveled his deadened gaze at Lucius, a small smirk playing on his lips, but the sight was foreign, unfamiliar. You don't need to always pretend, Lucius, not anymore, Harry said. I remember now, I know. What happened last year, what really happened when I was younger? He shrugged. There is no longer need for an act, is there not? Lucius stilled. You remember all of it? No, not all, Harry replied, truthful for once, he was tired of lies. The glamour was enough. Only some. Returning to me slowly, painfully. Probably they'll never be complete. I'd never be able to tell. It's all up to him to decide. The first bit of emotion crept into his voice, it was bitterness. Lucius came to a halt before Harry, his hand withdrawn from Harry's shoulder. He does care for you, you know, Lucius said at last, his gray eyes trying to find some sort of reaction from Harry, but the emerald eyes remained impassive. He has done a lot for you, and you in turn have affected the Dark Lord greatly. All may not be done for the best intentions, but he never wanted you to leave his right hand. All he did was to ensure you stayed. Harry smiled, again it was bitter. Perhaps, Harry merely thought, his fingers trailing across his new phoenix feather wand in his pocket, which thrummed with magic under his touch, it suited him more than his old one ever had. Maybe, there had been once. Aloud, he said, it's over now. When they entered the doors together to attend the inner circle meeting, the boy did not key the hem of Voldemort's robe, but Lucius was still shocked to hear Harry call the wizard he had once called his father, my lord. Twilight was fast approaching, and still Hogwarts did nothing to prepare for battle. The Blood Wards did not yield, though once in a while there would be a warning surge of dark magic sent from afar, causing the barriers to pulse red. Damien felt nothing except for the smallest of a twinge of pain at the corner of his heart whenever there was one, but he was able to ignore it completely as Draco went through the final stages of their plan. I still don't think we should intervene, Hermione said at last, biting her lip in obvious worry and fear. Damie is too young, you can't go out there alone and unprotected. And the stone does not count, she said before Damien could bring it up. It protects me against all magic. The youngest Potter still protested. Even most of the dark spells. We're not sure if it can withstand fiend fire. It will, Damien said stubbornly. It's just the unforgivables and the Marcaline stuff like that I need to worry about. What you're going to do is still illegal, Hermione finished lamely. Ron rolled his eyes. Hermione, the ministry is already a puff of smoke, he said. No one gives a hoot about what the laws say. We're at war now. In any case we are not going to intervene, Draco said at last, not until Dumbledore's plan whatever it is fails, or an emergency happens. Let's hope it's not until it's too late, Ron said optimistically. Damien watched as Hedwig soared in through the windows of the Ullery and landed lightly on his shoulder. With trembling fingers he untied the reply, his eyes scanning through the words quickly. It won't be, he said, sounding almost certain. All is going according to plan. The evening sky seemed to darken even as the Death Eaters approached from beyond. Even so, the weather that day would have been beautiful, if not for the impending threat of war closing in on Hogwarts. The sky was cloudless yet the breeze was cool, and far off to the east, strong wind was brewing. Hermione had successfully predicted the weather, and she hastened back to inform Damien and Draco. Ron had been waiting by her patiently as she performed the spell, trying to be as useful as possible. It turned out that he could be rather helpful when he wanted. He successfully cast all the side charms needed for her readings to be accurate, so that she could maintain concentration on the main body. Even so, after working hard the entire day and making sure the professors that checked on the students regularly did not notice their absence, they checked on them on an hourly basis, Hermione knew that her spell was far from perfect. The centaurs in the forest could probably predict the weather change better than she ever could with her spells, but there was no way they could access the centaurs' knowledge. They could not reach where they lived, and even so, if by some streak of luck the centaurs were feeling helpful, their answers would always be cryptic. Draco said it was fine, they could make do with what they knew, and pray that the wind wouldn't change its course at the crucial moment. Have both of you mastered the spell? Draco asked for the last time, even as the slight tug of magic in Damien's heart manifested. Yes, we have, Ron answered in a rare moment of civility, while Damien nodded absently. You've got everything you need on you, right? Draco said, trying but failing not to betray his nervousness. Damien only nodded tightly once more, but it was enough. Do you feel it growing? The youngest Potter asked in a low voice, meant only for Ron to hear as the elder Slytherin turned away to watch out of the windows. Ron's face was growing paler than usual. Slightly. Yes, I do. I wonder why Professor Dumbledore was so much more affected than both of us, Damien continued in a whisper. I know Hermione said that the stronger the magical core of the wizard, the greater the pull, but it shouldn't make such a huge difference, should it? He tied most of the magic to his core, Draco spoke up, not bothering to lower his voice, nor disguise the fact that he had overheard what Damien said. Probably more than he should have, he added. What does that mean? Damien asked sharply, but at the same time there was a soft gasp that traveled throughout the hall. Very soft, yet tremulously loud to their ears. It spoke of fear, the one thing they had been anticipating all along. No one was watching out of the window, even Draco had turned away. A few younger students burst into quiet sobs, the slight noise traveling through the thick silence that seemed to last throughout the afternoon until then. No one moved. No one spoke. It was like Hogwarts had been held still in a timed siege, all waiting with bated breath for the inevitable to arrive. The filled plates of finger food and sandwiches passed around the hall lay, unsurprisingly, mostly untouched in corners near the wall. Damien felt his heartbeat increasing, fear causing adrenaline to course through him. He felt alive once more. All through the summer, through last year, through the past few excruciating months, and the painful hours he had to pass restless in the afternoon, imagining what it would be like to end the war. Finally the moment had arrived. He was afraid, very much so. This was his first experience in a battle, and it might well be his last. After Harry had left, he had taken to training, mainly just to fill the silence, the loneliness that engulfed Potter Manor while his parents were away at the order meetings. After many reassurances from James that it would be perfectly alright to perform underage magic in Potter Manor, Damien began to frequent Harry's training grounds. It wasn't much, the spells he practiced were mostly defense spells and quite a number of offensive ones, but they were mild and served only to distract. The most lethal one he trained himself to perform was the Reducto charm, but he had ever only practiced it on soft objects like pillows. He wasn't ready. Perhaps if Harry had kept up the training throughout the summer, he would have been. He had to. There was no other choice. Footsteps clicked against marble. All the staff members had arrived, Professor Dumbledore the first among them. Damien guessed that the headmaster was in discomfort, but the aged wizard hid it quite well. They have arrived, he said, his troubled blue eyes sweeping across the mass of students, specifically seeking out a few faces as he spoke. Whatever happens, I promise all of you safety as long as all remain within the confines of this castle. The Aurors will take care of the Death Eaters outside. All I ask of you is to not venture out, do not fall for the traps laid. You may fear, but remember feeling afraid itself is not a cowardly act. It is the action that counts. Barely had the last word left his mouth when there was a loud cry outside, and red flares, bright against the slowly sinking sun, shot up into the darkening sky. Draco's jaw tightened, and his eyes met Damien's wide ones immediately. The Death Eaters had attacked early. Too early. The brilliant green lightning that descended from the skies struck ground, and with it the Dark Lord arrived, the leader of the army of men before him. Stationed outside the grounds of Hogwarts, the two teams of Ministry officials and Order members stood defiantly, wands aloft, eyes blazing. Where they were outnumbered 6-1 in the last battle at Hogsmeade, now their number was even more laughable. Only around 20 men and women were glaring back at his army, as though daring them to come any nearer. He laughed, the sound itself bringing cold even in the middle autumn. Not going down without a fight, he said mockingly, even as a few stepped backwards as green lightning struck overhead once more. Well, let me tell you something, there isn't even going to be one. His eyes flashed, and at the cry of his army, the dark mark shot up into the sky, brilliant and magnified tenfold, hanging across the gates of Hogwarts. At the same time red flares shot into the dark, colliding with green with a shower of sparks. The battle had begun. Professor Dumbledore was standing alongside Professor McGonagall as they stood facing the wards, all the way channeling their magic into the blood shield, strengthening the folds. The Order members were putting up resistance, but most of the Death Eaters had taken the Dark Lord's orders and were firing a stream of dark magic at the wards. They attempted to bring it down by brute force. Then Dumbledore gave his deputy and friend a last look, nodding his head, before he stepped out of the barriers into the battle itself. Voldemort's ruby-red eyes quickly found him, and the Dark Lord's face split into a curved smirk. You put up little resistance, Dumbledore, he mocked, drawing closer as he prepared for a duel. Your precious order is crushed beneath my feet. You have sent them out on a suicide mission, they cannot hope to survive fighting against me. The raining blows of dark magic were weakening him greatly. Dumbledore felt excruciating pain tear through him at the onslaught. He had tied too much of the magic to his core, too much. But he would never regret it. Pride comes before a fall, Tom, he only replied softly, while he saw red and orange dance out of the corner of his eyes. It's not over yet. It was then when, with a tremendous roar, a great wall of flame rose like a tide from the east, climbing high into the night air with the aid of strong wind, before crashing down of the Death Eaters like a hungry monster, engulfing every living thing on sight, leaving only ashes and destruction in their wake. On the far west, with a renewed cry, teams of Aurors and Ministry members alike rushed out from the forest, driving the Death Eaters back into the flames. The Death Eaters were trapped, but then, so was Damien. Unbeknownst to the rest of the Hogwarts population, much later in the afternoon, after tea break, Draco, Damien and his two best friends were summoned back to the headmaster's office. Then, Dumbledore had unlocked a wooden box and showed it to them. It contained the familiar blue and red tipped quills. If somehow, the wards are to fail, he had told them, you must use these well. After all, the portkeys could not be activated until the wards were down. They had exchanged uneasy glances, before Draco finally spoke up, why don't you inform the students as well? If the possibility ever arises, they would be more assembled. It would give them more time to escape. There will be no possibility, Dumbledore had said, his piercing azure eyes resting once more, heavily, on Damien and Ron. Unless you decide otherwise. When it was evident that Dumbledore had somehow guessed what they were planning, they revealed the idea to him. At first they had been hesitant, fearing that the headmaster might oppose their desperate plans and prevent them from carrying it out altogether. But they needed the help of the Order, and even though Remus had agreed to it, he wasn't the leader. Dumbledore was. So they told him. Dumbledore's eyes had twinkled for the last time once more, appraising the students before him, before he quickly relayed the plans to the Order by the Order's communicating device, which still seemed to function under the magic of the wards. A small army of men was to be stationed at the gates of Hogwarts to confront the Dark Lord's army and make it seem more believable, while the rest remained hidden in the far west. A strong wind was due blowing from the east, where the flames would be lit. Nature would aid magic, the flames would flood the Death Eaters like the sea, wiping off, by estimation, almost half of their army. Upon receiving the signal, the Aurors would then attack from west, driving back Voldemort's men into the cursed fire. There was only one problem: who was going to light the cursed fire, and Damien had insisted he be the one, since he wore the Lehergistine. They had, much to Professor McGonagall's horror, tried it out on Damien in the room of requirement, but the stone's protection seemed to hold. When they stood there discussing strategies, Dumbledore couldn't help but feel a strong surge of pride and hope, affection for his students, even the Slytherin boy whom reminded him strongly of Severus Courage. He remembered thinking that perhaps he had been wrong all those years. It wasn't up to the boy who lived to defeat Lord Voldemort, it was actually up to them all. They watched out of the window in horrified silence as the few Ministry members fell under the Death Eaters' wands, very few remained standing. Professor Dumbledore was channeling his magic into the wards, but after a while, he allowed his hands to fall back by his side, and slowly, he walked out of the barriers to confront Voldemort. At the light tap on his shoulder, Damien turned around, his hands shaking so badly he had to stuff them in his pockets to hide the fact. "It's time to go," Draco said quietly. At this, Hermione promptly burst into tears, pulling Damien into a hug before letting go, afraid that this would be the last time she saw him. Ron would only be following Damien to the edge of the barriers and help cast the fire, before he would run back into the protection of the barriers. There was no protection for him against the flames except for his temporary shield charm. As Damien checked for his invisibility cloak and moved to go, Draco's hand suddenly reached out and caught his shoulder, his grip surprisingly tight. "Your brother made me promise I would look out for you," Draco said suddenly, his gray eyes intense as ever. "Do not make me regret my decision. Even without him, you must return safely." Damien's throat felt tight. He could only offer a small nod before he and Ron left the other two behind, racing out of the doors towards the edge of the wards where the battle was raging. The invisibility cloak was thrown roughly over them as they raced past the Quidditch pitch, into the forest, where the wards ended. The cloak flapped around their ankles as they ran, but they knew no one would notice, least of all the Death Eaters who were still fighting on the other side of the barrier. There was no one in the woods, the Death Eaters were attacking from the main entrance. Quietly, Damien and Ron approached as close as they dared to the edge of the forest without being seen. 3 red flares shot into the sky, the signal to cast the spell. "Now, Damie," Ron whispered. Inhaling a deep breath, both wizards closed theirs simultaneously, and angry flames immediately leapt to life, curling out of their wands like hungry monsters, growing higher and higher. It wasn't enough. "The wind's not coming," Damien said frustratedly. More and more, tendrils of cursed fire erupted from their wands, setting the forest around them ablaze. Ron was beginning to gag. They needed the element of surprise. If the Death Eaters saw the fire before it spread, they would catch the gist of the plan, that could be prepared. Still, there was nothing. The flames were growing dangerously hot, spinning wilder and wilder beyond their control. Ron's shimmering bubble shield was already out, protecting him against the climbing flames, but nothing happened. Damien could feel the ferocious heat of the fiend fire, as it slowly curled into a vague form of a monster. There were loud crashes as 2 trees fell, yet the roar of the flames were louder. Ron's shield began to crack. Damien saw his friend's eyes widen with panic, and he pushed Ron back towards the wards, shouting, "Go back. I'll be fine now, just leave now." As if to emphasize his point, Damien cast half a ring of flames around himself, separating him and Ron. His best friend only looked at him one last time, hand shielding his face, meeting his eyes. "Go." At his last desperate cry, Ron finally turned around and fled, back towards Hogwarts. Damien could not see whether he made it or not, the flames around him had climbed too high. "Please, gods, let the wind be strong, please let it be," Damien prayed, his wand shaking badly, still casting the spell over and over again, letting more cursed flames leap into the dark. The last of twilight was fading over the horizon. Hermione couldn't have made a mistake, it was the Death Eaters that had attacked earlier than expected. The plan had to work, it must, all of it, the lives lost would be nothing if he failed. "Please, let the wind come." Then come the east wind did, blowing ferocious, just like the flames. Damien felt intense heat roar behind him, and when he turned, he couldn't help the icy trickle of fear running down his spine. It was stronger than the tide, the expanse of gold flames writhing into vague shapes of fiery monsters. It was like an ocean of fire. Damien felt the Lehugistine vibrate violently as the fiend fire cast by his own wand crashed down on him. Trees were falling to ashes, grass burning beneath his feet. Heat caught him, scalding even by the protection of his brother's blood. He could barely breathe, and he knew with a sudden lurch of his heart that the Lehugistine was not enough. He threw up his shield, and thanking Ron's idea 1,000 times over, reached into his robe pocket and produced the miniature broomstick. With a slight tap of his wand, it regained its full size, and crying out of pain, desperation or fear he didn't know, with his heart hammering wild, Damien kicked off, soaring straight into the hell of flames. The wind was stronger than what Hermione predicted. It whipped up with such ferocity that the tide of flames, fiend fire, growing wilder every passing second, leapt over the Death Eaters, engulfing more than half the army. Some managed to bring up desperate shields, some gave way, but most fell quickly, dead and incinerated before they even managed to cry out. A full-fledged battle had emerged from the west, jinx and curses flying as the oars pushed back the Death Eaters. But Damien only had eyes for one, his brother. He stumbled out from the forest, his lungs dry and covered with soot, his shirt torn and bloody. Excruciating pain was burning his back, where he had screamed out in agony when the flames broke through his shield. The entire place was a hell of fire, hundreds of lives lost, and it brought Damien an overwhelming sense of disbelief and emptiness as he realized that he was the cause of all of it. Much to his relief, he found his brother soon enough. The brilliant blue shield was a dead giveaway. Harry had managed to extinguish some of the flames, and was currently standing in a bare patch of burnt ground. It smelled of smoke, intense heat, burnt flesh even, but Damien pushed on regardless of his pain. He knew he was shaking, tears mingling with soot, but he reached Harry in the end, stumbling to the last broken footsteps before his brother. Harry was no longer wearing the glamour. Hazel eyes met familiar emerald, and despite everything, Damien felt himself breaking into a smile. The searing feeling in his throat, if any, only grew, but not by the flames. Strong arms caught him as he fell, and Harry's face was one of anguish, shock and horror at the state he was in. He didn't know what to say, he had never planned for this bit. He could only pray that, like the east wind, the heavens would answer his prayer. He whispered, his voice broken and hoarse past use, "Please come back." It didn't matter how it sounded, it was sincere, it was desperate, it was something he wished and yearned for all his heart, so much he never realized just how much it ached. Until he was there, barely standing, clinging onto his brother for support and hope. "You don't know what really happened," Damien continued, his ragged whispers tearing through his throat like physical pain, rebellious tears streaming down his cheeks as he looked at his brother. "None of us ever hurt you, Dad, Mom or Uncle Sirius. You discovered the truth last year. You didn't hate us." "I don't," Harry said roughly, and it was to the youngest Potter's surprise that his brother, who had always been stoic and strong, sounded just as broken as he was. "I remember, Damie, all of it." Wetness clouded over Emerald's eyes as he whispered to his younger brother, the words stabbing his heart even as they left him. "But I'm sorry, I can never return home. The Potters are not to be harmed by the Dark Lord nor his followers. Hereby, Harry James Potter pledges his eternal allegiance to the services of the Dark Lord, and should he defy any order, to pay the price with every drop of his magic. While Harry James Potter is bonded under the magical oath, he may not raise his wand or any form of magic against any belonging to the Dark Lord's side, including the Dark Lord himself, and should he fail to comply, he shall pay the price with every drop of his magic. If the Dark Lord fails to win the war, or breaks his oath by harming the Potters, Harry James Potter's magic will no longer be binded by the will of the Dark Lord, but his allegiance will still remain pledged to Lord Voldemort. The war must end in a treaty. I refuse to pay the price of filth, Voldemort countered, his ruby-red eyes blazing with unrestrained anger. The pain in Harry's scar flared, but the boy's face remained expressionless. My oath to you will be as such, the Potters are not to harm upon my orders. Harry smiled tightly. But I'm afraid I don't trust your followers. Besides, he continued, looking up to meet his father's eyes, they have always paid the price of your failure, he said softly, but his tone was cold. Why shouldn't you do the same? Hours previously, before the battle. Be prepared to leave for Hogwarts within the quarter. Cygnus, I trust the group stationed at the ministry is ready. Yes, my lord, Cygnus spoke, coming forward and bowing low. The group consists of but 30 members as you ordered. They are already in position, they only await your signal. The scouts have reported that almost all the ministry forces have left to reinforce Hogwarts' defenses. All according to plan. Hogwarts will be ours by nightfall, he mused, more to himself than his followers. Send the signal to Avery 5 minutes before we depart. Cygnus bowed low, and recognizing the dismissal, the other Death Eaters quickly bowed and filed out of the chamber. But as Voldemort watched them leave, his eyes were unconsciously drawn to a certain unfamiliar figure with emerald green eyes. He watched as the boy bowed to him, yet for some indiscernible reason he could not dredge up any small amount of pleasure from the act of submission. Usually, Harry was the last to leave the chambers, but today he departed quickly with the crowd, and was soon lost to sight. Lucius, on the other hand, was one of the last few to leave. It seemed that he had too noticed the unusualness of Harry's behavior. For one, Harry's footsteps were no longer calm and confident strides, they were quick and would even suggest urgency. It went unnoticed by the other Death Eaters of course, but for those who were paying attention, they caught on relatively quickly. The boy was planning something. Voldemort felt a surge of dark hatred and anger rise up in him, but forced himself to clear his mind. It was imperative that Harry did not realize his deception had been discovered. Instead, he met Lucius' eyes and conveyed a silent order to his follower, follow him. Lucius nodded and bowed low before disappearing swiftly round the door, in search for Harry. Voldemort had guessed that Harry would have used the loophole in their vow to try and break free of his oath. He knew there was a reason Harry insisted upon the words, the Potters are not to be harmed by the Dark Lord or his followers, or the oath shall be broken. Doubtless, Harry had never once forgotten about James Potter and Sirius Black imprisoned in Azkaban a week ago. The boy intended to have the Death Eaters harm Potter without his permission, just to break the oath. And if the oath were to be broken, Harry's magic would no longer be bound to him. All he had left would be Harry's non-magical pledge of eternal allegiance to him, by word only. And he knew better than to trust oaths not binded by magic. Harry sworn his loyalty to him because his magic flowed through the boy's veins, yet how much could he be trusted? The Dark Prince had turned against his own before, after all. It was a relatively smart plan, but Voldemort had always been one step ahead. In the end, he decided to sit back and watch things play out. If the tide turned, he could always twist it back to his favor. After all, Lord Voldemort was still the ultimate puppeteer. Lucius rounded the corner to where the rest of the Death Eaters were gathered, waiting for the moment to depart. Quickly his eyes scanned the crowd, searching frantically, but there was no sign of the boy. Then suddenly, there was a voice behind him. "Over here, Lucius." He whirled around, fingers curled around his wand, but only met a familiar figure with a stranger's face. Lucius noticeably relaxed, looking completely unfazed, but deep inside he began to doubt his conclusion. If Harry had really wanted to break the oath, he would have left earlier. When he had the opportunity. Why approach him when Lucius had his back turned? "Tonight it's all going to be over," was the first thing Lucius thought of saying, and he watched the boy closely for an emotion. He found none, not even the barest tightening of jaws. With a sudden indecipherable clench of his heart, Lucius suddenly realized that Harry was tired from all of this, not just physically exhausted, he looked just as defeated as before. And not for the last time, he wondered what happened to the mischievous, fiery confident boy he had come to care for through the years. There was a listless nod, but Lucius' heart clenched when he saw the emotionless facade, the emptiness in those emerald eyes, devoid of any emotion or liveliness. "We will build a better world," Lucius continued to say, as though his words would make Harry feel better. "After today, there will be no more war nor bloodshed. Everyone will return to their original positions. The wizarding world will continue to flourish and grow after the filth is purged." "How can you be certain?" Harry asked, and Lucius felt surprised. "How do you know what we're doing is indeed for the greater good? The mudbloods do not deserve a place among us, we could never coexist. We were hunted like animals, we in turn regard them as the true barbarians they are. This war will bring peace." Harry smiled, but it looked bitter. "That's what we all believed in," he said, then he walked away. Lucius pondered on the answer for a long while until it was 10 minutes to their appointed time to leave for battle. He searched for Harry, but the boy simply was not there. When questioned severely, others say that Bruce Cygnus had left with him as well. It could be no coincidence. The boy still planned to betray the Dark Lord after all. The Death Eaters had all departed for Hogwarts, but only Lucius left behind. Dusk was falling fast, twilight basking the sky in a red glow from where Riddle Manor was. Lucius hurried towards the double doors, barely knocking for permission before he strode in, panting heavily. "I cannot find Harry," he said, breath coming with short gasps. "He has gone. Bruce Cygnus is missing. The others have departed as you ordered." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "Just as I thought," he hissed, his eyes flashing. "Follow him, Lucius, but remember you must not be seen." Lucius hurriedly bowed and fled the room. The moment his footsteps left marble onto grass, he turned on the spot, and vanished with a crack. Heading for Azkaban. Azkaban. Harry walked down the dimly lit corridor, Bruce Cygnus walking dazedly before him. There was a silent, repetitive drip-drip overhead, and the rough-hewn rocks were covered with a layer of thick moss and dust. The air had a heavy tang of salt water in it, mixed with years of decay and rot, and huge cobwebs decorated the rocky ceiling. At last they reached a wooden door, and Harry flung it wide open at a simple gesture. There was a creaking noise and a thud as the door obeyed Harry, but Bruce never flinched. They continued down the length of the increasingly darkening path before they found another door. This time, it was locked with many enchantments, but once Harry got past them, there was a flight of steps leading them downwards. Here, there were no lights at all to guide their way forwards. They did not bring a single lantern either, so they were forced to proceed down the steep staircase in complete darkness. Due to the presence of the Dementors, the Lumos charm failed to work in Azkaban. When Harry reached the end of the staircase, he cast a look around the depressing cells, trying to adjust his vision in the oppressive gloom. He descended the final steps, then stepped into a small pool of dark liquid which he realized was blood. With increasing apprehension, Harry reached out to touch the cold bars of the first cell and stopped short, causing Bruce stumbled to a halt behind him. The prison cell doors were ajar. James and Sirius had already escaped. Lucius hurried along the same corridor in which Harry took, trying to retrace the boy's steps. He kept the point me spell going as he passed the molding structures and rocks to lead him to Harry, but at the same time maintaining a perfect disillusionment spell over himself. Suddenly, there was a loud clanging noise that reverberated from the depths of the cells to where he stood. Lucius stilled for a moment, recognizing the clanging sound of a cell door slammed open, before he broke into a run. He raced down the length of the corridor, ignoring the suffocating atmosphere, and came upon the same wooden door which was still left ajar from when Harry forced it open. More noises were coming from below now. There was a long drawn-out scream of terror. Heart beating fast, Lucius tore through the second door and stopped above the flight of steps. Harry was nowhere to be found. Lucius clutched at his wand tightly, his fists curling around wood as he studied the scene before him. He had arrived too late. It was just like the Dark Lord had anticipated. Bruce Cygnus had fallen to his knees and was now stirring slightly, and before his outstretched wand was a small pool of blood. He could already guess what had happened, but Lucius opted to check one last time. He performed the finite incantatum charm on Cygnus' wand, and sure enough a faint ghostly image of James Potter running away, sprinting fast appeared. A jet of red light, the reducto was then fired at his retreating back by Cygnus' wand. He tested the blood on the floor as well and was unsurprised to find that it belonged to James Potter. Harry had decided to break the oath early, but then, he wasn't the only one. Chapter 26, The Flaw in the Plan. He whispered, his voice broken and hoarse past use, "Please come back." It didn't matter how it sounded, it was sincere, it was desperate, it was something he wished and yearned for all his heart, so much he never realized just how much it ached. Until he was there, barely standing, clinging onto his brother for support and hope. "You don't know what really happened," Damien continued, his ragged whispers tearing through his throat like physical pain, rebellious tears streaming down his cheeks as he looked at his brother. "None of us ever hurt you, Dad, Mom or Uncle Sirius. You discovered the truth last year. You didn't hate us." "I don't," Harry said roughly, and it was to the youngest Potter's surprise that his brother, who had always been stoic and strong, sounded just as broken as he was. "I remember, Damie, all of it." Wetness clouded over emerald eyes as he whispered to his younger brother, the words stabbing his heart even as they left him. "But I'm sorry, I can never return home." For a moment, Harry just stood there, silent, eyes intent, watching as hazel eyes stared at him uncomprehending. His jaw was clenched tight, preventing the rebellious tears from trickling down the corners of his eyes, but the pain was nothing he'd ever experienced. The pain was grief. Damien's energy seemed to leave him completely, all of it determination that once fueled his quest to find his elder brother and bring Harry back home to where he truly belonged failed him, and the youngest Potter collapsed with barely a sigh to his knees. Harry couldn't bring himself to look at his younger brother's face, anguished and broken. It would hurt too much to watch. He only held his brother to him, those burnt fingers clinging lightly onto him for support, standing clueless in the battlefield blurred by smoke and death in the night. "You can't have." Harry looked down, vaguely surprised that Damien was still awake. Quickly, he brushed his tears off with his sleeve roughly, and lowered Damien gently onto the ground. "You are gravely injured by the fiend fire," he said, more of to avoid the topic than anything else. "I'll need to cast a healing spell, it'll hurt quite a bit, so don't." "Answer me, Harry," Damien's voice hardening with steel, but the broken plea in his voice was still there, painful and unbearable to witness. "Please, I don't understand. If you remember everything, why don't you want to come back with us?" Hurt, pain and above all, the pounding surge of guilt stole over, and Harry turned away, shouting into the wind as he squeezed his eyes shut, "That's it. You can't understand. And no matter what you say or do, no matter what I won't be coming back. I can't." His voice softened at the last bit, he rubbed his face tiredly before turning to face Damien once more. "I'd say I'm sorry, but it won't do any good." Damien watched his elder brother, and by the stark paleness of the boy's skin, and the gradually unfocused gaze, Harry guessed that Damien was soon blacking out. His magic was sending the body into sleep so that he could heal. As hazel eyes glazed over, still Harry held on. "Not okay, but I know you want to," Damien murmured, his eyes finding an imaginary brother beside where Harry really stood. "That day when I was hurt and you stunned me, I knew you were protecting me." He swallowed. You didn't want Voldemort to know I am a secret keeper. Harry only stood there, waiting for Damien to succumb into unconsciousness so he could quickly heal the boy and bring him to safety, trying to block out his brother's words as though they meant nothing. It was easier to deal with pain that way. Sorry is a useless word, Damien breathed, before frowning slightly. It's a stupid word. Bright hazel eyes flickered close, then opened, fluttering, as though Damien was fighting to stay conscious. It was indeed. He couldn't have agreed more. Yesterday night was a goodbye, wasn't it? The words were slurred. Harry's heart clenched. Yes, Damie, it was. See, can't you stay? Hazel eyes held his for the briefest of moments, then fluttered close. The words rang in the still silence for a full minute, before it was blown away by the wind. As the fiend fire rushed towards the Death Eaters, engulfing them completely, Voldemort immediately threw up a barrier around himself, protecting him against the sea of flames. Though the Dark Lord's shield served its purpose, it effectively prevented Voldemort from casting any more spells, hence the Order's full-fledged attack on the surprised Death Eaters were successfully unhindered. The Hogwarts barriers were flashing red, greatly weakened by the cursed fire which threatened to feed on the school grounds. At Voldemort's distraction, Dumbledore took the opportunity to re-enter the wards and summoned his magic, pouring out every defense he knew of into the wards, strengthening them once more. You cannot hold this up forever, Dumbledore, Voldemort said, his eyes glittering with malicious triumph. You know this as well as I do. The wards are eating into your magic. It is killing you inside. It matters not if I die here, Tom. No one would be able to enter Hogwarts. My sacrifice and protection to the school will hold, Dumbledore said, fingers still pushing in relentless tendrils of raw power which folded into the wards. Voldemort smirked, then banished the flames around him with a wave of his hand. Amaze me. A bolt of what appeared to be thunder appeared in his hands, and with a lazy flick of his wand, Voldemort's raw, dark magic crashed into the Hogwarts barriers. Behind the windows, inside the castle, Ron gasped as a dull ache spasmed across his heart, before fading at the same time the walls of the school seemed to shake at the impact. Dumbledore's eyes were closed, his face betraying pain, regardless of how well he had always been able to hide it. Voldemort twirled his wand between his fingers, laughing. You are a foolish man, Dumbledore. You have tied in far too much magic into the barriers. Nothing I would ever regret, the elder wizard managed to reply with a tight smile. Are you quite so certain? Voldemort smiled. I'm afraid I must let you in for a little disappointment. All you have done, Dumbledore, is for naught. Despite what Harry might think, he, Voldemort, still held the upper hand. He had anticipated this move all along. The oath between them ought to have severed by now. Voldemort had received Lucius' report previously about his findings in Azkaban and realized that Harry had indeed imperious Cygnus to fire a cutting hex at Potter. He had never thought Harry would stoop so low, but desperation might have drove him to compromise on his foolish moral grounds. All those weeks, he'd kept a tight rein on Harry, afraid that Harry would indeed make the move to break the oath between them, but at the very end, 10 minutes before the closure, Harry had managed to get away with it after all. He had even brought himself to believe that Harry would never hurt his biological father for the sake of breaking free. It seemed as though he was wrong. Harry had still managed to free himself of that oath, Voldemort's only reign over the Dark Prince. But he still had one upper hand. Harry was expecting him to hold back against the Potters. Harry didn't know that Voldemort had realized the oath was already severed. He needn't hold back now. He knew that Damien Potter was a secret keeper. Why Harry had made him swear to never hurt the Potters, why Harry was always so tense when the boy's name was brought up, all of it made complete sense now. Across the fields, Voldemort's ruby gaze hardened, and he saw a figure not half a kilometer away double over as if in pain, and smirked. He had found the boy. He is mine, Voldemort hissed, and suddenly, as though seized by a string, Damien Potter's bloodied figure was wrenched away, suspended above Harry's grasp, hanging in the air like a limp rag doll. Voldemort laughed, waving his wand, watching as the body drifted closer, the binds around Damien coiling tighter and tighter. The boy wasn't even struggling, he was completely powerless. And he, Lord Voldemort, was the puppeteer. He drew back his wand, preparing to cast the imperious curse, but then he tensed, instinctually. There was a distinctly familiar aura standing behind. The next moment, a green jet of light was thundering straight at him, aimed for his heart. Voldemort only managed to step out of the way in time. He let the Potter boy fall to the ground, uncaring, and whirled around to meet his opponent. Ruby Red met furious hazel eyes, and surprise flitted over, accompanied by a flash of fury as Voldemort saw the familiar figure of a livid James Potter standing before him, wand outstretched. "Don't you dare touch my son," the eldest Potter snarled, his voice an animalistic growl. "Leave him alone." Voldemort's eyes flashed. "Make me." James's clothes looked more like rags than proper attire, and his wrists were covered with welts and dried blood. There were signs of fatigue written all over Potter's face, but mostly his expression was one of righteous anger. The Dark Lord smiled. This would be easy prey and Harry would be expecting him to hold back, so most probably the boy wouldn't intervene just yet. Voldemort stepped neatly out of the way of 3 spells zooming towards him, cast by James Potter, but still a 4th managed to graze his shoulder. Fury sparked within the Dark Lord, his smirk fading as he narrowed his eyes at the sight of his drawn blood. James Potter was stronger than he gave him credit for. The eldest Potter was laughing, almost maniacal, a smile on his face as he stood off the Dark Lord. "Not so cocky now, are you?" he breathed. "You're not unbeatable, Voldemort. Your Horcruxes are destroyed." Voldemort made no reply. They never knew. Instead, he channeled his fury into the spell, a beam of red blasting out of his wand, no longer just a jet of light. James's eyes widened as he moved to dodge, and it looked as though he had managed it for a moment. Except that something didn't add up. Where was Harry? If the oath was broken, he'd be here, defending his family. If the oath was broken, he couldn't have channeled such pain into the boy's mind as he wanted to. Part of the curse grazed past James' shoulder, the Auror stumbled backwards in agony. But when he looked up once more, face pale, shoulder bleeding in earnest, James was smiling, one of triumph and pride. Double bluff. Cursing, Voldemort whirled around just time to throw up his strongest shield against the blast of raw magic directed at him. He staggered slightly under the weight, but when the spell finally faded with his shield, Harry was standing before him, wand twirled mockingly between his fingers. "Thank you, my lord," he smirked, "you freed me." Harry never intended to break Voldemort's side of the oath. The chances it would actually free him completely as well were slim, and he would have never took the risk, much less have Voldemort's followers harm his family. But he guessed that Voldemort would have found that loophole. So he'd acted predictably, waiting for the last few minutes before making an act, disappearing with Grus Signus to Azkaban. Voldemort wasn't able to stop him, but doubtless his father thought he guessed his motives. Harry had charmed another prisoner of Voldemort's, a former Death Eater that Voldemort never seen fit to rescue from Azkaban to look like James Potter, and opened the cell door. He had the ex-Death Eater flee down the corridor, then made Signus curse the man. He had then dumped the body of the ex-Death Eater unceremoniously back into the cell in his original form, leaving James's supply of blood conveniently on the ground. Harry could almost hear footsteps pounding above, doors slamming even as he completed his deception. In a flash he had disappeared into the shadows, the darkness complementing his disillusionment charm as he faded into the background. He almost brushed past Lucius as the man came thundering down the steps. Harry never looked back, he just kept on running. But part of him kept on wondering where his real father was, where James and Sirius were now that Hay had escaped on their own. The prison cell doors had been ajar and empty when he arrived. He decided to take a turn to the West Wing entrance to see, but it turned out that he needn't had to. When he finally rounded the corner, he found them quickly enough, Sirius and James, the former supporting his best friend as they shuffled forwards determinedly, sticking towards the shadows. When the main exit door was finally flung open, still Harry remained where he was, watching as both his father and godfather limp out painfully into the sunlight, all the while squinting and shielding their eyes. He had never expected to see them again. "I can't believe the chains idea really worked," James was wheezing, and Harry suddenly noticed the mangled state of both his father and Sirius' wrists. "Your chains really melted. I wish I could open my eyes," Sirius sighed instead, not replying his friend. "The view ought to be beautiful. We're close to the sea." Something in his wistful broken tone made his heart clench, and dreading the worst, Harry crept forwards, out into the sunlight, to stand silently beside them both. Emotions, like the tide, surged through him, indecisions crashing like waves and fire. It was another of those times, when reality was too hard to bear, when a part of him often would wish his nightmarish life would just snuff out, like a candle. He banished the blurriness lurking around his vision, moved to turn away, but something made him stop in his tracks. He did not want this to be a repeat of history. What if, just this time round, he wouldn't turn and walk away, throwing his chances out of the window? Perhaps this once, if he made a different choice, he'd make things better. They deserved to know from him after all, not from Voldemort. So Harry backtracked, banished the disillusionment charm and the glamour, stepping closer as he did so. Neither man noticed him. There was silence, but for the roaring of waves for a moment, before he finally brought up the courage. "Dad," he whispered, loud above the wind. He saw his father pause in their painful steps forwards, stilling slightly, and cock his head towards Sirius. "Did you hear that?" James whispered. "I'm not sure," Sirius replied. But then Harry couldn't wait any longer. He feared he would turn and run away if he did so. He stepped forwards, a shadow falling across the barely standing form of his father, his throat searing tight. This time, James tried to open his eyes, painfully, and his hands scrubbed across his eyelids repeatedly, wincing as he did so. The light was excruciating for them to bear, when they had been in total darkness for the past few weeks. Harry raised his wand, a small whispered incantation, not bearing the sight of his father, barely standing. He couldn't bear the thought of them being crippled, all because of his delay. Welts and burns healed themselves, fading into permanent scars and wounds a few days old. Cuts healed themselves, staunching the bleeding, replenishing part of each wizard's power. As Harry's magic weaved across them both, James's eyelids fluttered open at long last, hazel orbs bright even against the golden sinking sun beneath the horizon. For that moment, Harry waited in bated breath. James blinked, once, twice, looking up at him, his face betraying nothing. But slowly it began to change, from pain, sorrow, to slow comprehension, shock and disbelief. His father lunged forwards to grab him, a harsh grip on Harry's shoulder, but he did not flinch away, and there was only long silence. "I don't believe it," James was whispering, his eyes wide, a hand slowly reaching up to cup his son's face. "Harry left me." Harry shrugged, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth despite everything. He breathed deeply, swallowing back the growing lump in his throat and said, "He came back." A vague memory flitted across his mind, James ruffling his hair affectionately, eyes bright and smiling against the sunset, a broom across his shoulder, but in a flash it was gone. Sirius was also staring at Harry, dumbstruck, but as Harry spoke, that expression slowly changed, morphed into a cry of wild joy. James's expression was also slowly clearing, the pain still visible but fading. The next moment, his father's arms were around him, clinging onto him tightly for all he was worth, stammering, "You're alive, gods, you're real." His godfather stumbled forwards and wrapped an arm around his shoulder, before he suddenly ran down the length of the beach, shouting into the wind, whooping cries of delight as he often did after a successful Quidditch match, the haunted look disappearing from his gaunt face. When he finally paused, he put his head in his hands, rubbing his eyes, as though trying to convince himself it wasn't but a dream. "It's all right now," Harry only whispered, as James trembled slightly against him. "I'm back." But his father seemed to remain broken, unfixed, so was Sirius. Worry clouded over him, and with a chill down his spine, Harry remembered the Dementors. Was he already too late? Back to present. Voldemort whirled around, beyond furious, his eyes burning a shade of fiery violet. An aura of dark magic bubbled in the air, ferocious, and he raised his wand against Harry, the boy who had betrayed him not once, but twice. Harry's taunting gaze never left him, the boy was expecting the attack. But Voldemort was done being predictable. For a moment his eyes were trained on Harry, in the next, he had whirled around and threw the bolt of raw power right at the Hogwarts barriers. Within the protective bubble, Dumbledore's eyes suddenly widened, pain stealing over his wizened features. Time seemed to stop. Professor McGonagall stared at him, her mouth forming words, but no sound ensued. Those standing around had only managed to take half a hesitant step forwards. T-hen out of the blue, a sudden jet of red light thundered out of nowhere, heading directly for Dumbledore, aimed precisely for his heart. The headmaster did not seem to expect this move, despite his uncanny talent of catching pennies before they dropped, nor, apparently, any other members of the school. The onlookers, including a few students and the staff members, could only watch as it crashed into his chest. Surprise flitted over Dumbledore's features, his gaze widening as if unexpectant. Red blossomed across his robes rapidly. Dumbledore stumbled backwards a few steps, eyes searching, before his back arched and he stopped, falling backwards. He landed with a soft thud in the middle of the school field, oblivious to the stunned cries of horror around him. As Professor McGonagall reached him first, crying out for medical help and repeating his name, his azure eyes were still wide open, staring in the direction of where the caster stood, even as the light slowly left his eyes. The barriers were flashing a repeated red, haywire, as the first and strongest of the secret keepers fell. Outside, people were screaming, crying out names, and many were running towards Dumbledore, their headmaster, students among staff. Rosier Jr. stared at his outstretched wand, as though in disbelief. He wanted to turn around and run away, but Dumbledore's gaze, though dead, still pinned him in place, staring wide-eyed at him. He would never forget. Footsteps were pounding hard along the path, he knew he'd been seen. He knew he had to leave, yet somehow he was still rooted to the ground by shock at what he had just done. He had just killed Dumbledore. "You filthy traitor!" A voice bellowed, harsh and angry with the promise of murder. Within seconds, there was a swift, harsh blow to his face. Rosier Jr. stumbled backwards and fell at the sheer force, his face on fire, tasting copper in his mouth. "You killed him," the same voice yelled, and ducking 2 cutting hexes narrowly, Rosier Jr. saw the livid, demented face of Ronald Weasley. "I will kill you for that." "He deserved it," Rosier Jr. whispered, a brief forced smile flashing across his pale features before he turned tail and fled. Ron sprinted after him, eyes seeing red rage. The pain spasming across his heart was nothing now, it didn't matter anymore. Their leader, both of for the Order, Hogwarts and the wizarding community, Dumbledore, was dead. In his blinded rage, he never even looked where he was going. His feet just kept him pounding onwards, running with anger roaring deep and dark in him after the traitor who had betrayed the headmaster, after all he had done to keep them safe. He never even realized, as Rosier Jr. vanished around the corner, that the person he was following was blurry around the edges, something like a memory, a blur as it ran. Voices screamed for him, telling him to come back, but he didn't listen. The filthy traitor was standing but meters away, out of reach. It was only when the projection of Rosier Jr. disappeared suddenly without a trace, did Ron realize, he was already standing outside the barriers of Hogwarts, where only a secret keeper could reach. Fear pricked his heart with icy tendrils, he stopped in his tracks, heart beating fast in fear, but it was too late. He was surrounded. Desperately, Ron backed away a step, trying to run, but with a pang of growing terror, he found himself standing right in front of no one else but Lord Voldemort. For a moment, there was but the loud beating of his heart, icy fear creeping up his spine, then 4 jets of light knocked into him, and he fell, spiraling, into darkness. Harry narrowed his eyes, waiting for the Dark Lord to strike, but Voldemort was done being predictable. With a flick of his wand, a great surge of raw power, dark and pulsing, crashed into the Hogwarts barriers, which went wild, flashing red even as fiend fire lingered at the sight of destruction. Harry saw Dumbledore go down, his eyes wide with unconcealed agony, but before he could utter another curse, Voldemort had already dissipated. Minutes before, Hermione tore down the corridors of Hogwarts, trying to keep Ron in sight, but her red-headed friend could run too fast. To say she was keeping up was a great understatement. Seconds later, Draco caught up with her, his gray eyes searching the corridor up and down. "Where did Weasley go?" he snapped, his wand held prepared between his fingers. "He said he would go out to take a look, and the next thing I saw, Professor Dumbledore had fallen." Hermione broke off, almost unable to finish as a fresh flood of tears overcame her, but she hastily brushed them away. "I heard him yelling something about a traitor, then he just went thundering away." Draco didn't wait for a further explanation. "Point me," he hissed at his wand, then without a second word took off in the direction where Ron had passed through, Hermione close by his heels. It was a sad fact that neither Draco nor Hermione were adept at running. Draco had ever trained himself to cast spells and endure the strain of constant use of magic, but his physical stamina was, in other words, rather lacking. They tore through the Great Hall, following Draco's wand, and finally burst through the double doors, ignoring the cries and whimpers of the students in the hall. There, Hermione gasped. Ron could be seen pelting towards the heat of the battle, firing curses as he ran swiftly. But from afar, the image of Rosier Jr. was clearly seen for what it was, just an image and nothing more. Draco stopped short. "This is bad," he muttered, panting heavily. "This is bad." Hermione spluttered in disbelief and near hysteria. "Merlin, Draco, Ron's reaching the wards, we've got to get him back. We won't make it in time." Draco shouted back as they resumed their run, tearing across the grounds where a small crowd had gathered over Dumbledore's fallen body. "Petrificus totalis," Hermione shouted, a beam of red light speeding out of her wand, but Ron was already lost from sight. Draco fell back as Hermione continued onwards until she reached the edge of the wards, still casting stunners uselessly, crying out Ron's name again and again for him to come back, but Ron had already crossed the boundaries into the Forbidden Forest. "No," she murmured, pounding the barriers helplessly with her fist. "Ron." Weasley walked straight into their trap. "There's nothing we can do about it now," Draco said harshly, pulling Hermione away from the barriers which pulsed red whenever she punched it. "You're only hurting yourself." Sure enough, scorch marks could be seen on Hermione's fist, red and angry. "They won't kill him," Draco reassured her as he let her go. "Well, at least not yet. Obviously, somebody wanted him to be caught for a reason." "Rosier Jr., Hermione spat suddenly. Draco had never seen her look so angry before. "He must have eavesdropped on our conversations somehow, or perhaps he guessed that Ron's the secret keeper. He was also the one to cast the curse that killed Professor Dumbledore, I'm sure of it. So he cast an image of himself and had Ron chase that image out of the grounds, possibly into the waiting arms of Death Eaters stationed outside," Draco murmured. "And if Voldemort knows that Ron is the secret keeper..." He trailed off, not bothering to complete his sentence, for both of them knew, if Voldemort took advantage of Ron being the secret keeper of Hogwarts, all of them would be killed. "We must take down the wards," Draco said at last, "before Voldemort places the Imperious Curse on Weasley." "But we don't even know how to," Hermione countered. "Professor Dumbledore only told Ron and Damien." "Professor McGonagall," Draco said suddenly, "she's bound to know something." "But what about Rosier?" Hermione asked as she struggled to keep up with Draco's long strides back towards the field where people were still gathered over the fallen headmaster. "What if he tries something else?" "I highly doubt he would," Draco replied as they approached the castle, "but in any case..." He broke off as the glass window above them promptly shattered into pieces. He had only managed to snap up a shield covering them both from the glass shards raining down when an extremely familiar voice from above shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Hermione and Draco exchanged looks. "I think someone got to him first." Voldemort walked in a full circle around the fallen boy crumpled before him, his ruby-red eyes searching intently. Albus Dumbledore, the ever-manipulative fool, had managed to make a secret keeper out of this mere boy. It was foolish certainly, but clever. He would have not suspected a student, but his inside spy had played his part well, had delivered the boy to his hands. A pulse of blue light suddenly headed towards him. He narrowly sidestepped it, but it caused a Death Eater to fall over, unconscious instead. His anger flared, and he looked up to meet emerald green eyes once more. "Not going to play with me, father?" Voldemort's ruby-red eyes narrowed as bitterness and disgust flared within him. Hatred was boiling deep and dark, like his roiling power waiting to be released, but it had to hold. He had far more important things to tend to before he would kill the boy. He couldn't risk Harry foiling his plans once more. "Not yet, I'm afraid, Harry," he replied lightly, instead. "But where's your brother?" It served its purpose. Harry's eyes hooded over, a dark shade of black stealing over emerald for the briefest of seconds. But before the boy knew it, he gave the signal, and suddenly 20 wands were trained on Harry, daring him to make a move. "Only 20. Harry mocked, but his jaw was clenched tight as his eyes flickered towards Ron, judging the distance between them. "I'm wounded." Then the first curse left his follower's wand, and all hell broke loose. Hogwarts. They had just laid Professor Dumbledore's body on a bed in the hospital wing, eyes closed, fingers over his wand as though he were sleeping. Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey were saying something in the background, their voices broken, but Professor McGonagall's eyes were only trained on the two students before her. "We need you to take down the wards immediately," Draco said. "The moment Voldemort enters Ron Weasley's mind, he could easily kill all of the students in this school." "I would do so right away," Professor McGonagall spoke, her voice betraying no emotion, "but I can't take down the wards alone. I require Mr. Damien Potter's magic. There must be at least two of us. Heavy silence reigned for a moment, everyone thinking furiously of solutions but drawing a blank. Time was falling short, fast. By some insane quirk of luck, or perhaps fate had decided to turn her tide completely to their favor. At that moment, there was a shout at the door, and a third-year Hufflepuff came stumbling into the office, eyes wide and panting. Madame Pomfrey, you're needed downstairs. Damien Potter was just delivered through the gates. His father supported him until the edge of the wards. He's badly injured and needs medical attention. Hermione felt her blood run cold, but Professor McGonagall remained impassive and calm, though her eyes seemed to cloud over with worry. No, Simpson, tell a few older students to alleviate him on a stretcher up here. It would be faster. Quickly. The student's eyes widened briefly before he hastened to obey the order. Hermione was torn between staying or flying back to the Gryffindor Tower to rummage for the Marauders map, to find Rosier Jr. and Ginny, for the voice shouting the curse was undoubtedly the youngest Weasleys. What if she didn't manage to beat Rosier Jr.? Considering Ginny was a great duelist and was already in her 6th year, Hermione had confidence in her friend's abilities, but she still needed to check. As if her thoughts had summoned her, Ginny's voice immediately floated through the open hospital wing door. Out of my way, so much so Hermione thought she had to be imagining things. 2 streaks of luck in a span of a few minutes. Talk about fate. Ginny, she cried, unable to contain herself, even as the familiar red-headed girl burst into the hospital wing doors, leviating an unconscious Damien before her. She laid him gently on an empty bed as Madame Pomfrey fussed over the youngest Potter, inhaling sharply as she saw the damage of fiend fire on the boy. They quickly trooped out of the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to work in peace after that. Hermione threw her arms around her only friend left, barely containing her tirade of emotions: fear, overwhelming fear, the pang of loss, worry, anger, tiredness. Ginny quickly returned the hug even as Draco stalked off somewhere else without another word. Where have you been all day? I've been looking everywhere for you guys. Ginny said as Hermione released her. We've been planning, Hermione said, flushed, feeling guilty for leaving the younger girl out. I'm so sorry, Ginny, we wanted to tell you, but it's okay now, Hermione, I'm fine with it, she tried to reassure her friend. Okay, maybe I wasn't at first, but that's not important right now. Did you get Rosier? Hermione asked abruptly as she suddenly remembered as she noticed Ginny's bleeding lip for the first time. That was you dueling him, right? Spot on, Ginny said easily with a small smile which managed to lift Hermione's spirit a little despite everything. He was pretty good, I guess, but I flattened him all the same. He's now paralyzed, 2 stunners to the head. Won't be waking up for a while. He's in the hospital wing, by the way, in the secluded corner cordoned off from the rest. Her eyes hardened at this. He's considered extremely lucky he's still alive, she said darkly. Before she could say anything else, however, the barriers suddenly began to go haywire once more, pulsing bright red and flashing green at the same time. There were cries and shouts ensuing from the Great Hall, pandemonium breaking wild. Hermione leapt up from her seat and rushed into the hospital wing, ignoring the doors as they slammed behind her, Ginny following behind closely. It's too late, Professor. Hermione gasped as she ran into Professor McGonagall, who was still in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was still checking Damien's vitals, her friend still remained unconscious. Voldemort has already manipulated the wards. Harry threw himself to one side, narrowly avoiding the horde of spells thundering his way as he fired a few more in return. Even so, a slicing hex managed to find its mark, and Harry hissed in pain as it cut deeply into his wand arm. His sole attention was fixed on Voldemort. He could not allow the Dark Lord to manipulate Weasley, or all was done for. Enervate. He hissed again, 3 tendrils of white light heading towards the fallen figure of Ron Weasley, yet once again Voldemort blocked it by firing a jet of red light in return. Both spells collided in a shower of sparks and disappeared. Harry's eyes narrowed. The Death Eaters were repositioning themselves in a circle around him, effectively blocking any access to the fallen Weasley, who was still lying there, completely vulnerable to attack. It was almost a miracle he hadn't been hit yet, but for how long? He could not hold them off forever. Perhaps he could have defeated them while protecting Ron, but Voldemort was different. His father was his equal. His only equal. He wasn't his father. Not anymore. With a growl he forced more spells out of his wand, keeping up a constant barrage of curses raining heavily on Voldemort even as he twirled about, forcing the Dark Lord to dodge and shield, cursing. The other Death Eaters did not dare fire many hexes for fear they would hit their lord instead. Stupefy. Avada Kedavra. Another voice bellowed, and Harry only managed not to turn around in surprise. He recognized those two voices perfectly well. He kept on moving though, pushing his magic even though it strained, not giving Voldemort a chance to retaliate. He pushed the Dark Lord further and further into the forest. He could not come near Ron Weasley. Voldemort quickly realized Harry's intention, and with a last taunting smirk thrown over his shoulder, he vanished with a crack. Harry swore out loud, whirling around, but he immediately crashed into another figure, James Potter. "Harry," the elder man said quietly, his lips pulled into a smile. Harry stumbled backwards, caught by surprise. "Dad," Harry replied, his smile mirroring James's as he reached out to touch James's wrists. "You shouldn't be dueling yet, your wrist hasn't fully recovered." His fingers traced across skin, there were no welts on his wrist. The man was not James Potter. With a sudden burst of magic, Harry grasped James' wrist and twisted it viciously. He heard it crack and felt a surge of satisfaction. "Take 3 more days," he taunted, eyes glinting as James' figure morphed back into Voldemort's livid face. "What about you?" Voldemort hissed, and suddenly Harry's scar flared up in agony once more. The pain was so intense for a moment he forgot about the battle, and there was a sharp burning pain in his chest. When he glanced down, his shirt was already stained red, rapidly darkening, and edges of his vision was blurring. "Not yet," Harry said through gritted teeth, squeezing his eyes shut as he summoned his magic for the counter curse again and again. The battle was far from over. He had to stop Voldemort, or the lives of all the students in Hogwarts were at stake. Even as he forced himself to concentrate, his magic quickly wormed its way across his chest, healing the wounds, and while he tried his best to recover, the real James Potter and Sirius Black arrived to defend him from Voldemort. "Don't let him get away." Harry just managed to growl, but it was too late. 1 second, a jet of green light was thundering out of Voldemort's wand. The next Voldemort was already gone, the killing curse striking and scorching the bark of a tree. James and Sirius swore simultaneously, running towards the spot where the Dark Lord and his followers were a second before, but there was no sign of them. And Ron's body was nowhere to be found. It was at that same moment when there were screams and cries from the other side of the battlefield, and as Harry looked over, he felt his heart sink with dread. Hogwarts' barriers were now flashing both green and red. Voldemort had gained access to it after all. The power that thrummed beneath his fingers was strong, yet it was not raw magic, it was beautifully crafted, each tendril intricate and precise. He remembered feeling a small touch of pride before it was overcome by sheer hatred, as the golden tendrils were forced to twist to his will. He manipulated the fool, Weasley's mind, as a puppeteer would control a puppet, pushing Weasley's magic further and further, manipulating the wards. It was just as he expected, he had helped Harry create the wards after all. Behind him, there was a loud gasp from the crowd as a silvery parchment unrolled before him, and all the names of the students and staff in Hogwarts were revealed before him. There was silence, shock and fear paralyzing the crowd behind him. It was beautiful. He watched their faces, and before ensuring he made contact with the emerald-eyed boy, whose gaze seemed just as penetrating as his was. "Do you believe me now when I tell you I am the one in power?" He laughed softly, his voice carrying over the sonorous charm, echoing all around the compound. "No one can defy me. All of these lives are at my complete mercy. I could easily crush them, one by one. But perhaps you need some persuasion," he continued, smirking as he watched the bloody and tired Aurors and Order members stand defiantly before him, unrelenting. "A demonstration is in order. Who shall I pick?" He felt more than saw Harry struggling to stand up, to fight again, stumbling towards the edge of the clearing to confront him once more. He thrived off the challenge Harry posed, it was what that made the game so interesting. He paused, waiting for Harry to come closer, stumbling, saw the boy clench his jaw against all the pain. There was only dark satisfaction he was learning to gain, as he witnessed the agony and knew he was the one to inflict it. Where James Potter could do nothing but stand by helplessly and watch Harry absorb it. Harry was his son. If he lost this tool, no one else was allowed to have it. "I'm afraid I harbor a certain distaste for disloyal members," Voldemort hissed, sending a ripple through the crowd. Let us start with a traitor, shall we? He raised his wand and cut a thick red line across the green letters of a certain student's name, Draco Malfoy. As Damien, much to Madame Pomfrey's unsatisfaction, was forced to be woken up to perform the spell before he could heal completely, Draco was racing down the corridors back to Dumbledore's office. The stone gargoyle was no longer active, it stood morosely aside, staring into space. Ignoring it completely, Draco sprinted up the spiral stairway and barged into Dumbledore's office. His heart was pounding loud in his ears, blood roaring. Despite his impassive appearance, he had never been more afraid in his life. He knew without doubt, if Voldemort got his hands on the list, he would be among the first few to be crossed off. He had chosen to cross paths with the Dark Lord again. Voldemort would not let it go so easily. He forced himself to concentrate on the task at hand, however, and with trembling fingers wrenched open the drawer and snatched up the familiar wooden box Dumbledore had shown them earlier that day. It contained the emergency portkeys for the students to use if the wards were to fail, as Dumbledore guessed they would. Hastily, he turned and scrambled to leave, but even as the door swiveled shut behind him, he could almost hear the faint calm voice of late Professor saying, "Thank you, Draco," those words echoing in an almost inaudible whisper even as the staircase swiveled downwards with a pneumatic hiss. His footsteps echoed loud and panicky across the silent hall. Any minute now, the barriers would surely be flashing red. Perhaps someone had managed to hold off the Dark Lord. But it wouldn't be forever. Even as he skidded to a halt before the students, hundreds of eyes were already on him. "The wards are going to fall," he said aloud, numbly, oblivious to the cries of horror around him. "When they do activate this, the password is home." He couldn't face their many questions, their stares, their questions and fears. He wasn't used to being in the spotlight, not anymore. He didn't want that life any longer. Wordlessly, he scattered the quill portkeys on the floor, and some of the students immediately scrambled to take it. "Remember to hold on to someone holding the portkey," he mumbled feebly, a last reminder. He felt cold, numb with fear. It wasn't over yet. He had one last mission. Damien and the others were still in the hospital wing, they didn't have a portkey. He grabbed 2 more quills and ran back the way he had come, up the stairs, tearing down familiar corridors even as his breathing became increasingly labored. By then, he could hear the shrieks and cries of terror. The wards were pulsing green and red, flashing irregularly. He burst through the hospital wing doors, his heart pumping wildly, expectant. "Draco, what's happening?" Hermione said, looking at him, wide-eyed with barely concealed fear. "The portkeys are they. I've distributed them," he said impatiently, trying to cover up the tremor of his voice. "The wards, are they down yet?" Then Voldemort began to speak. His voice was loud as it echoed eerily across the school compounds. And as he did so, silence immense, impenetrable settled over like a blanket. There was nothing but the sound of his voice, the promise of death. "I harbor a certain dislike for traitors." "He means me," Draco said, hating the way his voice came out like a strangled whisper. But he wasn't brave. He couldn't simply muster up the courage to meet death, like Harry probably could. He was no Gryffindor. No Draco. Hermione's grip on his arm was harsh, unrelenting, but he did not flinch away. His eyes simply met hers, unseeing. "It's okay, they're taking down the wards now, any moment." "We're close," Professor McGonagall snapped for the first time, tension in her voice evident. "Potter, I know this is difficult for you, but you need to push harder. I need more of your magic." Draco Malfoy. At that hiss, Draco finally found strength just enough to shove Hermione away from him, send her stumbling into Ginny. It was too late. There were cries around him, a scream of denial, but for him there was nothing but endless agony, a ferocious will of magic tugging at him. The next second, he was hurling through broken glass, seeing nothing but red choking on his own blood, then darkness. Even from the distance, Voldemort could see Harry's eyes darken rapidly into a hard, cold black as he uttered the name of Harry's once best friend. The air seemed to crackle with energy as Harry summoned all the magic he had, a magnificent roiling bolt of power. Their eyes met. For the briefest of moments before Harry's raw power was sent crashing into the Hogwarts wards with great force, creating a gaping hole as he weakened it greatly. At the same moment Draco Malfoy's broken body passed through the wards. Draco tumbled into the ground, his figure stained with blood. The glass shards had managed to lodge itself into his neck. Already Lucius was rushing over to his son, all else forgotten, the next second both father and son had disapparated from the battlefield. Voldemort's eyes narrowed in barely concealed anger. "Have you quite finished playing, Harry?" The boy looked as though he was struggling to stand. The bolt of magic had taken quite a lot out of him. But he still managed the faint smirk. "No, I haven't. You do realize you cannot save everyone." This time, there was a pause before Harry replied, his eyes back to their normal green. "I do not need to. They already are." Already the silvery parchment containing the names of the students was crumbling into nothing more but dust, the pulsing red bubble dissipating into air as though it had never been. Even the lights from the Great Hall had disappeared, plunging the battlefield into darkness but for the lingering fiend fire. The Hogwarts wards had been taken down. Voldemort whirled around, his ruby-red eyes dark with the intent of murder. Black and James Potter tried stepping forwards, but he simply banished them away with a surge of dark magic. Only Harry stood before him, preparing for the final battle. Only Harry. Because he was always the exception. "I've been fighting you all my life." Harry was the first to speak, his quiet voice carrying easily over the battlefield. The fight between Death Eaters and Aurors seemed to have reached a standstill. "I'm tired of it." Between the dark vengeful abyss raging for blood, Voldemort felt a trickle of surprise. He did not expect this. "Yet you choose to," he said lightly, carefully masking any signs of anger or hatred. "Just take the treaty," Harry said numbly. "I gave you my word, I will not leave your side. I have not come this far just to settle down with so little." "How is almost half of the wizarding world little?" Harry snapped, his composure broken for once. "Even so, then what? What more do you want? Power? Or further torture to satisfy your sadistic hunger?" He spat. Voldemort's eyes had gone dark, once again reminding Harry of their similarities. But this time there was no reply. A flash of green light thundered out of his wand, aimed for Harry. The boy immediately retaliated with his own spell, dastardly fast even in his weakened condition. But where Harry used to have the upper hand in raw magic, he no longer had that advantage, and Voldemort was eager to play that card. The next second, he sent his own raw magic thundering towards Harry, except that it wasn't bright and pulsing like Harry's, it was black and dark, crackling with energy. The boy could barely dodge such a huge blast of energy. Harry could only hold out his wand and feebly push the last vestiges of his magic to dissipate the negative energy. There was a few seconds of strained battle, before the blue glow around Harry faded, and Harry's first ever wand splintered, just as the younger wizard was thrown backwards into the air by Voldemort's power. He stepped forwards, his feet coming to a halt beside Harry's sprawled figure as he took careful aim. "Come on, Harry, I haven't finished playing," he taunted. "Or do you need more motivation?" Harry gritted his teeth in fury as Voldemort promptly summoned over James Potter, bashing the Auror carelessly onto the ground between them. "It's fascinating how I trained you to be so strong, yet you break so easily," he mused, as Harry struggled to right himself. "Love. An emotion that clouds the wisest, weakening the strongest," he spat, turning his eyes onto the boy once more. Harry threw away his broken wand, his eyes lingering on the splintered wood for a second. "You will not harm him. Rest assured, I'll make it quick," Voldemort laughed, watching as Harry's eyes slowly darkened once more. The boy had barely enough power left, yet he was still pushing onto his magic relentlessly, all for those unworthy people he cared for. It fascinated him, to say the least, to watch Harry struggle to fight. They were too close. Voldemort couldn't have missed. James Potter was still stirring feebly on the ground, his mud black was too far away to do anything. Avada Kedavra. In less than a second, Harry was standing before James, the jet of green light inches from his heart, another wand in hand. Expelliarmus. Both jets of light collided in a flurry of blinding golden sparks, weaving a dome of gold threads. Phoenix Feather. The wand he had given to Harry. Priori Incantatem. Harry felt himself being lifted off the ground, his new wand jerking and vibrating violently, yet he dared not let go. He looked up and to his surprise, saw a golden thread connecting both his and Voldemort's wands. The battlefield, once so eerie and silent, was now filled with the hauntingly beautiful melody of a phoenix's song. Then figures began to emerge, ghostly figures taking the shape of people Harry had once known, some he had never met. The first few he recognized were Rosier Sr. and two more low-ranking Death Eaters. Then she appeared. Looking the same, as always. Dark hair flipped carelessly over her shoulders, her eyes searching, intent. Lips parted into a smirk smile. her gaze holding. He stared at her for a while, transfixed, a pang of sadness resonating deep within him, searing. Harry, she spoke first, trying to near him, but he tore his gaze away from her. I'm sorry, he said tightly, looking away. Sorry that he was the one that caused her death. That he chose another path, one completely opposite to the one she wanted him to take. For sending her back to Voldemort to be killed ruthlessly, for his crime. She said nothing more after that. Just stared at him, wordless, her eyes flashing with countless emotions even in her virtual form. And despite wishing she was back at Riddle Manor with him for the last few months, Harry had nothing else to say to her, either. I guess I'm his favorite now. She managed to say with a suggestive laugh, even as Harry's wand vibrated even more vigorously. Harry managed a small smile at that what felt like centuries-old petty argument. I guess it's goodbye for now, Bella. The word seemed foreign on his lips, rusty, but it didn't matter anymore. The next moment, Harry jerked back his wand roughly, and just as he expected, the golden threads splintered, the figures started to blur and fade away, just like the Phoenix song. What he didn't expect was for the golden threads to reform into the previous spells cast by the wizards holding identical brother wands, for his blinding red curse which was frozen to blaze back to life. For Voldemort's killing curse to reappear before him, aiming for his heart. He didn't even bother to try to dodge. It was too close a proximity. He just fell back, feeling oddly relieved at the easiness of it all, and allowed darkness to claim him. Dot, dot, dot. It felt as though he had spinning for ages. He saw hazy visions and dreams, swirling colors of people he knew, people he loved, all in a mixed jumble of reality and wishful thinking. But there was always a voice, one he seemed to miss badly, yet he couldn't place, a soft voice urging him onwards, encouraging him to stand up again, a mother he hadn't seen for almost a year. In some odd, distinct way, he seemed to remember, the way she would ruffle his hair, knowing fully how it annoyed him. The way she would reprimand him, the way she enthusiastically laid out all kinds of dishes before him, the way her eyes lit up whenever he ate something she cooked, laughed at something she said. The way he always made her identical green eyes fill up with tears so easily, the way he would ignore it, telling himself it was all for the best. He remembered Draco as well, odd broken dreams rushing back to him in full clarity. Draco horrified and sopping wet. Draco laughing, calling him names. Draco whining consistently about something insignificant. More often than not he saw that arrogant grin as his childhood friend faced him across the chessboard. The fear in his eyes when Draco regarded Lord Voldemort. How he had changed the way his once best friend stood across him at the battle ring, taunting him, no longer merely brimful with confidence, but always second-guessing, having deeper implications and intentions. A true Slytherin. You will return someday, won't you? Damien's voice suddenly pleaded, ringing through the silence, and in a flash he was standing before the broken, bloody form of his brother once more. Damien's fingers clutched feebly onto his robes. The boy's endless chatter, pride soaring in him as he watched his younger brother fly around the pitch effortlessly, guiding his precious Nimbus 2000. Teaching him spells, watching him learn. Bicker over the silliest things. Yesterday was goodbye, wasn't it? I don't want you to leave. Please come back. It wasn't his choice either. The door on the memories closed. Dot, dot, dot. Harry, Harry, no, please wake up. Blearily, Harry came to once more, to find himself looking into familiar hazel eyes. Dad, he croaked faintly, blinking, before he struggled to stand, feeling oddly more energized than before. Around them, the battle had continued, but only feeble number of Death Eaters remained. The rest had either disapparated on Voldemort's orders or defeated by the Aurors. Most fell by the fiend fire. Harry, thank God you're all right, he said, half laughing as he hugged his son. But Harry just stared, unseeing. Harry, let's go now, you must get back to Potter Manor. Lily is waiting, James tried to say, desperation leaking into his voice. At this, Harry's mind started to clear, and he sat up, brushing off his father. I need to end this, Harry interrupted, softly. They both knew this, but it still hurt when he saw James crumble, hope vanishing into nothing but pain. Harry, don't make me lose you again, James whispered, holding his son close for the last time. This is the last thing I'll ever ask of you. Promise me that, if there ever is a day I would return to Potter Manor. First thing, Harry assured, Taking in every detail of his dad, he knew it would be the last time he would be seeing him. He just couldn't bring himself to tell. He was a coward after all. Tell Mum, Damie. His voice choked a bit before he continued, I will never forget them. Never again. Then he released James, forced himself to stand again, and walked down the path alone, to where Voldemort was standing, remembering his own words. I have to end this. It looked as though Voldemort had been greatly weakened by the ordeal. He brushed off the last of his followers and faced Harry once more. This time, he cast an orb around them both, cordoning off everyone else, Order members or Death Eaters alike. The first jet of green light still thundered out of Voldemort's wand, despite everything, and Harry countered it with the disarming charm once more, though he broke off the connection quickly before golden threads could form again. It's over now, Harry said, his words loud over the wind. You cannot win. Voldemort laughed as he fired another killing curse, which Harry quickly rebuffed. Surely you realize now, Harry, neither of us can. Harry's eyes widened slightly at this. Just as we agreed, Harry spoke. It's a truce. Silence seemed to fall at this, and both wizards continued exchanging attacks, but the constant casting of spells seemed to tire Harry greatly. He was still recovering from excessive use of magic. Every step he took felt like lead. He was no longer fast, no longer powerful. Just tired. In the end, it was ironic how the duel ended similar to the one what felt like ages ago at Riddle Manor. Voldemort's wand came spinning to Harry's fingers, even as the Dark Lord blasted Harry off his feet using wandless magic. Just that, Harry no longer caught both wands, he simply allowed them to slip from his slack fingers, watching through blurry vision as Voldemort came to stand before him once more. You can never defeat me, Harry, Voldemort said once more. You never won either, he managed to reply, despite everything. There was silence for a long while. They were deaf to the yells outside the orb, deaf to James's cries, as Voldemort referred back to their previous conversation. That is why I despise you. A small jolt of surprise, then darkness. It was now middle of November. 1 whole month had passed since the final battle of Hogwarts, since the wizarding world had been split into half, the so-called pure and impure region. It was ironic that the dark region also happened to be the part of the former. There were quite a few places in which Voldemort managed to conquer in Britain, almost a quarter of Diagon Alley including Nocturne, a significant part of Hogsmeade, Rookville, even Greville Town and the surrounding areas, the little villages scattered around Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic building, Godric's Hollow, however, remained untouched, so was Hogwarts itself. The areas conquered, however, were under a separate reign, under Lord Voldemort. Where the border lines were drawn, and only those whose blood were deemed pure or worthy enough were allowed to enter, the fine line between Muggles and wizards was marked clearly by the bloodshed in that war. Hogwarts now acted as the only bridge left to mend the rift between purebloods and the latter, the only place where both kinds of wizards were allowed to mix freely. For most it sounded like a tragedy, but for some parts, the change brought good too. Old pureblood families who had always detested Muggles were now content. The Muggles had already been completely moved from their homes to the impure region. The non-wizarding community was safe at last. In the established, pure region, Voldemort built his empire and grew steadily, establishing a new ministry of magic of their own. As for the old ministry, they had relocated it to a temporary location which was in high-profile secrecy. Fudge had long since been sacked, and Kingsley was now the acting officer. Britain was never quite the same again. Riddle Manor. A month later. The meeting is over. At a simple gesture of Voldemort's hand, there was the scraping of chairs, and the rest of the Death Eaters who were now acting as officers in the Pure Empire hastily stood and left. The younger wizard sitting at his right hand also stood, but fingers closed in a vice-like grip around the other's wrist and yanked Harry downwards. Harry allowed himself to fall back a tad ungracefully into his seat, his face registering surprise, but even so Voldemort felt it was an improvement. For the past month, Harry had remained completely emotionless, unmoved and impassive to almost everything he did. "My lord?" Harry questioned, as the double doors closed softly. Behind them, Voldemort did not speak. Instead he left Harry pondering in silence until the last of the footsteps had faded away. It was only then when he appraised the boy for what felt like the first time in months, and for that brief moment he wondered if he should have done things a little differently, but the notion was gone within the second. Harry looked defeated, there was no other better word to describe it, and in a sense he was. He was tied to being a supporter of the Dark Lord's cause, bound forever to the pure region where he had sworn his allegiance. The wizarding community was already divided, only few were allowed to cross the boundaries, and it was only with consent from both parties that admission was given. Harry stared resolutely at the table before him, his arms itching to fold across his chest, but he kept them by his side with much difficulty, posture still straight though his expression did not suggest the slightest hint of submission. During the battle, a month ago, Voldemort began suddenly, his ruby-red eyes never leaving Harry's face. You may wonder how you managed to survive the killing curse. There was a flicker of emotion across the younger's face, but it was quickly over, replaced by a completely nonplussed impassive mask. You were one of my Horcruxes, Harry, Voldemort said flatly, watching greedily as he detected both shock and surprise from the boy sitting across him. I planted a part of my soul in you which tied round your magical core, gifting you the ability to speak Parseltongue, and amongst that, you were marked the heir to Salazar Slytherin. Heavy silence fell for a moment, Harry once again staring blankly at Voldemort, his gaze no longer penetrating, cold, but dead, silent. When you were hit by the killing curse, the spell's dark magic chose to eliminate that weaker piece of life compared to your magical aura, my Horcrux, Voldemort continued relentless. But you may find your ability to speak to snakes has not diminished. I implanted more than my soul in you, Harry. I invested my own magical core. He smiled mirthlessly. It may be that while you no longer feel intense pain in your scar around me, but there will always be a shadow of it. Harry's eyes seemed to narrow slightly at this, but otherwise he gave no reply. There was a long silence after that. Voldemort stared at Harry, willing the boy to show the slightest bit of emotion, frustration, anger even. He wanted the boy to lash out. He wanted to see the brimming confidence, the power he had once built up in his young warrior, he didn't even know why. But there was nothing left, just an empty shell. Even Harry's aura, which had always been magnificent and annoyingly dominating, had retracted back slightly, as if Harry were holding back. It felt no longer as strong as it was when Harry had been actively rebelling against him, not as strong as it ought to be. It wasn't really, but it still felt weak. You said you were tired of this, Voldemort said at last with a sigh. Stop fighting me, Harry. This seemed to provoke a slight reaction, and Voldemort felt a twinge of triumph as he watched Harry's eyes narrow slightly, though the boy's tone was perfectly submissive. I don't know what you mean, my lord. It was a wonder how the boy could make a submissive, meek sentence sound both annoying and challenging. Voldemort felt his temper with the boy snap. Do not lie to me, Harry, he hissed, you know perfectly well what I mean. You sworn to be fighting on my side. I have, Harry interrupted, but was cut across by Voldemort. But not wholeheartedly. I see you hesitate, I see you glance across the borders to the impure region during the mark. I see you turn away, eyes hooded and lifeless each time. You claim submission, but you aren't. You are acting like a petulant teenager being grounded, and I am not tolerating this behavior any longer. Harry could scarcely believe his ears. Excuse me. He very nearly spluttered, unaware this was the first time in months he had spoken to Voldemort out of turn. How does me obeying your every single bloody order tie in with a petulant teenager? You ignore me unless you're forced to reply, Voldemort deadpanned. I thought that's what your followers are supposed to do. He didn't bother keeping the sneer out of his voice. Problem being you are not my follower. Harry stopped short, the words dying in his throat, stunned into silence. What was that supposed to mean now? With Voldemort's second intentions and double meanings you could never really tell, but still. Meet me in the hallway at 8 sharp tonight, Harry, Voldemort said at last, effectively breaking the silence as he rose to leave. It's been ages since you dueled me. For a moment Harry had the sudden urge to ask, are you really Voldemort? Really, the day had been full with surprises. But as the familiar ruby-red gaze held his once more, he just nodded in reply, before pausing at Voldemort's raised eyebrow. Yes, father. Voldemort cocked his head to one side. In the unlikely event you do beat me, Harry, I'll grant you the night off. Free reign. One night only. He turned to walk away, barely holding in a satisfied smirk as he watched Harry stare after him with an almost comical surprised expression. Potter Manor. Damien stared out of the window lost in thought. It was raining heavily outside, the sky overcast with dark angry clouds which refused to scatter, and he was beginning to feel increasingly anxious. Harry had promised to drop by one last time, and if he gave his word, he knew his elder brother would come despite the rainy weathers these days. Yet weeks had passed since the marking. Harry had still failed to appear. He grew increasingly frustrated each day, pacing restlessly by the window every night just in case Harry arrived late, but his wait was always in vain. Often he would wake up blearily to sunlight glaring at him through the window, his neck aching from slumping over at an awkward angle, and he would crawl to bed and stay there till afternoon. It wasn't healthy, really. He would be disorientated and half awake throughout the day, but he couldn't just roll over and fall asleep with his inner voice screaming at him to turn around and watch the window for a glimpse of his elder brother. Truth was, he was worried. Part of him knew and understood now that Harry could never live with them anymore. When Harry turned up a day before the marking, breathless, almost panicky when he couldn't find Damien in his room. He still remembered walking in from dinner with the Weasleys, to greatest shock of his life, Harry pacing up and down by the window impatiently. There wasn't much to say, merely Harry telling him in an oddly flat and detached tone he wouldn't be coming back. There had been an edge of pain to it when Harry said it, as though silently pleading, and Damien couldn't bring himself to protest. What good would it do anyway? And he had said a simple, "Okay." He also managed to hand over Harry's ring, the pensive, which he had found hidden inside the cracked Lehugistine. It had taken Damien hours to pry it apart. Harry had actually dropped by to check on Damien, but Damien insisted he was fine except for quite a number of cool scars criss-crossing over his back. In the end, the youngest Potter couldn't quite manage a scowl when Harry ruffled his hair with a slight laugh and called him a scarred stubborn lion. Whatever that meant. Then his elder brother was gone once more, soaring into the night with the faintest shaky promise that maybe, someday he'd drop by to see his family again. It seemed rather hollow to Damien, nevertheless he was here waiting again. But as he cast his eyes out into the rain, he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. He shut the window and climbed into bed, pulling the covers high up above his head to block out the pitter-patter of the raindrops against the roof. Naturally, on the first night Damien decided to shut the window, Harry decided to turn up. The elder of the pair was barely keeping his broom steady in the howling wind, and much to Harry's brief annoyance Damien had decided to lock the latches as well. Which meant they would not be yielding to any spell unless you were inside. He had cast the impenetrable spell himself after all. Here goes, Harry thought wryly, and blasted the window off its hinges with a wave of his hand. He landed lightly in the middle of the room, and another quick charm had the window mended once more. He turned around grinning slightly, adrenaline still coursing through him from the duel. They had fought over an hour, his muscles were still screaming from Voldemort's creative hexes. He really ought to train more intensively these days. But at the prospect of a single night of free reign, it had drove him even harder still to fight. Already envisioning the open-mouthed shocked Damien staring at him, Harry crossed the middle of the room. Damien was still sound asleep. The boy was utterly unbelievable. He snapped his fingers loudly, and his dripping broom was levitated to float directly above Damien. Still no response, not even when droplets of water started dripping from his broom right into Damien's open mouth. Damien snorted slightly and turned away. Pursing his lips, Harry proceeded to have his firebolt shake itself dry all over Damien, particularly his face. Damien frowned for a while before suddenly bolting upright with a cry of, "Bloody hell. You seriously need to upgrade the security of this place," Harry said in a dissatisfied sort of voice. "Honestly Damie, I blasted your window apart to get in here, and you didn't even wake up." Damien did a double take when he saw Harry and nearly toppled off the bed. Harry's firebolt gave an encouraging swish, and the youngest Potter promptly slid off the mattress altogether. "Ow. Yuck, Harry, get your bloody broom off me." Harry laughed, his eyes sparkling with mirth, before reaching out a hand and plucking the broom out of the air. It fell still immediately. "I swallowed the mud off your broom." Damien protested, his face scrunching up in disgust. "You're awful." Harry shrugged. "Guess you won't be wanting your present, then." Damien's eyes lit up, though he remained confused. "What present? Hey wait, this isn't some sort of stupid farewell present, is it? And how did you manage to come back here? It is past 12, you know," Harry continued, before his grin widened as a slow, idiotic smile spread over Damien's face. "Ah, the moment of revelation," he commented. Damien's face was so comical Harry had a hard time trying to maintain a straight face. "It's my birthday." The youngest Potter sounded completely amazed at the fact. That would explain the dad's been behaving suspiciously. Merlin, I can't believe it's my birthday. Damien proceeded to do bizarre jump on his bed, like a 5-year-old on Christmas Eve. He was grinning so widely Harry thought his face was going to split in half. Salazar Damie, calm down, Harry hissed, you're going to wake up half the house at this rate. Half of the house is already awake, Damien pointed out, though he complied by sitting himself comfortably on the bed, Harry across him. So, what did you get me? He asked eagerly. On impulse Harry transfigured a glittering black stone out of thin air just to see Damien's reaction. Damien gaped, desperately but failing to hide his dismay. A new Lehugistine. Harry laughed, no. Draco said it was a bad idea, so I switched. Damien's eyes widened. You visited Draco. Harry nodded, his smile fading a little. Around the same time I visited you before the marking, he confirmed with a shrug. And yet you refused to see Mum and Dad, Damien said accusingly. I didn't have that much time, Damie, Harry sighed. I wasn't even supposed to leave that time, I went back on my word Harry broke off. Anyway, I'm here, aren't I? Hang on, does that mean you're coming here with permission? And you're going to see Mum and Dad? Damien said excitedly. Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, I will, and I suppose there was a sort of permission. I guess. If Voldemort hadn't forbidden him to come to Potter Manor, he would have said so, right? After all, the Dark Lord did promise free reign. I'm not opening your present until I've opened all the others, Damien suddenly declared. I'm saving yours for last, so it'd better be good. And also, it'd give him an excuse to make Harry stay longer. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Damien had already bounded off the bed in excitement, rushing for the door. Come on, Harry, he said in a whisper, a mischievous look on his face. Let's go give Mum and Dad a fright. James and Lily were sitting in the kitchen, a pot of strong coffee brewing on the table. James was holding a piece of flesh-colored string to his ear, and seemed to be listening rather intently. I'm going to ask Fred and George to remodel this, he grumbled. The conversation alert sensors are working fine, but the signals I get here are far too slow. Everything I hear is almost certainly 1 minute late. Lily's eyes were bright with excitement, and she too was leaning forward eagerly, her grip on the cup of warm coffee so tight James was half afraid it might break. What are they saying? Is Harry okay? She asked. He never dropped by since before the marking, has he? It turned out that James had managed to overhear Harry's conversation with Damien the night before the marking, when he had passed by Damien's room after they came back from the Weasleys and heard Damien's cry of surprise. He had been a step away from retracing his steps back to Damien's door, but then he'd heard a second voice, Harry's voice. Lily found out later, too, and both parents had, with some measure of guilt, listened into their conversation. They felt hurt that Harry did not plan to come and see them, though in the end they chose not to step into Damien's room. Just let him choose, James, Lily had said with a whisper in James's ear. I know he'll try his best to come back, and if he wants to see us. She choked off in the middle of her sentence, and James squeezed her hand reassuringly as he led her away from Damien's room. He will, he said comfortingly, though he knew his heart was searing, just as Lily's was. He promised he would, if he had the chance. But James was reluctant to leave it at that. It was selfish of him, he knew, but he wanted to at least hear his son's voice, if not see Harry again. So with help from Fred and George Weasley, including Sirius, had remodeled their extendable ears to pick up any conversation going on in Damien's room. Meanwhile, Damien and Harry were creeping down the stairs, towards the kitchen light. Harry frowned slightly when he heard his parents' hushed voices, but on catching his name being mentioned, he motioned for Damien to stop. What are they saying? Lily was asking, her voice whispered and excited. James frowned. The signal's getting worse, there's a lot of noise. Oh, Damien's getting hyper about his birthday. Outside the kitchen, Damien's mouth dropped open with burning indignance. James had been eavesdropping. There was a moment of silence, in which Damien itched to throw open the kitchen door and demand an explanation that instant. With the combined effect of Harry's appearance, it would certainly give them a good shock. They're coming. James gasped suddenly. They've already left the room, quick, hide this. Are you sure reeling in the ears is a good idea? Lily began, and there was a hasty scraping of chairs. Bang! The kitchen door opened with a crash, even louder than the heavy rain outside, and Harry briefly wondered if Voldemort's love for dramatic entrances had influenced him more than it should. Too late for that, Damien said breezily, striding in first, trying hard not to laugh at the panic and shocked look on James's face. I eavesdropped on you too. If James' mouth was hanging open at that comment, his jaw fell to the floor as he saw Harry appearing from behind the shadows, mixed emotions sparkling in his emerald green eyes even as he smiled at the sight of Lily and James, still frozen in their attempts of putting away the extendable ears. The next moment, Lily had her arms around Harry, so was James's, and in their haste to reach their eldest son, they completely forgot about the extendable ear coils of string they were still holding. One of the coils managed to fall neatly around Harry's neck, and Damien subtly jerked it, hard. Harry choked slightly, and Lily must have thought that Harry was overcome by emotions, for she clung onto him harder, and reining in his relief and joy to be with his family with much difficulty Harry stabbed Damien a vicious glare over James's shoulder. Well, it isn't fair that the birthday boy doesn't get any attention, is it? Damien said wryly with a grin. They threw the surprise birthday party for Damien which was supposed to occur at dawn, a few hours early, and all the Weasleys were invited over as well. An extremely disheveled but excited Hermione turned up a few minutes late. And as James had neglected to mention that Harry would be present, there was much gawking and cries of delight and surprise when the visitors arrived. When that happened in the fourth row, Harry rolled his eyes and slumped back in his seat. Honestly, maybe I should have just waited for everyone to appear before making a dramatic entrance. At least the gawking would only happen once. Hey, you'd steal my limelight. Damien objected jokingly. Spoiled brat, Harry muttered in reply, though he was still smiling. Within minutes, a full party was in progress. After the main course was over, thankfully Molly and Lily had decided to prepare the food and keep a freshening charm on them a few hours prior. Ron, Hermione and Ginny went over to sit with Damien and Harry. Blimey, I can't believe you're Kit, was the first thing Ron thought of saying. Damien laughed at this before sobering a little as he remembered Kit's darkened eyes glaring at him. He'd almost forgotten about Harry's impersonation of Kit Mason. He had mentally classified them as two different people. Harry must have noticed this, for he gave Damien a sidelong look and started, I never brought it you. Shut up, Damien ordered swiftly. Harry raised his eyebrows. Been learning legilimency now, Damie. It's obvious what you were going to say. The room of requirement disaster of a training session, Damien said with a shrug. It's all over now anyway, and besides I already know how creepy you get when you go mental. So it doesn't really tarnish much of your reputation, really. Harry shot a half-hearted glare at Damien, which the other returned easily with his trademark grins. I thought you were. Holding back in defense class, Hermione said almost triumphantly, the stunner heading for you, you were practically glaring at it. You should have won Neville, Ron said. You shouldn't have let him win. Harry rolled his eyes. There was no point. Anyway, you were the one that got second. You weren't supposed to let him win. In moving on to Transfiguration, really Harry, Hermione began in a lecture tone sort of voice and Damien had to smother a grin. Ron suddenly gasped, your refusal to participate in Transfiguration class, McGonagall thought you had self-esteem problems. They promptly burst out laughing at that. Harry resigned himself to his fate with a groan as Ron and Hermione started to recount more and more embarrassing tales about his impersonation as Kit at Hogwarts, to which Damien listened with rapt attention. Only Ginny remained oddly silent, the laughs and smiles she gave not as vibrant as they should have been. While Ron and Hermione were recounting yet again his disastrous potions lesson with Draco Malfoy, he quietly signaled for her to leave with him. They sneaked out through the kitchen back door into the night, where they sat on the slightly damp doorstep in the wet chilly night. The rain had receded back into the clouds, where there had been a full-blown storm, now all that remained was a slight drizzle. I thought about you, Ginny was the first to break the silence, a lot. Harry turned to look at her, her deep brown eyes held a tinge of sadness, with a contradictory sense of relief and joy. She didn't look teary at all, only a mixture of jumbled emotions. And wasn't that just what everyone felt right now? He remained silent, allowing her to continue. Basically just about following you romping around England searching Horcruxes, you falling sick Merlin, that feels like ages ago, doesn't it? She paused slightly. It's just sometimes, I wonder when I missed you so much, I wanted you to return. Do you still remember me? she asked in a rush, and suddenly Harry knew what was that she was bothered by so much. Not just as Ginny Weasley whom Kit Mason met at Hogwarts, though I did think you a decent guy then, Ginny added, recalling her having breakfast with the new, transfer student, and the introduction of Winky. As the person you first met. As Harry Potter. Harry had a sudden vision of Ginny's seemingly younger face, standing at the edge of the roof, a look of utter terror on her face. Her brown eyes widening with joy as her orange bubble shield expanded before her, the feeling of warmth spreading through him when he saw her smile. Sometimes I do, he replied quietly, honestly, hating the way he couldn't give her any hope. The memories they're coming back to me slowly, like a haze. Sometimes I'm not even sure which are real and which aren't, all of them seem like a distant dream. Ginny gave a shrug and looked away. I thought so, she said lightly. I remember you trying to cast the shield. You were there when we were trying to get the golden quill, he recalled, broken pieces of pictures flashing through his mind as he tugged on them insistently. His eyes widened suddenly. Riddle Manor. There was a brief pause as Harry looked rather surprised at his newly recovered memory. Ginny couldn't help but smile at his expression. You did key me, you know, she said teasingly. Harry's eyes glittered with amusement before it faded. Nigel, he started. I haven't seen him for a year. He's grown quite a bit, definitely too heavy for me to swing about anymore, Ginny said with a slight smile on her face. He seems to have forgotten about the entire Riddle Manor incident. A pause, before, he still remembers you, you know. Harry looked up, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Really? Alice says sometimes he would ask her where Alex has gone. Alice always told Nigel you weren't around anymore. Guess you coming back to life has to be explained all over again, Ginny said with a laugh. Harry sobered quite suddenly, and he looked away from her, his emerald gaze trained on the skies, where the first cracks of dawn were beginning to appear. Ginny, he said slowly, you realize, I'm not going to be around anymore. You're here now, she pointed out flatly. It's different, it all depends on him. Harry met her gaze evenly. He's shown me more leniency than he ever had to all the others, I recognize that, but despite everything, I'm forever still bound to him. Not by any magic or oath, but my own word, Ginny. I sworn to be on his side forever. He had never admitted this aloud to anyone, not even Damien nor his parents. I can't just return whenever I feel like it. I'm under his control. Is it suffocating? She asked gently, trying to hold the emotion out of her voice. Do you mind being with him, or if given the chance, you would leave him? Harry stilled, not expecting the question. It's just as well that I don't have a choice, Harry said at last. I don't know the answer. I'm forever torn between both sides. I miss my family, all of you, more than you can imagine, and whenever the emptiness gets too great there's nothing to do about it but duel myself in the training grounds until I crumble. He paused. But Voldemort, he was the one who raised me, Ginny. I know he hurt and manipulated me, and sometimes I hate him so intensely I just wanted him to burn. Like I did all his Horcruxes. Other times he trailed off, unable to complete his sentence. I don't even understand it myself, he admitted. How long will you be around? Ginny asked finally, her voice almost half a whisper. I'm leaving soon, Harry said, his voice just as soft, meeting her eyes once more. I'm sorry, Ginny, but this can't work. You should move on, heaven knows you deserve to. I know I should, Ginny said softly, and for once, there was a hint of tears in her eyes. Not only because Harry would rarely ever be around, because he could barely remember her anymore. Sure, broken memories and pictures forming dreams, but he probably wouldn't feel the same way. It was vague, like a distant dream, he had said. But just for the last time, she said, her voice only a light whisper now, allow me this. And she leaned in and kissed at him lightly on the lips. Harry returned to the manor as the faint traces of dawn were beginning to streak across the sky. As he stumbled tiredly up the steps back to his quarter, an unfamiliar voice suddenly hailed him. Prince, I need to speak to you. Harry turned around, surprised as he met Regulus Black, still under the disguise of Professor Winter. A private setting would be more suitable, the man continued. If you would allow me. Feeling exhausted yet curious or the same, Harry eyed him and finally gave the man an imperceptible nod. Wordlessly, he then followed the man round the entrance of the manor to a secluded spot in the gardens, a slight cavern held up by a fallen tree. Harry was surprised by how well Regulus Black knew the area, The last time Harry had been here he'd been 6 years old playing with Draco. Harry raised an eyebrow as Winter finished placing the wards around them. I take it you've realized my true identity, Winter began, gaining confirmation from the slight narrowing of Harry's eyes. This is the last time you will see me before I leave for the Impure region, Winter continued, and without further explanation he held up a familiar golden locket with a snake engraved in it. Harry stilled with shock at the sight of it. That's a fake, Harry said. I destroyed the real locket. I assure you it's real, you can feel it for yourself. Winter passed the locket to Harry, who immediately felt his scar twinge slightly as his fingers closed around the locket. How? I realize there is no point on holding onto this any longer, the elder wizard said with a shrug. The war is over and may it be as such permanently. Before, I was a traitor to the Dark Lords cause I switched lockets, the real one for the fake. But I always felt the connection when I wore the other locket, Harry argued, still staring at the last remaining Horcrux in his hands. Your ring is another one, Winter said with a slight twisted smile on his face. You may wonder how a mere child could ever have the courage to point a wand at a man and kill. You poured out your memories into that pensive Pettigrew believed that you were partially influenced by the Horcrux in it when you murdered the man. The Dark Lord hid his soul deep inside the pensive. Harry stared at the man, completely dumbfounded by the sudden revelation. He just wanted you to know, Winter said at last. Pettigrew, I mean, he knew I was a turncoat. He told me all of this before he was tortured into insanity. He shrugged. I figured you would have wanted to know. Winter bowed his head a little and turned to walk off. Thank you, Harry said, and suddenly remembering his previous conversation with Sirius Black, Harry called out, your brother is looking for you. Regulus paused but did not turn around, his figure tense. I don't have one, he said coldly. Sirius knows the truth already, Harry said, and I told him you were alive. He's been searching everywhere for you ever since he found out. Just in case you want to know, you can find him at the Black Manor. Harry nodded at the man once and left the gardens of Riddle Manor, while Winter left for the Impure region for good. They never crossed paths again. The next morning, as per Voldemort's order, Harry was sitting at the large grand table in the middle of the hall again. The feeling was oddly familiar yet foreign. Minutes ticked past in silence as Harry silently trailed his fingers across the locket under the table. Holding onto the past wouldn't have made things any different, he thought. It would only make things worse. And frankly, he wasn't even angry at Voldemort's manipulation, not when the offense took place so many years ago. He was almost numb. Voldemort had manipulated him to make his first kill, but his second, third, all the rest he had done of his own accord. Father, Harry said abruptly, and without further explanation he held up the locket for Voldemort to see. Ruby red eyes narrowed at this. There was a traitor in our midst. It seems that he swapped lockets. The one you gave me was a fake. This is the real Horcrux, it's yours. Voldemort's face remained a dangerous calm, completely devoid of any emotion. The traitor is no more, Harry added for good measure, making to drop the locket on the table between them both, but Voldemort's fingers suddenly curled around his, preventing him from releasing the locket. If you think I can trust you with the locket one last time, Harry, he said, hold on to it. Harry almost faltered under the gaze. I destroyed, he began, but Voldemort cut in sharply. Think of this as a new game. I do not tolerate failures, Harry, surely you understand that. Not for the last time, Harry stared, silent, back at his father, Voldemort's words ringing and spinning off into 100 different meanings and definitions. Harry swallowed as cold fingers released him. Slowly, under Voldemort's watchful gaze, he looped the golden locket over his head, tucking the locket out of sight beneath his robes. It was cold, against his heart. I'm not even sure why I'm saying this, Harry began, looking directly at his father. But thank you. Voldemort merely smirked in reply, though it was the closest thing to a smile. You're welcome, son. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.